Welcome back, everybody. We've got a rather extended pause here at Hurlingham. What we might quickly do is to pop across to Surbiton and just have a look to see what's going on there. There's Reg Bamford in discussion with somebody. Not entirely sure the state of play on this game. But if folks are happy just to leave these images, I can assure you, this is clearly a game that's not in play. So what we'll do is we'll just go back. You can see that very little is happening at Hurlingham at the moment. But perhaps we can keep you up to date with some of the blocks and give you some recent games. Hello again, everyone. We're just going to take you across to Lawn 3, where the match has just started. We won't have commentary, I'm afraid. We won't have scoreboard. We're really prepping ourselves for the next match on Lawn 4. But in the meantime, we'll just leave you with these images and get back to you as soon as Lawn 4 matches start. Hello everyone, we're just now going to switch across to Lawn 4 where we start the match with Eugene Chang against Nick Parish.
Well, welcome back from lunch, everybody. I'm Gareth Denyer. I'm by myself in the commentary booth at the moment, as my two fellow commentators have extended their lunch break. But we are about to resume on Lawn 4 with the game between Eugene Chang and Nick Parish. And this is a very important game in the context of Block A, Nick is currently on 4 wins and Eugene is currently on 3 wins. Now remember that there are 2 games left for all of the players in each block, and Group A is particularly intriguing because there are some permutations which could allow for an incredible combination of 4 or 5 players playing playoff matches if results go a particular way. So Eugene put in the standard opening to the eastern boundary, and Nick has played just below corner 2, as is pretty much every single game so far in this tournament has gone. So Eugene opting to shoot black at his own blue ball on the eastern boundary. Lovely smooth swing and just missing to the southern side. And it looks as if Nick will take a go at the double that's now formed from Eugene's 2 balls. So here comes Nick's shot with the yellow. He's got pretty much a double there. Watching it and missing again to the south. So Eugene will start the play. We'll see if he can craft a break from this position. Really nice conditions here at Hurlingham now. The threat of the rain that was here just before midday has dissipated. There's some lovely fluffy white clouds in the sky, plenty of blue sky, and just incredible lawns. They are absolute putting greens in terms of their texture and speed. We thought they were running at about 12 this morning. They will have dried out a little bit with the sun that's been on them for the last couple of hours. So probably running a little bit faster. Viewers who were with us for the first session will have seen an incredible event of a hoop taking about 6 or 7 minutes to reset after Robert Fletcher got jammed in it and appealed to the referee for it to be examined, and indeed it was found to be grabbing the black ball, and an incredible time elapsed for that hoop to be reset. So we'll see if that proves to be an issue in this game. Eugene, of course, playing with the black ball. We do suspect that the black ball is slightly misshapen given the number of times that it was tumbled around to try and find positions where it wouldn't grab within the hoop. So Eugene going to try quite an ambitious roll, about 11 yards away from hoop 1, level with it. He's sort of committed to it because he's put his blue ball right by hoop 6 and he's left that a bit short. So the early exchange in this game sees Eugene in a slightly precarious position because he can't really attempt that hoop, but his blue ball is now very exposed in the middle of the lawn, and so he's going to have a good think about what he does next. always very challenging when you've committed yourself by putting your other ball into the middle of the lawn, and then you're trying quite an ambitious hoop approach. Your escape strategy is always difficult to ponder. Now it actually looks as if Eugene is just going to play down so that he's wired from the yellow on the southern boundary. He's picking a spot down there. So just to remind everybody of the context of this game within Group A, that Eugene is currently on 3 wins and Nick is currently on 4. It looks like 5 wins will pretty much guarantee a playoff spot unless both Alain Giraud and Nick Parish win all of their last remaining games. In that case, the block is cut and dried, that Alain and Nick will go through along with Ben Rothman and Robert Fletcher. But should either Alain or Nick falter in any way, then the door is open for any one of quite a large pack of players on 3 and 4 wins to come through and grab at least a playoff place. So it really is quite crucial. So Eugene retreated to the southern boundary and Nick is going to play up to his ball in corner 2. And he's deliberately not aimed for the red ball in corner 2. He's deliberately aimed so as to give himself a rush. He hasn't been too greedy there, imagining that he'll be able to get the roquet. So he's paired up in corner 2. Fairly wide join, actually, it has to be said. It's a good 5 yards. The red ball, of course, just out of corner 2, and the yellow ball pretty much level with hoop 2. So it's actually more approaching 6 yards as a join. Shows a great deal of respect to Eugene's shooting, and I'm glad to say that experts have returned to the commentary booth in the form of Ian Parish, but he's pointed at his sandwiches as if to say, can you wait until I finish my lunch, which is fine. If a moment of high drama comes in, I'll steal the sandwiches away from him and make him talk. Eugene shoots, and beautiful shot. What a great shot that was, clipping the yellow all the way up into the vicinity of corner 2, and that was a really gutsy shot by Eugene, picking it out really nicely, and he may be able to get something going now. If Eugene can win this game, he really turns the tables on the group. He had a very indifferent start, but he's come through with a couple of great results. And playing that one dangerously. Has it gone out? It has gone out, I think. It really looks like that one's out. Yeah. And he, with great resignation, he taps the ball back in. That was really unlucky because he looked to have the measure of the pace of the lawn there, but it's awfully fast. As I said, playing probably to about 13 at the moment. And that's a bit of bad luck for Eugene. And now, of course, Nick has the benefit of that yellow ball being slightly off the western boundary. And now he's the one that has a great opportunity to get going. Not only with the yellow ball off the boundary, but with the black ball on the southern boundary, just 3 yards to the east of hoop 1. So ejects the ball close to hoop 2. This is a pioneer for that hoop, so it'll all depend on the quality of this rush down to the south. And that's a fantastic shot. The yellow going absolutely bullet-like towards the black ball on the southern boundary, and that's really a fantastic outcome. So he really should get going here. As I mentioned previously, there are plenty of players who are ready to take playoff places in this block should Nick falter against Eugene being one of them, of course. Notably, Mark Ormrod, who just had a win on the game that we covered just beforehand, because Mark is playing the lowest ranked player in the group, Archibald, and therefore is quite likely to get his 4th win with his last game against Alain Giraud, who should he beat, of course, would mean that he'd be on 5 and Alan would also be on a maximum of 5. So Mark is in with a good chance as a qualifier. Nick taking this first hoop on and coming through very nicely. And now it's just a question of how he extracts the yellow ball into play. He has a northward rush on the black. See what options he goes for. I don't know whether he's thinking of taking a shot at the yellow. No. He picked up his red ball to take the croquet shot, and he's just put it back down again. And I'm not quite sure what the debate is here. Whether he picked up the wrong ball. It looked to me as if he'd picked up the red and was just going to take croquet from the black. So, oh yes, because he hadn't actually even he hadn't taken the shot. Yeah, he hadn't, because we were talking. Well, I was talking about the northward rush that he had, and then he picked up the red as if he'd done it. So he just taps the black. He's left himself a strange little takeoff now with the hoop sort of half in the way. But he plays it wide of the hoop and now should be able to get a rush towards the northwestern boundary and start a break. Yeah, that can happen a fair bit, where you, thinking so far in advance, you start picking up the balls as if you've actually made the shot. I think I've fallen foul of that a few times. So the yellow ball speeds on its way to hoop 3 as the pioneer, and the red ball is played just beautifully on the rush line of blue towards hoop 2. So very, very nice start by Nick. Oh, he just clips the blue. He doesn't get as much on it as he would have liked. And you can tell by the distance that he's having to walk down to retrieve the red that the energy transfer of those two balls was not what he'd envisaged, putting far too little on the contact, but still in good shape. Yeah, a little angled now. About a yard out. This is one you don't want to mess up with the enemy ball around the hoop. Going to have to hit reasonably steamily, and steamily enough to go off on the northern boundary. And that leaves a little nervy return croquet of 6 yards or so. Taking his time over that and just clipping it nicely, and now he should be all right. He's got a reasonably good pioneer at hoop 3 in the shape of the yellow ball, and he does have the option here of a nice split shot if he chooses to take it to bring black into play, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. Oh no, he's going to go straight to the yellow. So he's going to play a split. Hoop 3, hoop 4. And there it goes. A little bit short on the blue, the pioneer to hoop 4, and a little bit north of the pioneer on hoop 3, so not the sort of outcome he would have liked. Still okay. Having to clip yellow and come with a backward takeoff. It hasn't quite got this under control yet, but the ball's all within the inner rectangle. Glad to see everybody watching from Queensland. Hello to them. I'm wondering why they're not all tucked up in bed, although I suppose it's only 11 o'clock at night, isn't it? So I guess you're having a good night cocoa and enjoying the glorious weather from the UK as Nick plays a lovely rush over towards the west to pick up that black ball and continue his break. And I think after this little passage of play here, where yellow is loaded to 5 and a rush is secured on black towards blue, he will have it under control. Yep, secures that rush on the blue, and everything looking very nice for him now. So maybe now that he's got the break established, we could just remind everybody of what the situation is in Group A. So if it was possible to bring the grid up for that group at some stage, as Nick is in very nice flow now. Everything nicely pioneered and pivoted. Nick playing with a nice cadence about him now. Now that he's got all the balls where he wants them, this is just regulation break play. Remember, this is a game that Nick could afford to falter in, but Eugene definitely can't. This is an absolute must-win for Eugene. He's left himself a testy hoop from a perfect position, so it's through very nicely. So Keith and Rich were telling me earlier that these are hoops that you can't really bully, but Nick really gave that a clonk, and it came out very well for him. Nervous little return Croquet there after a fantastic punchy hoop, and now he'll send the yellow ball as a very early pioneer to 2 back. Keith is back from his sandwiches. Hello, Keith.
Hello, Gareth.
We've got someone to talk to now.
I see we've got an absolute feast of croquet in front of us here.
Well, things are very intriguing in this particular game because it is a must-win for Eugene.
Right.
A win pretty much puts Nick through. Not completely, but if Nick and Alan both win their 2 remaining games, then the group is dead. They'll both be on 6, and they'll go through with Robert and Ben Rothman. But I don't know whether you saw the early interchanges in this game, but Eugene was just very, very unlucky to roll out in corner 2. It's a little bit quick on the north side of that corner, and he just rolled over by a couple of millimetres while he was attempting a very fine takeoff.
Yes. Now, both these players will be familiar to the home audience, but for those watching overseas, it might be worth explaining that Nick here, who's in play, is the Middlesex county captain,
All right.
and he's got on a Middlesex shirt today, I can see. Middlesex are the current county champions, and Eugene is also a Middlesex player.
Ah, so this is a Middlesex versus Middlesex game.
It is
then.
big, yes, absolutely. So there's more at stake than just a win in this game. So Nick will be keen to make sure he doesn't drop a game to Eugene, because the Middlesex team is enormously strong. They've dare I say, put a bit of effort into recruiting from elsewhere. So in recent years they've recruited the likes of Gavin Carter.
How do you recruit? Surely if you play for your county, don't you have to sort of be born there? Or
Ah, well, yes, indeed. There are numerous qualification rules, which I won't bore the listeners with, because, as you can imagine,
but there's a few doors, are there?
I don't know all of them, but yeah, certainly being born in the county is a pretty good one.
Yeah. And what about living there?
Living there is another good one.
What about being a member of a club?
Full-time member of a club is also.
What about grandparents? Can you
well,
claim that one?
no, I don't think it stretches that far. However,
but
so
that's still a good canvas, though, isn't it?
It
it's
is. Well,
Gavin
Gavin used to play for the Channel Islands. He used to put a team in, but that kind of folded. So he was available, and then Ian Lyons has been drafted in. He used to play for Cheshire, but clearly must have a qualification for Middlesex as well. They also have Jose Riva.
Oh, really?
On their books. Yeah. He's played for them.
Well, Rich is back from lunch.
Yeah, I didn't time that very well. Took
It's all
a
right.
bit longer than normal, so I left you through it. I knew cable hands of Gareth.
Yes, I was all by myself for some time, but I knew one of you would come back eventually.
I'm sure the viewers enjoyed your dulcet tones.
I was being a bit soporific actually, because
So yeah.
Well, he's left himself a little bit of a pickle here, hasn't he? Oh no, he's got the yellow through. Yeah.
You can
From
always
this
spot them.
angle, it was looking like he left his partner ball in the middle of the jaws, but he hadn't.
I've just become enormously excited because I can see that Matthew Essick is just tossed up
with his game with David Druitt, which will be the other game on this lawn. So
yes.
we'll have a couple of really interesting games here now.
Yes, and our viewers haven't seen Matthew Essick as yet. I mean, it's fair to say they probably haven't seen Nick or Eugene yet either, to be fair, but Matthew is one of the top seeds for this event. He's a current golf croquet world champion, and he also won the silver medal when this event was last played in 2020.
And he's had a little bit of an indifferent start to the tournament, coming good of later matches, but a couple of little shock results for him early on.
That's right.
So what are our instructions? Are we covering Matthew's
we're covering
game?
both. Yeah, we're covering both.
Do we have a main game that the cameras are following? I'm not sure.
Well,
currently there's only one
we're
game.
We're going to see if we can. We're going to see if we can pick the great things from both games. We'll see if we can do that. We'll certainly have the scores of both games up, and we'll certainly have the ability to delve into each one at interesting moments, but
Yes.
the only thing about the Matthew David game is that although it's very it'd be great to see Matt in play, it's pretty likely that Matt will prevail, and also he's pretty much already through. Whereas with the Eugene Nick game, that is an important game in the context of qualifying.
Okay.
So there'll be some interesting decisions for the producer to make. We will do the producer's bidding.
Exactly.
We'll do what we're told. Gareth.
Within reason.
Well.
Yeah. So Matthew lost to Ed Duckworth. Ed's a very strong player from Somerset. And he also lost to Dennis Bullock. So he's on 5 wins. You'd expect him to win this one. Hopefully we'll see Matthew play a number of breaks, and you might well see him changing grip as he does that.
Yes,
it's unusual features.
really interesting, isn't it? He uses the Irish grip for close-in shots.
David's looking for his first win. David Jewett had a very, very close game against Dennis Bullock. Lost 26-22. But yeah, it's one of a couple of players from Canada we got. Brian Cumming being the other one. Nick Parish, very distinctive on the lawn, backwards cap.
Yeah.
Yes, I was just going to say the
Yeah.
backwards cap is.
He's still clinging on to his youth. I think I gave up the backwards cap in my late teens. But Nick seems to carry it off, actually. He's I have to say, the more I've got to know Nick, he's a really good bloke, and he's a really good captain of Middlesex. He understands how to lead a team in a way where everyone feels they're involved and has a say. And of course Middlesex County champions currently, aren't they? So he's done well.
Yes, they are.
They've got a considerable strength in depth.
I was just mentioning that, alluding to the fact that they've signed well in the off season.
I think Nick has said he's probably finished with the recruitment, because otherwise he's in danger of not getting in the team. That's his words, not mine.
Yes, well,
So he's ended up doing a really nice NSL from quite a challenging position, because he didn't have a classic arrangement of the balls as he came out of 3-back, but he's actually left a lovely lawn at the end.
yeah, I'm just looking at blue, and to me, blue's gone too far north.
Right.
I think black at blue from B-Bulk is clearly the shortest shot.
Yeah.
And I always try and tell people that in most circumstances, taking the shortest shot you've got for your left won't be wrong.
Well, Matt Essick doing a little bit of juggling with the secondaries. He's very good at juggling, isn't he? Look at that.
Potentially.
I wonder if he could do it with 4 balls.
No, because I've been away having my lunch. I don't know if you've mentioned there's been
Look, he's doing a show.
potentially very big result in Block H.
Right. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Joel Taylor has beaten Jeff Sue.
Oh, right.
26-9. Now
Okay.
Joel's probably not going to qualify,
No.
but he beating Jeff Sue, a lot of other people might be very happy with him.
Absolutely, because we've got Jose and Mark Van Loon as clear leaders on 6 in that group. Ewan Burridge, who had a little bit of a hiccup earlier, is on 5 and very well placed, playing Joe Kim as the last game.
Yeah, you'd expect Ewan to win that on current form.
Yeah, so he's going to be 6.
And so, that defeat for Jeff opens the door a bit for Rick Harding and Dave Kibble.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, well, back to here. Eugene's going to play his lift shot, so we probably should stop watching the juggling, which we have. And
I think this is a mistake.
playing the black ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can't turn down black at blue, but I'm not sure he even looked at it.
Well, here he goes. Clonks it down.
So somebody's asking what Middlesex is. Well, Middlesex
Gone
is
well to the left.
It's sort of basically London, but it's only London insofar as it's north of the River Thames.
Yeah.
The bit south of the River Thames is Surrey.
Which is
So
another strong county, isn't
It
it?
is, historically it's been a strong county, yes.
All right. Well, as soon as Nick has played this rush over to the blue, then I think the David Matt game will start.
Nick coming right over. That's some other big results actually. The Tom Balding from the US has beaten Dominic Lungs 26-21.
Ooh, right.
So that's brought Thomas right into it.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
And a bit of a shock defeat for Dom.
Yeah.
Although Thomas is a very strong player. So yeah, apart from Block B, which is done and dusted, all four have decided already. It's sort of all up in the air at the moment.
It is.
Keeping us on our toes.
Well, we'll hopefully get an opportunity to do a little bit of a call of the board soon. But we're in the great position where we've got two intriguing games to watch. So I guess
Yeah,
we
Nick-
might have lost our opportunity there.
He's got a nice
Right.
rush of blue here, hasn't he?
He has, and he plays the rush nicely. As in the other game, David played the green to the eastern boundary, and Matt's going to play a corner 2 opening. Pretty much everybody is doing that.
Right, the camera seems to be focused on Matt at this stage,
Yep.
so
Yeah. Just going south of corner 2, if you want the idea.
might
Maybe I could ask both of you two how playing in front of cameras affects you.
I haven't
Well,
done it very much.
no.
I do like a crowd, I have to say.
Mm.
I also like a crowd. Yes, I don't mind a crowd
And,
at all.
Would you prefer a crowd or cameras? Would you prefer no crowd but cameras, or
Oh, that's a good question. I think I probably, if I had the choice, I'd go for crowd. I like a bit of interaction.
Yeah.
I was describing it yesterday myself, and Aston had a game-winning turn right at the end of the counties with time gone, and we had quite a crowd watching us, and I quite enjoy having a bit of interaction. It just calms me down a bit, to be honest. You must have played in quite a few big crowds, Keith, have you, in your time?
Big's a relative term, isn't
Big
it?
in croquet, big in croquet terms.
would you call today's audience a big crowd?
That's a
There's
decent crowd by
6
croquet.
people sitting up there on little outdoor chairs. There's David.
So one
fires
thing I
wide.
noticed about David already, he does walk after his shot a little bit. That's a fault that I sometimes develop in my play, where you transfer your weight a bit too quickly forward. You end up walking as you're hitting. That's not ideal for straight shots.
Matt's looking
He's-
relaxed, isn't he?
Yeah, he
I
looks
would
very
say.
relaxed.
Looks very relaxed.
As you probably would do if you were as good as him.
And he doesn't like the look of
Yeah,
double, but he's going to come up to.
He's not going to shoot from A bulk. He's going to make a double from
Yep.
B bulk here.
He's got a certain confidence about the way he moves around the lawn, as Mr. Essex, unsurprisingly.
And he's another croquet professional, I believe. Another American croquet professional.
So Nick is really getting his break going here. He's loaded a reasonable Pioneer to
Now Matthew's using a sort of pen holder grip. I know it's changed to a Solomon grip.
Yeah,
three.
big shot.
Solomon for the
Yeah,
big shots.
so the big
he's
shot.
Irish for the short shots.
Okay,
and Solomon
fine.
for the big ones. So here he goes. Made himself a double. Takes the mallet back, shoots. Oh,
yeah, good
clips the
shot.
brown
Just-
all the way down to the southern boundary.
Which is
I've never seen him play live before, but I just noticed just how still he was over that shot.
Yeah, it's like a tripod,
Yeah.
isn't it?
yeah, you
nothing
keep it a good solid base is
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, nothing moves apart from the bits that need to move.
Interesting. I was watching whether he leant the mallet backwards to start the swing, but I don't think he did.
No, I
think he
didn't
just
see
sort
the-
of
see the little
starts. He
tilt.
just swings straight back.
Yeah.
Whereas if you watch Reg Bamford, for example, his first movement of the mallet is just to lean it back towards him slightly and gets the tail off the ground.
Fantastic on the
Yeah.
replay, isn't it? So you know the way that Matt changes his grip from Solomon to Irish at certain distances. There must be this intermediate zone where you must think, oh, Shall I do Solomon or Irish here?
Yeah, and I've never ever seen him when I'm encouraging TV have any doubt. He's always gone straight to one or the other.
Yeah.
So he must have, now I don't know how many of these results we've covered, but I'm like, it's just like.
Well, we haven't really covered any results
Yeah,
because
it's just
I don't know whether I've mentioned this, but I was by myself for all this.
well, yeah, there's a reason for that, Gareth. It's because we know just how accomplished a broadcaster you are. Big shock in Block F.
Yes.
Peter Payne, 26, Aston Wade, 16.
Oh.
Peter Payne's a very experienced croquet player, but
Yeah.
Aston's been playing well, so Aston would have hoped to have got that one and probably got over the line. So now it's.
It leaves him, yes, leaves him one sort of just needing a little bit more to do.
I have visions of the players huddling together on a WhatsApp group and going, how many results can we chuck at the commentators to keep everything on their toes?
Now Matt's done really well here because he'd hit Brown and it went miles away from green, and yet he's still got a rush to hit one.
And he's got to rush all the way back to the brown as well.
Yeah, and that's very useful. He can bring green a bit more into the game, but he will get a rush on brown towards white. White, remember, is just south of corner 2.
Meanwhile, Nick continues his relentless second break. Remember, he's got to pick up.
Oh, that's. Yeah, sorry, Matt just squirted that pink a bit, so he hasn't got a straight rush to white.
But that is an amazing cut.
Yeah,
look at that. It's
yeah,
careering towards white.
Yeah,
it's absolutely.
Well, he's a bit unlucky.
He was unlucky to hit it. It was so good.
Yeah.
It hit the white in the corner. Yeah.
He almost got a cannon there, which would have been ideal, but
he was unlucky the angle he hit the brown on.
Yeah, well, brown has come out of the corner. White is definitely in the corner. So we'll see what he does here. I think this could be interesting. Nice lovely. Lovely camera work there, just to pick up that contact, brown on white. Now, interestingly, people watching have noticed Matt, the first thing he did was follow the rocade ball. And by doing that, you're demonstrating, well, I'm paying attention to what's happened. In this case, brown hit white. But even if white wasn't there, he would still. He might have noticed, okay, brown's gone in the corner, so I know where it's gone. But if it hadn't gone in the corner, and it didn't because it hit white, he has made sure he followed brown. And the first thing he did was mark the spot where brown crossed the boundary. So he's paid no attention to where the striker's ball went. So the first thing he did was put the rocade ball on, get that right, and then he fetched pink, even though he had to go all the way over to the other side of the lawn to do that.
And this is tricky now, isn't it? Because
well, it's tricky on several counts because he's.
Oh, brilliant!
He's
put the brown as a reception ball.
He has.
Very clever.
He's rushed. Yeah. Okay.
That because he was so unlucky originally to not just not to get the cannon, but to make it so that the brown had squeezed out to the east of.
Well, if brown had missed white, it wouldn't have been a cannon either because white wasn't in the corner. But now it'd be interesting to know to what extent that was deliberate. Did he get the outcome he was hoping for? I mean, it's a good outcome.
It's a very good outcome.
Because, particularly because brown has gone east of the line joining 1 and 2, so he should come out of this hoop to the west of brown.
That's a lovely combination. Oh, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
I won't get out of my seat because I'll fall over. But that was just fantastic. I don't know whether he meant that deliberately or not to promote the brown into the reception position.
There's some scepticism being displayed on the chat.
Oh, is there? Right. Well,
he's good enough to do it.
I'm a romantic. I believe that that was deliberate.
So big result in Block F. Gabrielle Higgins, who was obviously a finalist in the Women's World Championships, has beaten Tim Wilkins. So Gabrielle moves on to 5 wins, so now she's actually looking quite strong for at least the playoff place.
Oh, now big news from the game between Eugene and Nick is that Nick has faltered after.
There's been a change of
four.
innings, has there? Has there
Yeah.
been a change of innings?
There
Or is he,
has, and
or
Eugene is
potential
coming
change
on.
of innings?
Eugene is coming on.
Meanwhile, Matthew has made this look very easy. Hit in 4th turn. He didn't have an easy opportunity to get to hoop 1, but he made that. Still had white in corner 2, remember, or just south of corner 2. And if you look now, he's pretty much got a break.
He has.
Brian Cumming beating Duncan Reeve in Block F, so I think that's Duncan's main event done. Don't think he can come back from that.
Yeah, and we've actually got the answers to the quiz. Who are the 8 winners of this
very
event?
good. Somebody does care, Keith.
So Eugene with a really big shot here, blue on black, very, very important. He shoots and squirts to the right
Yeah,
hand
Greg
side.
Fletcher's a believer. I agree, Greg. It looked very deliberate to me.
I thought it was deliberate. I thought it
Yeah.
was a stroke of genius.
I'm going to pay attention when any of the Fletcher brothers makes a comment about croquet.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of the blocks up in the air with 1 or 2 games left. Hard to predict some of them.
It's edge of the seat stuff, Rich, isn't
Literally,
it?
I'm worried I might
and we're
fall on the floor at some
We're
point.
still in round 8. Wait till it's round 9.
I know.
Just calm down, mate. Calm down.
I'm going to miss all the playoffs tomorrow.
And
Oh,
well.
brilliant shot by Nick there, playing his red ball up to the north and making a 28-yard roquet. Really, really great shot.
Meanwhile, Matthew has he sent white near hoop 5. It's not a perfect pioneer, but it's probably going to be good enough. And I think he's rushing brown south of green. Yeah, so brown can go to hoop 5 as a better pioneer if he chooses to do so. We'll see what he comes up with.
So you're mentioning that Matthew is a croquet professional,
Yes.
and did you say Zach was a croquet professional
Zach's
as well?
about to become one.
Yeah.
He's going to be working at the National Croquet Centre in Florida this winter, he told me. And Stephen Morgan has 2 clubs that he coaches at. One in Florida and one, I think he said, in Rhode Island.
Okay.
And Carl Loose, is he a tennis professional with also there's a croquet club attached, is that right?
That's potentially true, yeah.
Yeah.
And certainly Ben Rothman, I'm not sure, he certainly used to be a croquet professional.
Well, that'd be a nice job, wouldn't it? So that's through 4.
Big win for Marcus Evans in Block B, 26 TP against Doug Grimsley. I think that's safe. Well, I think Marcus is already safe actually. Yeah, that's the group, the one group that is done.
Is that Group B?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually
Yeah.
sorted now,
That
is
is
it?
also- that
And
was
who,
sorted
who's
before
through from Block B then?
She's got Rob Fulford, funnily enough. He's
Uh-huh.
shows a bit of promise.
Yeah.
Marcus Evans,
Yes.
Debbie Lines, and Stephen Morgan.
Yep.
So yeah, very
Okay.
really. We're about. I mean,
And
So
who,
are there any shocks there?
who missed out
sort of
on
Jenny
that?
missed out.
Oh,
That's
Jenny
probably- that's
missed
probably
out.
the big.
Yeah, that
that's
is
probably
quite
the
a
big one.
shock, yes.
Yeah, because she's
Yeah.
very strong normally.
Yeah.
She's going to end up with either 4 or 5 wins.
Now, I'm just watching. This is interesting. I'm watching what Matthew's doing here, and he looks like he's going to send an early ball to 2 back. And normally, you'd put white there, the partner ball. If he's going to do it, he's going to be putting brown there. Let's see what he does.
And if he's putting brown there, is that a key that there might be a sextuple involved?
Well, we'll see.
We've been asking this, haven't we? Has he been trying them in the US?
Yes, the answer to that question now is yes, but right, so it's clear that brown and white are being left near hoop 1, so that immediately tells us that he's thinking about a crosswire at hoop 1.
Brilliant. Okay, that'll be a bit of fun.
It will be a bit of fun. It's I'm a bit OCD, but I don't like playing this takeoff, particularly if green's tight to the hoop.
Yeah.
Well,
although it's on the side, isn't
Jose did this yesterday.
Yeah.
His green was
it was
actually tighter to the hoop,
right.
but he ended up 4 yards short. And when he rotated green, it went north of the hoop.
But this looks nice. I mean,
Oh,
they'll be able to get
this
into
is
a good
fine.
position, won't they?
Yeah. This is fine now. So, right. So the way to do a crosswire, I think, is you actually want to rush green, and like you see, he's caught out. That hoop has caught people out consistently.
Because he's a bit flat now, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
He's talking to
Several
himself.
people have just appeared to be right in front of that hoop. All they have to do is run it smoothly, and they've caught wire.
Well, he should
Anyway,
be able to cut this down.
he will, but he's not in as much control now. Because I was about to say the way to do these is actually to rush green to the, well, in this case, to the east of brown, and then you've got control over the line that you put green down, and hopefully you get it more or less wired from brown, and you don't need to move brown very far, if at all, in getting your crosswire. Now he's sort of got to decide, is green going north or south, and I'm going to suggest it probably goes, okay, well, because you're trying to predict where green goes to then get a rush on brown
you need
to
be the right side of
wide
brown,
spot.
don't you? Yeah.
You do.
But I think he's got the wire already because he's not even touching it.
Okay, well that's a break, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's a break.
Yeah. Yep. And setting it in that orientation, it's the thinnest of the wire, isn't it? So for him to get it just right without having to touch brown is a real bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's, I mean, one thing you have to at least be aware of is the possibility of the opponent trying to jump over hoop 1 to make the rotate. And the way to avoid that is to get the balls close enough to the hoop, but that's simply not possible.
Okay. Yeah. Is that jumpable? You think, Keith?
Just no, not really. I mean, Brown's got the room. It's got slightly more room, but would it come down in time to hit green? And green's, can you get green up over the hoop in time? I think green could hit brown if it could clear the hoop, but I think it's too close. So while I've been talking, Matthew has very quickly come up to third corner, and he's left his balls. I can't actually see where white is. Where's white?
White's fairly deep towards the boundary.
It's not on the boundary though.
Not on the boundary.
No. Okay. But he's going to pick up any missed shot from green and brown.
Pink is north and a little bit east of hoop 3. So it's quite a fairly long rush in terms of space between white and pink. But assuming that David does shoot at him, he'll probably turn around and pick the ball up and adjust accordingly.
In the other game, Eugene has been left a huge triangle Nick has left himself in corner 3, and Eugene has actually finessed into corner 4. So
indeed.
David's staring at the cross-wide balls, but
they're still cross-wide, aren't they?
They're not moving.
they're resolutely refusing to uncross-wire themselves.
So now I'm looking at the long shot. shooting with brown by the looks of it.
Yeah, and I guess he's shooting with brown because it's the shorter shot.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Big moment for him.
yeah, big moment, yeah.
I believe they call this the tea lady.
They do. It isn't, but they do call it that. Well, it's one of those terms that has been adopted.
Here he goes.
It's right.
It's on
I
its
think.
way.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Right of white. Well called.
Started off right and stayed right. It wasn't a bad initial shot. I think the launch took it slightly more right.
You've got to be careful, Gareth, these days, using terms like tea lady.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. All right.
So, yeah. It's quite a good story though, because I actually witnessed the original.
Did you really?
I did, yes. It was in New Zealand in 1990, and the New Zealand 1 and 2, Bob Jackson and Joe Hogan, were playing in the New Zealand Open doubles, and they were playing against two ladies who, I think the story was that they were late substitutes for a pair that had dropped out. And you know, with the greatest respect to them, they did look like they could have been dragged from the kitchen, from where they were making the teas, hence the term. However, I think Joe and Bob didn't rate the other side's chances very highly, so Joe got a break and decided to lay up for an octuple for Bob Jackson. Now the octuple leave is the opponent's cross wide at hoop 3.
All right.
Ball in the jaws of 5, and the hoop 1 ball open, and open on the oppo balls and just south of hoop 5. So the ladies come on and look at it. They've not seen a situation like this before, and they look puzzled, and they decide one of them's going to shoot. She hits in.
Excellent.
She hits in.
That was-
Unfortunately, it doesn't make hoop 1. And then Joe manages to recreate the lead
Oh, yeah, yeah.
without even making any hoops,
Yeah.
which was quite astonishing actually. So they come out again. Obviously now they have seen the position before, so this time the other lady takes the shot.
Oh,
She
yeah.
hit it.
And she hit it as well?
Yeah, she hit it as
Okay.
well. Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's amazing.
Anyway, in the meantime,
in the
Matthew's
meantime,
back on.
Matthew's
Now,
gonna-
how is he going to approach this? He's got plenty of room to get Brown well over to hoop 2.
And he's got a lovely rush there.
And he
hasn't
has got a lovely rush.
Lovely rush.
Yes. Yesterday Jose was a bit short with white, so he didn't really have a rush to peeling position. I think Matthew will be trying to rush this to peeling position in front of 1 back, with the intention of trying to peel even before he makes hoop 1. And
Got a nice pace. Got a little bit hard.
No, just too hard. Now that's awkward. Don't know if the camera's got that yet, but
Brown
we're
is.
right behind it, and that is incredibly awkward.
Is that because Brown's in the way?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's lining up. He's going.
It's bold.
He's going. I think he's going outside Brown. I'm pretty sure he is. Yeah,
Oh,
I think he's going.
So he's
as
prioritising
as-
putting the pink in.
No, I think no,
confidence there, isn't it?
no. He's prioritising getting to green.
No, I
think.
mean rather than taking croquet from the other side.
And he's done well there.
Yeah.
He's in the sense that he's missed Brown. How close is
Oh,
he
it's
to green?
drifted.
Because well,
Drifting,
we know
drifting.
that, don't we?
We do.
We've seen
We do.
that before.
I think we could almost sell a commentator's guide to the contours of the
Yes,
lawn
we
forward.
could,
Yeah,
we could draw
well,
a contour map.
Yeah,
couldn't we,
well,
quite easily.
yeah.
They're not big. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a very flat lawn.
We don't want to turn croquet into golf,
He's
though, do we?
Eugene with
With
a big shot.
consulting
Yeah.
books of maps, and
Depends what
It's
we're
so
willing to
annoying.
pay for it, Keith. But
it's not all about money, Rich,
well,
is it?
that's-
Is it?
That's why we're
Is
here.
it? Yeah, well, they're obviously paying you more than they're paying me.
It's all about negotiations, Keith. Nice little nudge on green there from Matthew.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so
right in front.
he's made light of the fact that Brown that we thought was in the way. So he's now, what I'm curious to see, as I'm sure our listener is as well, is he going to try and peel one back before hoop 2?
Oh, okay.
This is the modern Fulford way of starting out
Right.
a sextuple.
Because normally with peeling turns, you're advised not to peel before. aren't you?
Well, yes. The risk here is that, I mean, so he is coming to white, and sorry, coming to pink, and white's perfect, I think. So just as if it's not obvious, the thing that you really want to, let's just run on. No, he's fine. The thing you have to avoid here is that pink, rather than peeling, just sits in the middle of the hoop, which is the hoop you're going to be trying to run from the other side in a moment. So that's not a good outcome.
Did you listen to the commentary that David Morm did in the Mac Rob in November, where Mark Avery was peeling before he made hoop 3? Is that something that you remember?
I don't think
If not, go back to the coverage and listen, because it's a very legendary
Is it vintage more?
bit of dialogue.
Right.
And
Well,
I'm sure some of our viewers will remember that.
Was there any ranting?
I will let you listen to the.
It's unlikely that they
Along
would
the
be
lines
sitting on
of
the fence.
along the lines of you never do this.
I encourage you to engage with the commentary.
Keith,
Yeah,
having known
okay.
Dave Morn for years, I think he's placing his bets fairly heavily on a certain style of commentary.
So he's got quite a long hoop here by his standards, but yeah,
yeah,
funnily
yeah.
enough,
Blind
he's
to
run
it.
it really
Commentary
easily.
booth.
Come and say hello mid-break.
Yeah,
thanks.
We've woken up now.
I think we can take it from that. He's feeling fairly relaxed.
Yeah.
He's having a bit of banter with the commentary team.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah.
clearly, some of our viewers do remember the commentary.
Yes.
He was. Dave was getting some good feedback though. A lot of people enjoyed his commentary
They
on
did.
the Mac.
Right, so this is a good example of how getting the peel before you make hoop 2 is enormously beneficial, because now you can set up a really nice position to peel 2 back with pink and then get a rush on brown to hoop 4.
Yeah.
I'm surprised brown's gone as far as it has, actually. But anyway.
Eugene on the lawn, waiting patiently for Matthew to do his thing.
Yeah, Eugene yet to trouble the scorers, and Nick camped in corner 1 with a rush to his
That's a
next 2.
very good takeoff from
Yeah,
Matthew.
lovely
Very
shot
good
to
takeoff.
green.
Because you do want to get a rush here. Well, you do want to get a rush after making the hoop.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
lots of
don't
big
really
shot,
want to have to play a big roll from near hoop 3 down to
Yeah.
pink. Because pink, he will be wanting to rush pink closer to peeling position.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's coped with this admirably. He's got a very, again, nice, easy hoop.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah,
will
just
be running this with
noticeable how he's
control.
put green in a lovely position,
Yeah,
and
it's
put white
fantastic,
right.
He's
isn't
got you see, the top players have no doubt that if they're aiming to land there when they're running a hoop, that's where it's going to go.
Yeah.
There's no element of, I better give it a bit extra in case I get some wire.
Yeah.
Because actually, if you're running a hoop, and as long as you just flick one of the wires, your ball will essentially go to the same place it would have done had it not hit the wire at all.
That's good. That's interesting.
But if you bounce from one wire to the other wire and maybe back again,
Bit of a rattle.
a rattle, or well, even just to hit the wires twice, you're much more likely to lose distance.
Interesting. Yeah, something I've been working on since I spoke to Keith a few years ago, just trying to run more controlled hoops, and it just takes a little while to have that level of confidence. Nick's back on the lawn.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
Nick is
you-
making 5, but both Eugene's balls are stuck in corners 3 and 4 respectively. So it's quite a dry game.
Yeah.
You're a mindset sort of guy, Rich, aren't you? Well, do you not think you don't even see the hoop, just hit the space?
Yeah.
If you hit the space,
Yeah.
hoop's not a factor.
Yeah, and it was interesting that when I'm playing well, I'm always looking at space. And last year when I had a bad run of form, all I could see was the hoop. That's all. Just you. Obviously, if your brain's not in a great place, survival brain then looks for threats, and the threat in this case is the wires of the hoop. So you start staring at them. And of course, when you start staring at something, you focus on it. Another part of your brain goes, "Oh, you want to hit that then," and hence you blob hoops.
Now, I think there's been a bit of a glitch for Matthew.
Yeah.
Maybe minor, and it will be minor if this peel goes through. But I don't think he put green anywhere near far enough south.
Yeah. Does
Right.
it look a bit high?
Okay.
Oh, a bit high. It's 4 yards, 5 yards maybe too far north.
It's certainly not a classic position for.
Because you can't.
6-2 ball, is it?
Well, he has peeled 2 back, so we're not going to find out how much that would have mattered.
Yeah.
But if he hadn't been able to peel it then, he'd have been peeling it after 4 with green as his hoop 5 pioneer.
Yeah.
Essentially, green would have been behind him,
Yeah.
which is
That would be.
not ideal. Anyway, he's a bit short on the rush to 4. So now I think we looked up, or you looked up, Rich, the other day, how many sextuples Matthew has completed in his career.
It's not a lot.
Fairly short career. Let's be
Yeah,
fair.
let me
It's
just,
not thousands of games.
I'll get that up again.
And that White has done well. He's fine. He'll be punting this through to the boundary
Yeah.
smoothly, and when he does, he will get a reasonably useful rush on Brown.
Beautiful shot.
Okay, well, actually, right.
So out of 456 wins, Matthew's got 181 TPs, 17 TPOs, but only 7 sextuples
Okay.
on the record. So it's a low number for someone of his ability, but I'm sure he'll get many more in the
Well,
near future.
you can only do sextuples if you try them.
Yes.
So, and
Yeah.
I don't know how often he actually tries them.
Well, the stats don't show us that, do they?
No, they don't. No. That is in no way a criticism of the stats. I think Chris Williams does a
No.
fantastic
Can you imagine
job.
Can you imagine
Can you
tournament
imagine
managers
it? Yeah.
recording
Yeah.
attempts at anything? Yeah.
I mean, again, something to mention about Chris Williams is that after every day he's updating all the rankings. So because a lot of the players are going on the rankings where I'm at now, and Chris has done an amazing job of feeding all these scores into the ranking system, which he has developed and maintained. It's just a brilliant system.
Yeah, and it is. And if you come up with, wouldn't it be nice if we could have C, X, Y, Z?
Yeah.
Next thing you know, Chris has produced a button for
Who's
you.
the youngest player who's never done a TP with the highest ranking? Yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
And
that sort of-
suddenly
yeah.
he conjures that up.
Yeah, he does.
He's
Yeah.
probably pulling that from memory, knowing
Yeah.
Stato as we.
It'll appear in the
affectionately
chat
call
in about 2 minutes.
He just has this amazing brain for facts.
So Eugene in the other game has got a very interesting shot ahead of him. His black ball is exposed in the middle of the lawn. And he's going to be shooting at his own blue ball in corner 4. And he
Oh.
really hasn't got into the game yet. So this is a chance for him to do so. If not, it could be the end. Here he goes. He shoots and he hits. Fantastic shot.
Yeah.
Round of
nice.
applause from the audience.
I'd call it a smattering. But yeah, there was applause. There was definitely applause. Right, so Matthew's run hoop 5. He croqueted pink towards 3 back, but it's actually come up a bit short. Oh, now he's, oh my word. Oh, that's a disaster. Right, well, I'm saying it's a disaster. Let's review the damage report on this one. So he was trying to rush green to the south boundary with the intention, I think, of punting it somewhere up towards 1 back, getting a rush on pink to peeling position at 3 back, and he's rushed it into the hoop, into hoop 5.
He's staring at it,
or
isn't he?
if not into, then directly north of hoop 5.
It's horrible.
Can we see on the camera? I can't
Yeah,
quite.
it's literally you have to pay this the wrong way and then come back, I think. Which
Yeah, well, if he's
makes
going to continue, because green is his 1 back pioneer, so he has to get out of the hoop.
yeah, which
He
he's
can
done.
still have a go at the peel.
Yeah, he's recovered that actually. That was actually a bit nastier than he made it look, I think.
Yeah.
Block
Yeah,
H.
that's short.
Block
I
H,
think.
Logan has beaten Joking, but it's puts Logan on 4 wins, but I just don't think that's going to be
It's going to
enough.
be enough. No.
Because Hurlingham is playing
No,
Kibble
he
at
had-
some point,
He
so he
had
can't get.
such a bad start.
You never
Right,
know.
so
He could. He's still not out of it.
are we stacking errors here?
Yeah, I mean this is
Are we
really
stacking errors?
This is really common in croquet, isn't it? We have this term that Keith and I love called stacking errors,
And he's
where
failed that peel.
a series of things go wrong, and it kind of downward spirals. So in this situation, actually, I would be looking as a player just to actually maybe walk off lawn, have a bit of a drink, just cool it down a bit, because if you're not careful, you're playing croquet shots from a very frustrated / annoyed state, and that ain't a good idea. You see it a lot. I see them sort of players more on my level where everything starts going wrong, but it can happen to the elite players as well.
There are exceptions to these rules, Rich.
Mm.
I played one of my best turns when I was absolutely steaming.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so that almost created focus in itself.
Well,
Just like,
yes, actually it did.
Oh, beautiful.
dare I ask why you were steaming, or just
It was in the Robertson Shield, actually,
Oh.
and I was steaming with some of my teammates
Oh.
because they were. I could hear them. It was a game of doubles, and my partner had been pegged out, so I was left 1 ball alone.
yeah,
And the opponents, to be fair, were playing a 3 ball break, which would have won the game. But
yeah.
for some reason, I just had an inkling that this break wasn't going to finish.
Ah.
And yet, I started hearing my teammates discussing leaving the venue
Oh.
in a few minutes,
Oh.
and who was going in which car.
Oh.
And are you ready? And yeah, I'm nearly
Yeah.
ready. Just give me a minute. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, there's a game still
Yeah,
going on.
this
guys.
isn't over yet.
Hello, chaps.
Yeah, there's a game still going on, and then sure enough, the opponents broke down. So my main motivation was to make sure I got a break, complete the break, so they had to stay for the third game.
Steaming Keith.
I
Yes,
was
became known.
absolutely. You wouldn't have known to look at me, but I was livid.
And we're getting more of the details in the autobiography.
Yeah.
It's just that Keith's just dropping little teasers in the
Yeah,
head of the main launch.
yeah. Advertising.
Yeah. Find out more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was a magic moment actually, because I played such a controlled break that when I'd finished,
Oh.
Chris Clark.
right.
Chris Clark, I'll just pause a moment. Chris Clark said to me,
Go on.
"Nice control."
Good grief.
Oh my word!
Okay,
I
that's it. That's
was
Nirvana.
I was no longer steaming. After
Yeah.
that.
You're
I was-
floating.
I was floating.
The croquet promise.
In
that
all
is-
seriousness, when
Yeah.
when someone you respect so
yeah,
highly
particularly
praises
Chris,
your
yeah.
play,
Brilliant.
yeah, it gives you a massive lift.
That's a good story, that. I've got a completely opposite story, which was
Opposite story.
well, in terms of team participation. So I was playing in the home internationals, playing against Jane Morrison. We 1-1 final game, and I'm going around with the second ball, and I look up and I suddenly realise the whole of the Welsh team was standing right next to the boundary, staring at me.
Right.
So I suddenly clicks that us beating Jane's team, I think that was the stand-in of the COVID year Bombardiers we had. Me beating Jane was crucial to us winning that particular test.
That's
So
a great takeoff, by the way. Go
Yeah,
on,
lovely.
sorry.
So I grinned at them and I said, it's quite important this one then, chaps. They looked sheepishly back and I carried on and thankfully finished my break. So that was good. So yeah, that's why I like a crowd. I find myself that chatting with the crowd relaxes me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and James Death is well known
Oh.
for loving a crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
He is the entertainer, isn't he, of croquet?
Right,
Certainly
so Matthew, he's recovered in some senses. He had another go at the peel after hoop 6 and it didn't work, and can't tell if it's on the wire or whether it's just bounced off a bit. Probably need the camera from the first corner area to just have a look at that one for us.
Now, if our viewers are interested in the other game, Eugene actually managed to make hoop 1. He dribbled through, but he was able to escape to his other ball in corner 4, and now that's left Nick with a bit of a conundrum because Eugene is paired up in corner 4 and both Nick's balls are in play, so he's either going to have to shoot at something or play dry, but Eugene might be back in this game, and as we've discussed before, this has a big bearing on Group C.
Okay. Meanwhile, Matthew's sensible choice, I think here, he is not going to try and go to pink before 2-back. It's just too far away to risk playing a big role.
Yeah.
So he's not had a peel attempt coming to 2-back, so if this sextuple is going to be successful, he will need to do a straight quadruple.
Now, Keith, is Matt giving away contact now?
Not yet.
No, not to
Not
get
yet.
too
Oh,
far back.
but no, but if he completes the break,
He's
he will
only,
be.
I mean, calm down, Gareth.
Yeah.
He's only just given away a lift.
Yeah, no, but I meant in terms of
But yeah,
how it should
if he ends up going
yeah.
beyond 4-back,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
he will be
Yeah.
giving contact. Yeah.
So big result in
right.
Block C.
Right.
Teenager in the US, Blake Fields,
Yes, yes,
has beaten Nigel Polhill.
right.
So that puts Blake
Okay.
on the 5 wins.
On
So
five,
I think
yeah.
he's in a good position to at least get a playoff slot. Although
Yeah.
his last game is against Blake has to play Dwayne McCormick.
Right.
Um,
Dwayne already through, of course.
Dwayne already through, so might be a bit more relaxed. Nigel's got to play Reg Bamford, so that might have been Nigel's chance gone. We'll see.
Yeah.
Plenty to play for in
Wow.
that one. But very good result for Blake. Yeah, he's. I saw him beat Omid on this lawn, didn't we? With an absolutely ridiculous rover hoop from miles away.
Oh yes, you're right. Yes, shooting at
Omid laid up
shooting at the
south
balls
boundary.
on the south boundary. Right, it just
Yeah.
creamed
He
through
just said, "Oh,
Rover.
it was a bit of a double," and just smashed it through Rover and finished.
Yeah. And Chris, I think, said, "Well, that's for a golf croquet player. That is a double. They regard those as doubles."
Yeah. Yeah, having a good chat with Blake and his dad Justin. They're really enjoying themselves over here, so it's lovely to see such a strong contingent of American players come over and having a great time.
Right. So, I'm wondering whether Matthew's thinking, "Well, I'm going to keep going, but I don't think I'm necessarily going to finish this," or whether he's actually thinking, "No, this is no problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
Still going."
I mean, like, the more peels you can get in, the better. Without.
Well, as I think you might have been talking about this, Gareth, or asking me yesterday. When do you give up?
Yeah.
And I think it's perfectly feasible to go to the
Ooh,
peg.
yeah, look at that.
Go to the peg, get as many peels as you can.
Look where he's put the pink. It's fantastic,
decent
isn't it?
pace.
It is, yeah, that is good. So he's got a chunky return Croquet on green. I don't think it will phase Matthew in the least. Yeah, he's just nailed that right in the middle
Wow.
fairly softly. Right, now we've get down to a straight triple, and if you remember, Gareth, there are two methods of doing a straight triple.
Yes.
So we'll see which method is employed.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I'm
there's
really thinking
the
this is bombard.
this is a bombard because green is not coming to penult.
Yeah.
Green is going to be that ball that you go to after you've done the bombard. Oh no, it's not.
Oh, green's in the skateboard.
Green's going to be an escape ball. Needs to
That's pretty
hurry.
good.
Needs to hurry.
Go on.
Needs to hurry. Needs to hurry. That's
Okay.
that's not far enough. It's not far enough if you're going to do a bombard anyway. I don't think.
Ooh, friends, coming very close to pink. That's okay.
So, what's he going to do now?
I will. Something that seeing Matthew live the first time, it's very, very obvious to me that his confidence really shows up in his body language. Like he just moves around the lawn, like yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
Whatever shows up, I can deal with it,
yeah.
and that's got to help. He's just I can find a solution to whatever.
Well, I saw him playing in the McRobertson Shield via the live stream, and he did a triple peel on lawn 2, which is the main broadcast lawn, and by far the most difficult lawn.
Yeah.
And I was watching, going, oh, he should give up now.
No,
Yeah.
he doesn't like
Oh,
that.
he should give up
Oh.
now. Oh, he should give up now. And then he completed it, so he's not a man for
Well, Matt
giving up.
doesn't like this one.
Well,
Pink short. Yeah.
yeah, but will he give up? Oh, he has given up.
Yeah, he has
Okay,
given up.
wow.
Yep.
Okay, well, so I think we'll see him.
Popping a little posthumous one just to get off the lift
No,
too.
no, I don't think I would. Honestly,
doesn't
don't
look
think I would. I think I'd get a break and
Yeah.
leave organised.
Yeah. Proper leave. Peg and fall back.
Okay.
Right,
So
so
that sextuple
after-
comes to an end.
I'll have to think about exactly where I want to put the balls, but basic principle is you get the balls on the boundary,
Yeah.
and you don't have any ball that David could use that's near hoop 1,
Yeah.
but you can leave the green and brown balls reasonably close together.
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah.
Now,
Not like a sort of some of the super leaves that we
well,
see.
you might leave them across a corner,
Yeah.
something that isn't a rush, but you can leave them close together because, of course, he's going to be lifting one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good point that. Yeah, sort of slightly more interesting scenario, isn't it? Because we don't see a lot of contact
No.
leaves in normal advanced.
But I guess in the UK, with your super advanced,
Yeah.
you're quite used to doing contact leaves, aren't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah. And it's one of the things we're doing a survey in this season about super advanced versus advanced and what players feel about it, because obviously players are looking, top players are looking for more challenges, which is why super was invented. But equally notice the world don't play it, so the experienced players, like your Dave Morms, Rob Fulfords, Mark Avery's, etc., have played a lot of both, so it probably doesn't matter to them.
So in the other game on this lawn, it looks like Eugene might be in for a break here.
Nice shot.
He's right in front of hoop 2 with the Pioneer at 3. So
Blue in corner 1.
he is fighting back. And it's remarkable to think that their game started half an hour before the Matt David game.
Yeah. And both Eugene and Nick are strong players. Just obviously the situation is super tense. I time we were playing against Eugene in one of our eights at the end of the season, Spencer L, a few years ago. Stayed in the house. He's an absolutely amazing cook.
Oh,
Phenomenal.
right.
Yeah, like everyone wants to stay in the house with Eugene.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a good chance while Matthew's going around towards Penalt. I mean, Eugene's done so much for croquet in this country. He was one of the people that really got the live stream going, getting the kit sorted out, getting the cameras sorted out, etc., etc. He did a huge amount of effort one season, set up a proper youth thing, and Aston Wade's one of the people that's come through that youth system, and others. And so, like, for someone that's got a full-time job, young family, he's just one of these people that is just constantly giving to croquet. So it's great to see him here at the Worlds. I'm really glad that first got that first win under his belt, and now if he can get the win here,
Yeah, he could be back in the mix.
He could be back in the mix. The county that he plays for, Middlesex, are renowned of having good social side, good merchandise as well, high quality gear, which we
Merchandising.
yeah, the county, slight envy from certain counties.
Hasta el rabo todo es toro.
That's the one. Well done, Keith. I'm glad you remembered it. Something doing with the bull, something or other, isn't it? It's the bull's tail or something. I can't remember the end of the bull. I can't remember. Someone will type it in.
Until the tail, it's all bull.
It's all bull, that's right. Yeah. Obviously, with Jose being a frequent member of the Middlesex team, little shout out to him.
Well, Matt's already put the brown on the boundary.
Yeah, he's just. This is kind of like, well, the sex table didn't happen, so I better just do this last bit properly. But I mean, he's making it look simple, but again, there's high level of control.
And it's interesting, Rich, that often this is where lesser players get unravelled. Like, you know, you might be going through the motions of a TP, it falls apart, but how you then rescue that situation and get the balls probably is like the sign of a really great player.
When I was really getting into TPs, and I had one season where I found just about every way to fail one, you have to remember when it's come off bits that you've actually still in the game, because part of your brain's going, oh, I haven't got a TP.
So why is he doing this then? Why has he got brown over there? And where are pink and white going?
I don't know actually, because normally you'd be putting pink and white there, wouldn't you? Well, it's pink and white in a corner probably, but I don't understand why he's spread out green and brown apart when he's going to make contact.
Okay, I've got an idea.
When you guys do your super advanced league, you do that sort of little split in corner four.
Yeah,
yes.
with the oppo balls. Yeah. Looks like he is going down to corner four with one of these.
He's going down to corner 4 with pink. Where's white going?
He's coming up to corner 3.
Okay, well.
I think. It's unusual leave, isn't it? Contact. I mean, he's given David pretty much
It'll be a big
okay.
test for David.
It's a big
happens.
test for David anyway, but I mean,
Brown,
Brown, I'd be looking at Brown going, well, there's my pioneer for hoop 1.
Yeah, it's like a long tice, isn't it?
I've got to, if I don't get a rush on it, which oh hello, where's this going? This is very interesting. I'm not a fan of this at all.
A little mini take off and then going to corner 3.
No, I think he's going in corner 1 surely, because you.
Yes, I'm definitely not a fan of that.
Where's he coming to corner?
Why are you
Where's he
not
going
fancy?
now?
Corner
He's
2.
going to corner 2. I don't like this.
Well, now you've got a chance.
Exactly. If you're green, you take contact with them white, and you take off
corner 2.
one down the west yard line, and you potentially get a rush to hoop 1 on Brown. It's obviously there's work to do, but
I mean,
this is a contact leave of the person who doesn't make contact leaves.
I mean, you wouldn't want to be leaving sort of a Reg or a Robbie or a Rob Fulford with this.
No, I mean
walking onto this, would you?
Eyes would light up where that brown and white
It's
are.
just
Anyway,
Yeah, it's small things, isn't it? But against the big opponents, it could make a difference.
yeah. I mean, I'm not.
So, he did very well until it unravelled at fullback, and then I agree with Keith. I'm not very experienced tactically, but it's not where I would have put the balls. Just think about how things are useful for David. Eugene's approaching 4.
Yep. And he's got a pioneer at 5. And he should be able to pick up the blue in corner 1 on this rotation.
So Eugene with the innings, with the break. We look to go around to fullback, and that puts him in a strong position if Nick Lewis misses the lift, because Eugene's more than capable of doing triple fields. I don't have to look it up, but I know that both Nick and Eugene have done quite a few.
Although Nick is 7-2 apparently in the head-to-head with Eugene.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I probably would have expected Nick to have a slightly better record. I'm surprised it's that much extreme, but I mean, obviously Nick's grade is better, but Eugene's a very strong player when he gets going. Nice line here for 6. Can we run into it? Okay, a bit tight. Sitting on the wire.
Right,
Still hasn't
so
gone to blue.
David has found what I consider to be the play.
I mean,
And I think he'll, at the very least, he will get a go at approaching route 1. And if he wants to, he can do a thickish takeoff. I mean, yeah. You see where I'm coming from?
Oh, totally. I mean, obviously with if White was in corner 3, he's got a lot less to work with, hasn't he?
Okay, well,
And the hill doesn't work in his favour.
no, the hill worked against him.
I think to be fair as well to
but
David,
he still gets an approach to who
with partner.
with partner. Yeah.
He's been sat down a long time as well, so we don't underestimate that he's been sat down.
Yeah, but a check.
feel the lawn's gone.
Check that White's on the yard line. Oh, he's not checking on. Okay, maybe it obviously is
That lead by Matthew just struck a little bit of let me get the balls all as far away.
Well,
from each other as
he knew he
possible.
needed them on boundaries.
Yeah. But yeah, you've given David a potential break. But yeah, it's probably a learning point for him.
Well, it's hard. It's still, even if he gets hoot 1, it's hard work to get a break going. But it's just that there's the opportunity.
Yeah. So while we're waiting for Dave to do that, Carl Maloof has beaten Ian Lyons 26-0 in Block C, so I think that's Ian done. Carl's in a strong position to at least get a playoff place. Dominic Nuns has beaten Callum Highland 26-0, so I think that's Callum definitely.
Well, Callum was on his knees before, so he's out now.
Dom's virtually through. Omid Hallam has beaten Pete Trimmer 26-1.
Okay,
so
right.
that keeps
So
Omid in it.
he's back in things then.
Dave Kibble's beaten Rick Harding 26 TB to 10, so that puts Dave in a strong position.
And Rick was looking strong up until then.
Rick's might be on the periphery now. And then Harry Fisher's beaten Neil McCarty 26-0. Harry's safely through. So
Well, it might be fun to have a bit of a look at the board. I mean, because I don't think David's going to get this hoop shot here from quite a long way away.
That was speculative, I would say.
Yeah.
That was I just want to have something to do in the game.
Yeah.
I've been there. You watch another player for a long time, you get very cold.
Yeah.
Any chance at one, you just want to take
Well,
it.
also, you're in a position where you've got to try and take anything, because you can't afford to play cat and mouse with a player like Matt Essick, can you?
No, you've got to be aggressive. Got to be aggressive. Just going to nip away for a second, chaps.
Well, when you come back, maybe we'll have a call of the board,
Yeah,
because
that'd be good.
I think that would be a really good
It's
opportunity
starting to shake out a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah. So, interesting choice for Matt here. He's going to shoot at his opponent's balls, which are in the middle of the lawn, and he doesn't hit.
He's missed.
but still a lot of work for David to do. I mean, it's a testy 5-yarder even just to get back into the innings.
Now we just saw Matthew hit that ball quite hard, and once it had crossed the boundary, it actually also leapt over the stop netting.
The wire netting, yeah.
And that is actually a bit of a feature at Hurlingham, because you look at the netting and you go, oh, that's good.
Yeah, but
Say those spectators down at the south boundary, well,
we've had the ball in the commentary
box. We've had the ball in the
times.
commentary box, yeah. So
the netting doesn't really do its job.
Well, it's entirely because they've got this. What would you call it? Like a fringe.
Yeah, fringe of rough grass. So it raises it up.
So
doesn't it?
and it's just a launch pad.
Yeah, it acts as a little ramp.
So spectators, beware if you're coming down to Hurlingham. Just be aware when somebody's shooting in your direction that the ball might not be stopped by the stop netting.
Well, David hit a nice Croquet to get in, and now he has an easier shot than what he had before.
Right.
He's off.
Yeah. And he's got a rush. Has he got a rush to pink?
Yeah, if he cuts it.
Yeah. Well, cut it a bit south of pink. Stuff brown out into the lawn a bit. Rush pink.
Up to white.
Up to the a bit to the west of white maybe, and slowly dig a break out.
It's possible.
Or you could go for the stuffing brown into the lawn, get a rush on pink, up to white, and then put pink as a reception ball for hoop 2. Rush white to the west of 2 and do a stop shot, send it towards 3. Get position, run the hoop 2.
It all sounds so easy when you talk
well,
about it.
these are just the sort of options, aren't they? I mean, that is the play that he achieved it in a different way, because if you remember, Matthew had this promotion on his rush out of corner 2, and that gave him a reception ball for hoop 2.
Now Eugene is really working his way back into his game. He's through 2 back. He's now got all the balls. So he's had to scrap this break. It's it's never been easy for him. This is the first time he's had all 4 balls, and it's got through. We're now on 3 back, so he's really had to battle for this. But he's finally pulled it together. If he can engineer a nice little break at the end of it, we have quite a game on our hands.
Right, meanwhile David's sizing up this croquet stroke on pink, and I think he'll be trying to get a rush on white.
He does.
Right, now
Rolling,
you could
rolling,
use
rolling.
that as a reception ball.
So do what Matt did, and they do the sort of load and hold thing.
Potentially. He's not quite got the rush on white to the west of hoop 2, but maybe he'll just take it to hoop 2.
It's a bit steamy.
Well, how would you progress here? I've got a plan.
You got a plan?
I've got a plan. Yeah. And
He's taking off.
This is. I don't mind this.
Yeah.
Take off, run the hoop, hit pink.
Yep.
Croquet it to 4.
Going to brown.
Probably going to white.
Oh, going to white.
And rush white to brown.
Oh.
And then rush
And
brown
rush
to
brown.
3. And
Okay.
I know. White is closer to 3. But yeah, that's good hoop. You it's quite often the case that it's more accurate to go to the in-lawn ball and rush it to a ball
To
near
the
the
ball
boundary,
on the outside, yeah.
and then you get
And
an
mark
easy should, if you do it well enough, you get a small short croquet shot to get your rush to wherever you're trying to go. Whereas if you go to the ball near the boundary first, you then have to move your ball several yards to get the rush.
Yeah, that makes
It's
sense.
something to look out for. I would, before somebody showed me that, I would automatically go to the ball that's
Yeah.
further away,
That's right.
and use the ball that's nearer the target hoop. Anyway, David's got this Roquet pink. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good shot.
So let's see if he does what Keith recommends,
Well,
sending the pink down to...
I think it's quite a wide split going to brown.
Yeah, whereas the split going to white, and even if he didn't get a good rush on to brown, he can still take off to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously much better to get some sort of rush on white. And as long as you're not too far away from brown, you should get a decent rush on brown to hoop 3.
Well, David will have to wait a little while because Eugene is just completing his turn. He's made his 9 and now just fashioning the leave, and he's looking to put the red in the classic NSL position. And he's really got himself back into this game very nicely. It's been a very tough break. At no stage did he have access to all the balls. He's had to dig them out of boundaries, and he only had all the balls right at the end. So he's done a great job. Whether that red is now open from a ball is another matter. It's so far away from hoop 4 that Nick might even have a swing. But he got a
Yeah,
very nice
maybe,
contact on it.
maybe, but
Very
it's-
nice contact.
It would be quite a short swing. Right, so I can see David is looking at brown. Yeah, that's the man who's going to brown, but actually he's almost gone beyond brown, which would have been a great result. Anyway, he's going to rotate brown, and now will he bring brown into the break, or will he do a takeoff? He's not lining up for a takeoff. So we're going all in.
Yep. Bring that brown ball all the way in, get the rush on white.
Yeah.
Well, I think you've got to be adventurous at this stage. You know, there's just no point against a player of Matt's calibre trying to muddle around, as you say,
Well,
all in.
I think a lot of players would think, well, until I've got the break established, I don't mind. And I'm not saying top players, I'm just talking generally, would think, well, I might leave partner near the boundary.
Yeah.
So if this doesn't go
Shot.
right,
Good shot. Good
if
shot.
I don't rush well, or I don't approach hoop 3, I've got partner to retire to, and it's not a bad leave. But equally, you know, if this works, you've already got the 4th ball.
Yeah. And it looks as if it has worked. He's played a beautiful
He's
back
played
takeoff.
that well,
Yeah.
yes.
So he's now got the classic break position. So
Yes.
that's well played, David. Well
Yeah,
played.
very well played. Yeah.
Now, what I think we'll do is Eugene's just setting his leave, putting a lot of effort into it because he has left that red quite exposed. But maybe what we'll do is we'll see Nick's lift shot, and then we'll get Rich to take us through each of the blocks.
Sounds good. Yeah.
So I'll just go and tee that up with the production team.
Cool, excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, some key results coming through. So we'll update you en masse probably.
Okay, so David's made his Croquet after hoop 3. So let's see how good a break David can play. He's got all the balls.
Yeah, he's got all the balls in textbook position. Eugene's finished his turn. So what we're going to do is we're going to see what Nick does with this shot. And then whatever happens, we will do a call of the board.
Okay, sounds good.
Under Rich's. Might take a little while for Nick to decide what he's going to do here, because he's clearly got a swing on the NSL ball at 4, but whether it's enough of a swing to make him comfortable is another matter. So now he's going down to A ball, so it will probably take a little while for that to happen, which is good because it means that Rich can do his homework.
Yeah, I'm just literally catching up. We've got a flood of scores
That's
coming
good. Well, don't give any spoilers at this stage. No. And the situation is further complicated because David wants to play hoop 4, but now we've got some action. Nick has picked up the yellow ball, and that might even give him a little bit of a triple target, with red being so far away from hoop 4 and Eugene's black and blue balls on the eastern boundary. And in fact, judging from the position that Nick has gone to, it's not at the end of A balk, it's about 3 or 4 yards to the west of A balk, the end of A balk. So our cue to go to the board will be at the conclusion of this shot.
Okay.
So Nick lining it up. Nice camera angle there. Big shot in the context of the game and the group. Shoots and clips the blue. So
right. Good
round
shot.
of applause, and that is a great cue for us to hand over to Rich for a bit of an analysis of the state of play in each of the blocks.
Yeah, so we'll start with, we'll do them in order. So we'll start with block A, where obviously Robbie Fletcher's run away with it. He's 100% at the moment. Alan Giroux started strongly, has dropped away a little bit. So Robbie and Ben are clearly going to be through. And then there's a real bun fight then between, so this makes this match very important, because if Nick can win that, it moves him into a very strong position. But Eugene's on 3 wins, so if he won it, he'd get up to 4 and then he'd be in play.
Yeah, and that was always why Alan slipping up was going to be so impactful.
Yeah,
because
Alan's got 2 games against Lorna and Mark, which on paper you normally expect them to win, but again, both those are players that can cause an upset.
And Lorna's still in it, do you think?
Lorna's still in it for sure. Lorna's got to play Alan Giroux, which would be a tough game for her, but winnable, and she's got to play Simon Williams. Now Lorna's capable of winning those. And
the good thing for Mark is that he's up against Archibald.
Yes.
So
Mark she would expect to win that one. So that's very open.
Yeah,
still.
really open. Very, very interesting group, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
To Block B. Block B's done and dusted.
Yeah.
So we can quickly have a look at Block B, bring that one
And
up.
just confirm
Yeah.
the order in Block B.
Yeah, so that's Fulford, Marcus Evans, Debbie Lyons and Stephen Morgan.
Yeah.
They've all done very well there.
Yeah. So absolutely
Jenny's missed
clear.
out.
Yeah.
So she'll be disappointed.
And Lachlan Berryman will be disappointed.
Yeah.
He was ranked very highly in that group. Yep.
Right, so we're on to C. Now C's all over the shop, apart from Reg and Dwayne. So we're pretty sure Reg and Dwayne are going to go through unless something weird happens. So Carl's had a good result, just coming into us reporting on it. Kyle and Blake on 5, and then you've got a whole bunch on 4. Nigel, Omid, and Pete. I think below that, I think Ian Lyons, unfortunately for him, is done.
And Nigel has to play Reg.
Yeah, so I think
is-
Nigel's going to be struggling with that one. And then we look at the rest. So Kyle is playing against Pete Trimmer, so that'll be a close game.
Oh yeah, very
Omid's
important.
playing Ian Lyons, so again that could go either way.
Yep.
Blake's playing Dwayne, which will be a tough game for Dwayne, for Blake. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a playoff out of that one.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
the way things are looking.
Yep.
So
It was always likely that
Yeah.
Block C would return a
Yeah.
playoff.
Now Block D, we've got 2 clear at the top. So we've got Mark Avery and Zach Watson,
Yeah.
who we'd expect to have done well. Mark's played 1 game less, I believe.
And then look at all those people on 4.
Yeah, now that is an interesting one because there's a number of who against who. So Gavin is got 2 more games left. He's playing Richard Smith and Sam Murray.
Yeah.
Sam's
So
coming
so Gavin's got to
strong.
play 2 other people that are also on 4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sam's coming very strongly up the board. He had a slow start at the start of this tournament, but he's coming really well. Peter Philby's in play. He's got 2 more results to come in against Zach, which would be tricky, and Allison, which he probably would expect to win. Richard Smith has got games against Stephen Forster and Gavin Carter. So yeah, that's going to be tight. That could well be another playoff there, I think.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll get some playoffs from that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then we go
Block
to
E.
Block E, which obviously we're watching Matthew Essick in play. Andrew Johnson, again, a slightly slower start for him initially. He's come on really strong. Got his 6 wins out of 8, so I think Andrew's going to go through. We'd expect Matthew to go through with him. Ed Duckworth just had a really good win. Let me just check who that was against. Ed just beat Robin Brown, so that was one of the middle
because
of the
Robin
table
started
ones.
very strongly, didn't he?
He did extremely strong. So Robin's dropped back a little bit into the pack. There's a number of players still in contention.
Yeah. Is Kevin Beard still in with a chance
Kevin's got one more.
He's got
game
against
to
Robin,
play.
I think, hasn't
yeah,
he?
against
Yeah.
Robin Brown. So
Yeah.
he could potentially.
Well, that's effectively
nick up to 5.
that's effectively a decider, isn't it?
It is.
Kevin Beard, because one of them's going to have to get 5.
It is. Notable one here is Robert Wilkinson, who's one of the qualifiers and the former England international. His last game's against David Druitt. So now Robert is a bit variable sometimes, but I would expect him to win that.
Yes,
That'll put
so
him on
he's
6.
6. Yep.
And then Ed Duckworth's playing Andrew Johnson, which could be a tricky one. So that could go to a playoff as well. Christian had a chat. Keith had a chat with Christian Carter earlier on, and just as he was saying, he just couldn't hit in the tournament. And if you can't hit in against these players, it's
So we know that one of Robin Brown and Kevin Beard will have 5, guaranteed, because they're playing each other.
Yeah.
And obviously, Matt looks like he's going to win this game.
Tom Cole's playing Matthew Essex. That's a tough finish for Tom.
Yeah. So probably he won't get 5, but
Robert, I think,
Robert should get 6.
Matthew Essex will be on 6 or
6.
7.
Yeah. Andrew's already on
And
6.
Ed Duckworth's playing Andrew Johnson. So it could end up being a playoff there between maybe Ed and possibly Kevin. I don't know. Or Robin.
Yeah.
Yeah, good
okay.
block that one.
Yeah, interesting.
Let's move on to F.
Fascinating.
F's a little bit clearer. So we've got Mulliner and Fisher on 7.
Yep.
Aston had a bit of a shock defeat against Peter Payne. No disrespect to Peter. Aston's got to play Paul Bennett and Harry Fisher.
So is there any way that Tim and Brian can knock Aston and Gabrielle off the
so
perch?
Brian's got, funny enough, Brian's got Gabrielle in the last game.
Right.
Gabrielle's got
Right.
Yeah, Gabriel's just got the game to come in again.
And who's Tim got in in his last game?
Tim has got
Duncan Reeve.
So
Yeah.
that could go either way. Yeah, Duncan's a strong
Okay.
player.
But certainly, certainly
big
still
playoffs.
open.
Yeah,
It's still not done and dusted, that one.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. So let's go on to G. G is we've got sort of 4 from 5, I think here. Dom Nunn, where are we? Yes, Dom Nunn's on 6 out of 8. Tom Balding on 6 out of 8. Dave Mulm's actually got 2 games to report, so I'd expect him to finish high.
Yeah.
James Death has still got to play James Hopgood. So I think it's going to be 4 out of 5 at the top there. And I think you're going to need 6.
Well, the thing is though that Dave Morm's one of Dave Morm's last games is against Max Walderdorf.
Yeah, you'd expect him to
and
win
you'd
that.
really expect David to win that one. So
Yeah.
you've got your 4 people on 6 there.
Yeah, and then James Death has to beat James Hopgood to get on to 7 and get clear. Tom Balding's last game is against Callum Highland.
Now Stuart's last game is against Dominic Nuns.
Yeah.
So Stuart could get 6. We might see a playoff with a few people on 6 there then. Yeah. In fact, this one might be an occasion where several players are on 6 and we have to have a playoff.
Yeah. Interesting block, that one.
Yeah.
And we've got one more left, which is potentially a little bit clearer, he said. Well, apart from the... So I think Ewan's got a very strong chance of beating Joe Kim in the last game.
Oh
That's
yes,
him on 6,
yeah. So we'll
that'll
put
be
him on
enough.
6 for that one. Yeah.
Dave Kibble in the last game is playing Jose Riva. Tough one for Dave.
Tough one to Dave. Yeah.
So I probably would expect Jose to win that. I think Mark's clear. Logan has got Rick Harding,
yeah.
so that could be interesting. So
So
one's going to be on 5.
One's going to be on 5.
But I expect Ewan to move up one, but
Yeah.
Dave might remain on 5. So
Yeah.
it might be a playoff for
There might
5
be
wins.
it might be 3 people on 5 there. Yeah.
So it's good. So lots of play
Okay.
for you.
Yeah, very great. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah,
Thanks
good.
for that, Rich.
Yeah,
Great
enjoyed
call
that.
of the board.
Yeah, thank you.
And we
Keep an eye
will
on it.
go back to the action, and we'll just update the scores. And amazingly, I don't know whether you heard that round of applause, but David made a fantastic
Good.
hoop.
Excellent. Pleased for him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and he's
hopefully
still
gets
in
some more
play,
time.
which is really good.
Rob Fulf has now finished with 8 wins out of 9. Only defeat was Debbie Lyons yesterday. So well done, Rob. I mean, we'd expect it, but regardless, it's still well done.
And the big news from the Eugene-Nick game is that Nick wasn't able to get past 1 back. Actually, he stopped at 1 back. And Eugene is in and has rushed down to near hoop 1, a little bit far away, about 6 yards southeast of hoop 1. But if he makes a good approach, he's got a fantastic pioneer at hoop 2. So Eugene could well be really back in this game.
Yeah. Eugene's the... well, both these players actually, both Eugene and Nick, more than capable of doing quite impressive finishing turns, although obviously with Nick's case it's a bit trickier if you're starting at 6 to finish. But Eugene getting going at hoop 1. It looks quite sideways from here, but I think the way he's looking at it, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's good. He's happy with it.
It's angled, but perfectly capable of making that. And he does. So Eugene off with the blue and a break ahead. Because he's got a reverse rush on the yellow towards the black.
Yep.
And a great pioneer at 2. So I think Eugene's in good shape.
Knowing him and the respect that he has for Nick's play, I'm sure he's going to try and engineer a triple peel.
Okay.
He's more than capable of it. I'll look up the stats.
Yeah.
Just so we get some more detail on that. But I know both players are comfortable tripling. But I don't think he'll want to give Nick another go, if possible.
And as we've seen, the conditions are good for tripling. lovely even pace and predictable.
Yeah.
So
Eugene's had 28 TPs ever, so he knows what he's doing.
yeah,
It's not a high triple rate, but it's certainly indicative that he can certainly pull one out.
and the trajectory is good, isn't it? I mean, they'd all be quite recent ones, I would imagine.
Yeah. Let me confirm that as well while we're at it. Yeah, he's doing a few each year. I think that was at 2013 was his best year. He did 7. But he does a few each year, so yeah, it's definitely a possibility.
Well, he's certainly going to be able to load hoop 3/4 back with his partner ball.
Correct, which is very handy. And he has got time, obviously, after hoop 2 to then get a reception ball over as well. So
Yeah. Yeah. If
from
he gets
here-
if he gets a nice rush down on the yellow afterwards, then
yeah,
he's got a potential TP
I'm not
on time.
If I had it in practice, I'd feel pretty relaxed.
Hmm.
The fact it's a
World Championship,
stakes World
high
Championship
stakes,
block
on
game.
camera,
on camera.
but with very nice commentators.
Exactly, we've been
Yeah.
very nice to him. I mean, the key here really is just play a normal game. Eugene also will be probably a bit more relaxed because he didn't have a great start to the tournament, so he might have thought he was out of it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
sort
and
of
he's
freebies.
played a great shot there, hasn't
Lovely.
he? Because he's got a lovely rush on the red to plonk it into just the right position. Well, David making a really good game of this.
yeah, I'm
you
pleased
would-
for him.
Might have a surprise yet.
Yeah, as we said before, he's got some decent chunks of points in other games, just hasn't had a win yet. So he's clearly capable on the law. What we've seen, he clearly can play some really nice shots. So Eugene's rushing red, sort of generally in the direction of yellow. So
That's okay.
yeah, it's
Because
fine,
he'll be
isn't
able to roll red into as a pioneer for 4 and get behind the yellow to pump it back up. So everything's still looking good for Eugene if he wants to go for this TP.
Yeah, just going to plonk red up 4 and then hopefully get a rush on yellow up the lawn, make it the shot much shorter.
Meanwhile, David has left himself a yard angled hoop for 2 back, which he doesn't make. Oh, that's disappointing. Giving away the lift.
Places you don't want to
No.
break down.
Yeah, very disappointing for him. Turns away in agony,
Just grabbed, didn't it?
and
That's a shame.
that will now see Matt come back on. He has a lift. He has pretty much all the balls at his disposal now once he's hit in.
Yeah, I think he'll finish from here. Just compose himself and do what he needs to do. So Eugene's rolling yellow up as a reception ball.
Ooh, he's a bit short on
A
the
little bit short. This
on the
might end up
striker ball.
Yeah, that's not.
Gives himself a little bit of work to do.
Yeah.
He's got a 4 or 5 yarder on the black. So big shot for him here. Makes it nicely
Yeah, it's nice.
and very good recovery. I love the shine on these balls. They look so fantastic.
They really are. I mean,
Yeah.
they are brand new. At the start of this game. Oh, sorry, start of this tournament.
Well, Gene nicely in front of hoop 3.
Yeah, it's
With
good.
black has a reception ball and
Black's a bit deeper, but that's
It's
good
a
given
bit
where
deep.
yellow is.
And yeah, I think he'll have a go at least jawsing here.
Yeah.
Tiny little tap. Yep, this looks good, Rich, because where the yellow is, it means that Eugene can just play a little stop shot at whatever pace he chooses to do.
Yeah.
And
I think the key-
and the blue ball will have a perfect rush on the yellow back down the park.
Yeah, I think he's in good position here. He's as you said, Jaws is good here, and it's a pretty straight shot because yellow's right next to it, so he doesn't need to use it. There won't be a lot of pull. So I think that he's going to get minimum Jaws out of this.
Now, interestingly, Matt has taken off down to the brown. He's just trying to go round the lawn to engineer.
Yeah, just rushing brown in behind white.
He's got his pioneer at penultimate after he's made 4-back. Now Eugene has put the black in the jaws, but quite deeply through the jaws. It's sort of like it's very deeply through the jaws.
Yeah, and he's rolled on a little bit with blue, which makes the rush on yellow a bit trickier. So he might end up with a bit of a roll. So we've got a plane going on overhead. Yeah, they're not the best, those, where they sit deep in the jaws.
Well, it also makes it a little bit more difficult to do a rush peel afterwards, doesn't it?
Yeah, you got to get close, because it's easy to miss those. The problem with this is the hoop's in the way a little bit, so you'll be striking down on blue a little bit, which will tend to make it jump when it hits yellow. So if he gets yellow down the lawn, he's done well. That's pretty good.
Shot.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's
great
good.
shot.
Just shortened his backswing slightly there. So it'll be yellow to 5, make 4 off red, and then see if he's got a chance to rush up the lawn. Matthew's just letting Eugene crack on with it. As well as being a fantastic player at both codes, Matthew's renowned for being an absolute gentleman.
Yep.
He's got a lot of fans around the world, as much for how he conducts himself around the lawn as how well he plays. Yellow short.
Yeah,
there.
yellow short and blue short, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that was.
You really wanted blue deep there to be able to pump back red back in front of hoop 4.
So Matthew's actually marked that ball carefully in the jaws of 4-back. It's going to rush white up towards 4-back and on his hopefully finishing turn for him. A bit strong from Eugene there on the rush.
Yeah. Matthew will take the white ball up the park.
That's a nice rush.
Wasn't that a brilliant rush?
Yeah.
Just a perfect cut.
Yeah.
Just needed maybe another yard, but he won't be
he's
worried
straight
about
on
that.
though, isn't he? But that was just he didn't really put any much effort into that.
No,
did he?
no.
Mark Avery's won another game. He's just easily into the play into the knockout. He's only got Annabelle left to play.
Yeah, and we enjoyed that game that he had with Zach Watson earlier. That was a good tussle.
Through to the north boundary for Matthew. So that leaves him a nice rush on white.
And he's already got a pioneer at penultimate. So I think, well, David would have made him a little bit worried. He looked like he was going to make his 9, and he did well to get the break going.
Matthew will be pretty happy with this. Gets him a win. I mean, we kind of expect him to go through, but it's nice to get that win.
Yep.
On the board. I don't want to be too premature, but I'd be very confident of him finishing. If I had a spare house, I would probably be betting on it.
So you're not willing to bet your ordinary house? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I've seen things go wrong.
Isn't there some a long list of things that can go wrong just pegging out?
I had a position where I just ended up with peg in the way of getting to the penalty ball. That's happened to me before. Well, viewers, what's better than Christmas? It's Christmas with Keith Ayton, isn't it? So
Stop it.
Has he bought us drinks, has he?
yeah, he's bought himself.
I'm not. I've developed a slightly sore throat yesterday. Dry throat.
Dry.
Don't worry.
Look,
Well,
too much talking.
Yeah,
And I've decided to make sure my whistle is refreshed.
yeah, very good. Of course, even though Keith's an encyclopedia of the game, you're fairly new to all this commentary lark, aren't you? You and I broke our duck on the British Open, I believe.
Yes,
Right, yeah.
absolutely.
You wouldn't know, of course, I mean, given Keith's smooth delivery.
That was a lovely rush up the park by Eugene there, wasn't it? Given that he's got to rush peel the black, and there's a private joke going on here that I'm not.
Oh, Keith and I have known each other for a few years now, and
Long enough that you think you can get away with stuff.
wow.
So
It's good
what's
shooting your
Eugene up to? Come on.
Well,
Go ahead, Gareth.
he's done a deep jaws, if that's the right word for it.
So nearly peeled.
Nearly peeled.
Right.
Nearly peeled, yes. And he's having made hoop 5. He's rushed the reception ball, which was the yellow, all the way up there. And now he's pondering his options.
He's made 5.
He's made 5.
Oh, he's
yeah.
made 5.
He's made 5.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
So
Okay. So actually, well, point number 1. If he was intending to send yellow to 1 back, he can't.
Yes,
Well, he can.
yeah.
He can, but
Could he leave black where it is and just ignore it for this rotation?
It's the sort of thing I don't really want to do that.
He's got
I mean,
close to it.
There's not much he can do with yellow.
No,
Well, no, not much useful he can do with yellow.
okay.
If he wants to rush peel black. If he leaves yellow there and rush peels black, then the sort of natural thing to do then is probably send black to 1 back.
If he had Robert Fletcher's mallet, he could do whatever he liked, couldn't
Well,
he? Because he could send the yellow there and the blue ball would just stay there.
Yeah. I was talking to Robert about his mallet.
Yes, I saw you having a long
Very
chat.
deep
Yeah,
and
Matthew.
meaningful
Win for
conversation
Matthew.
that was. Yeah,
Good
Matthew's
showing
one.
from David, though. Well done for David. He having
Yeah.
sat down for a while, he made a good fist of it.
He did. He made a game of that.
So what happened? He broke down at 2 back, did he?
long-
He
Ah,
claimed
Longish
that's a
two back. Yeah, not a place to do that, right? I think one of the things you learn about triple peels is to get this first peel in, and you got time. You
Now,
don't need to rush.
That is true. No, I didn't see the shot, but why is yellow there?
Yeah,
Oh, because
you
that's how it got rushed back up from after he made
not
5.
be careless. I suppose.
Okay, yeah. So maybe the lesson to be learned there is that you take account of what might happen with a rush.
Places you don't want to be.
Yeah. Was it a case of he had to cut it to get it further?
I can't remember.
East,
I
okay.
can't remember.
Because sometimes if you the perfect rush is to cut it, and then you don't cut it, and you end up somewhere where you can't play the croquet style. He's absolutely clubbed up. And he's clubbed up.
A little bit on the
Again, the key.
steamy side.
When you make a mistake like that, the key is just to make sure you're properly reset, and that you're not still dwelling on if only.
Who would do that though, Rich?
Well, I mean, most mortal croquet players.
Are there immortal ones there?
Well, there's some that seem to be immortal. Certainly from my stance. I remember when I first started out the game, I think it might have been Colin Hemming at Colchester said, you realise, of course, the gap between the beginner and scratch is probably smaller than the gap between scratch and Robert Fulford.
Yeah,
Discovered that.
absolutely.
I got down to -1.5. I still felt the gap between me and Rob was as
you
big as
see,
me and a beginner.
I'm surprised at you, Rich. Listening to nonsense like that.
Filling my head with
Yeah,
limiting beliefs.
absolutely.
Well, we have an entirely symmetrical score now, 6-9-9-6.
There we go. That's very nice, isn't it? You asked them to stop.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, thanks,
We've
guys.
achieved perfection.
So, how do we get this back on track?
Most important is make sure you keep the break going.
Keep the
right?
break going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And equally, get a pioneer for 2 back.
And then think about a straight double at the end, maybe.
I think you can get black into position after.
Well, he's going to have a go after 1 back, isn't he?
Looks like it.
But he does want to get yellow to 2 backs, so where's that going?
Ooh,
It's okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
And he's
okay.
got just about got the angle,
Yeah, I
hasn't
think
he?
so. Yeah. These are trickier, the wider splits though, just controlling the striker's ball in terms of the sort of.
That looks like a nice natural ratio though, that one,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not too wide. You get some that are really extremity of.
He's played it well, I think.
Yeah, it's a nice smooth
He's
shot.
got, unless he hits
Don't
black,
hit
unless he
black.
hits black.
Ooh,
Slid
really?
past it.
Oh, and yellow's nice.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. Little cut on black now. As Keith said, if he can get a nice rush out of this hoop, he can well, at least get black in position to peel, if not peel it. Okay, it's okay. So you get nice control out of one back now.
So we may come back to this later, but while I've what Robert told me is fresh-ish
Yes.
in my mind,
Yep.
he was telling me about the design features of his mallet.
I know,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The science he's put in it, and,
Yeah, absolutely.
and A-level physics that went into that.
Yeah. Well, transfer of energy
Mm.
is a takeaway, and I think the other expression he used, which I've never heard used in connection with a croquet mallet, is compression chamber.
Compression chamber. I heard that
Yeah.
too. Yeah. There was lots of vocabulary.
Yes,
I could
so-
only remember from when I was 18.
Right. Well, compression chamber was a new one on me.
Black's too big. I think red sort of gets in the way of any peel, doesn't it? You have
It
to smudge
does.
it up.
Yeah, but
I get the impression that Robert Fletcher thinks about croquet quite a lot.
I think it's thoughtful. Yeah.
well, his mallet, if you remember, has what will simplistically called two holes in the side.
We'll start there.
We'll start
The
there.
mallet's got two holes in it,
But,
mate.
but
Did you
they're
know?
not just holes in the side.
Yeah.
They're chambers.
They are chambers, and they contribute to the transfer of energy.
Yeah.
And also all of the holes at the periphery.
near
at
near the
ends.
end faces. Yes.
Okay, that's okay. Just put
So
some-
he's compensating for the fact that the mallet is lighter by creating a mallet that is better
Yeah.
And
at transferring energy.
I was interested in how he de-emphasised peripheral weighting.
Yeah,
as
that
well.
was also
Yeah.
interesting.
Yes.
So
Because I'd be worried about twisting then. Yeah.
Well, no,
So
what he
he's-
was saying was that if you've got a peripherally weighted mallet and you don't have a straight backswing, it
It'll
actually
pull
makes it
off.
worse.
It'll pull it away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
So like small deviations might help, but anything bigger, it's going to start veering off. I guess. Yeah,
which I thought was really interesting.
Well, red's nice.
so
That's a great red, isn't it?
the takeaway I got from it was that it's actually it's next level technology
Yeah.
for croquet mallets.
A bit like how you've become the next level coach for the England international team, Kick.
Will you just stop it?
So I'm wondering if I could get some advice from you of how I persuade my partner that another croquet mallet would be a good investment.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think you've got to think, long term when the big broadcasting corporations come after us and pay you the big bucks, Gareth, for commentary.
Mm.
You need to have things to talk about, one of which would be mallets. So
Well, it's not
it's
an
a prop
expense.
or an aid almost.
It's not an
isn't it?
expense. It's an
Investment,
investment.
yeah,
An investment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Investment in
Like
the
that.
sense that croquet
Yeah.
mallets gain in value, or the investment
Well,
in
no,
the sense
no.
that
It's an investment in your happiness.
yeah, which is good for the relationship.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Sold me on that one.
if your other half hasn't spotted that that's in their interest, then you can point it out. To
I'll
them.
let you know how this logic pans
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
If you want to, I'm sure you can ask the
Yeah.
guys in the booth to get a
I'm
clip of
I'm
video
going
for
to
you.
make you happier by getting myself a new croquet mallet. How does that sound?
Yeah, I invest in my
How
own
good am
happiness
I?
to make you happier. Well, I think that's a winner, isn't it?
I think I mean I've read the book The Languages of Love,
Oh yes,
and
yeah, yeah.
that wasn't in there.
No, yeah. Self happiness wasn't a score, was it? Right. So
Anyway,
Eugene's
right.
having a
No,
Now,
he's
notice
nudging it again.
spurning this.
he's spurning.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's got the angle, but he is not trying to peel black.
Now, I often, with
Here we
this
go.
shot, 'cause I don't want to move black a lot, I end up being short on the takeoff.
Okay.
Because I'm worried about moving black so
Well,
much. It's all about
the way
getting to red.
way to play these takeoffs, actually.
That's fine.
Well,
A bit wide,
it-
that's fine.
yeah, it is and it isn't. It is. It's fine in the sense that he's got down to red nicely, as far as I can
You're going to
see.
say forward
Yep.
rush here, Keith.
But
aren't you?
he black is already pretty close to peeling position, and
Yeah.
very close. And
So it all gets a bit tight.
you
doesn't
do
it?
not want to be very far away from black when you come to rotate it.
Otherwise,
No, you'll just be knocking it
unless
off
you're
line.
straight north, you're going to
So
end up nudging it.
that puts pressure on approaching this hoop and getting a forward rush.
Getting it forward.
Yeah.
Back
rush,
into
yeah.
this.
Yeah, you
back
don't
in-
want to be rolling out of 3 back, do you?
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be doing that.
5 and 3 back are quite common hoops where you're trying to get rushes and
Well, he's got the red
End
ball
up
nicely
lobbing the hoop.
forward.
And he's already messed up the hoop rush out of hoop 5, so I'm saying
Okay, a
messed
bit
up,
wide,
but you
that's
know
a
what
good
I mean.
Yeah,
That's a good
nice.
Right.
Here we go.
So
Steady rush.
I think he needs to cut this pretty accurately.
Yeah,
Taking this straight probably goes 7 or 8 yards away from black. And
Yeah.
that's no good.
He's just going to leave red somewhere near pin up, isn't he? And then escape, peel and escape to yellow for 4 back.
All right, a lot hinging on this shot then. Where this red goes.
Well, this shot and the next one.
Yes, but
and
this shot to
potentially-
prepare for the next one.
Yeah, sure. But the good thing about the Roquet is you get to play a croquet stroke.
Oh, that looks
so
good.
that's good.
That looks good.
That looks very good. I'm happy with that.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yes.
don't-
Oh,
Yeah, now that's
very nice indeed.
yeah. He can shift red a little bit south, which I think he would want. But
That was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he's only
18
mo-
inches away.
Exactly, he's
Yeah.
only moving blue a fairly short distance.
My mate from Swindon would say, that's the hammer kid.
The hammer.
The
You
what?
play a good shot. That's the hammer kid, he would say.
Would he?
Yep.
Okay.
Just a bit of local info for you. Now, Gavin Carter's beaten Richard Smith.
Okay.
So Gavin moves
Yeah.
to 5,
So
Richard
Gavin-
stays on
yeah.
4. Sam Murray's now on 4.
Right, and we're supposed to be lined up for the big Gavin Carter Sam Murray clash
Yeah, well,
on here later,
that could
which will be very
that
crucial
could
for,
be a
for
crunch
that.
up.
Which block's that?
That's block D.
Have we
Block
got that?
D.
We've got that game, have we?
We
Is
have,
that-
yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark Ormerod beat Alan Giroux.
Yeah.
26-9.
Oh, really?
Alan's gone
Alan's
backwards a
faltered.
bit. Yeah,
Oh, so he's still only on 4.
Is
Alan's
he?
on 4 only, yeah.
It's all getting very crunchy, isn't it?
Yeah, he's going to play
It's
the
getting
Walnut
very
at the end.
crunchy now. There's a game coming on here.
Yeah,
Robin
Kevin
Brown.
Beard.
Oh, Kevin Beard and Robin Brown.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think.
Now, what's the Eugene up to here? Is this a rush peel?
it is.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay. No, he's fine.
He's okay. It could have
He's
been.
okay.
That could have been horrible. couldn't
Oh,
it?
was he?
It
What's he
could,
doing
it could have
here?
been very ugly. couldn't
Okay,
it?
he's taking off. That's fine.
This is. If you're not careful, you end up with croquet trauma from all these horrible little shots. But that one's okay. Right. So that's Robin Brown, Kevin Beard.
So Eugene will be. He's just doing a thick takeoff to get black away from the hoop and get a rush to fall back on yellow. Now he's only got one peel to do. He needs to get black down to rover. How's he? Well, he needs to make 4 back
That
as well.
wasn't so good, was it?
He needs to make 4 back.
Do the basics. Jenny Clark's beaten Lachlan Berryman 26-12. So just not quite enough for Jenny this time round.
Okay, big roll in for having played such a fantastic rush before. He's now unexpectedly.
He's put himself under pressure
Yeah.
needlessly, really. And that's
That's okay.
yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, good, nice
Yeah.
deep yellow. crack this one through.
Yeah.
Back on track.
Well, it's a sort of firm, smooth one, we think, don't we, to get through these?
Yep.
Brown
That's what
going for corner 2 in his opening. That is sort of signature Eugene. He does play some really gorgeous croquet shots. Okay, breathe a
So
bit.
how's he going to get black down to Rover
I
Ridge?
know what I would do, Keith.
Go on, what would you do?
I would bring. Oh, hello. That's gone further than I would have wanted it to. That's okay. I'll probably leave it there. I'm going to bring black north of red, and then just croquet it down to Rover, and then make punt it off red. Oh.
What's he
Oh,
doing?
suddenly
What was
stopped.
that?
Yeah, I was going to do it. Anyway, I probably wouldn't have wanted yellow there, to be honest, but that's okay. So I think, yeah, bring black north and then croquet in, making sure you don't get stuff in the way, which he's now checking. Is that what you would do?
Well, I wouldn't rush black there.
I'd give
To
it
be
more
honest.
space.
I'd be rushing black more towards us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you've
just
got a
take it wide.
straight,
Yeah, so you-
a straight croquet shot.
Yeah, so get rush black up to the north
Yeah,
boundary,
yeah, yeah.
and then,
Oh, well, okay.
or there.
Well, that's the rush I would have wanted.
Yes, yeah.
But he's trying to play down the more of a line of Rover.
Yeah,
So I
I
think
don't like dancing. Yeah, you're dicing with death a
Yeah,
little bit.
dicing with a lot of
because
furniture
he's
and a lot
not
of balls.
playing a straight shot. He's
And you're
coming
not
off the
playing
right.
a straight shot. That's the key thing
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
not playing a straight
So
shot.
black's
So
going to pull across left to right.
this could hit the peg.
No, avoids the peg.
You can tell by the commentator's reaction there, that was quite close to the peg. But it's okay there. It's just the fact he's just, with his rush on yellow was a little bit careless, I thought.
Well,
and,
he's introduced
should have
having
put
to
it down.
judge pull on,
Yeah.
when he's trying to really position the croquet ball accurately.
Makes sense, yeah.
And I think playing a straight shot must give you an advantage. Anyway,
How
he's
much more
chosen-
difficult is the final peel now with?
What, given where black is?
Well, not just where black is, but where the other two.
Oh,
balls are.
they're
Only
okay. They're not irrelevant,
He's
but
going
they're
to have one
not.
skateboard, isn't he?
He's got past red, so he can rush red well north of yellow and put it deep, can't he?
Yeah, he's actually done that very nicely. So now he's got
And,
space to get
still
both
get
balls
a
down.
rush on yellow
okay.
down to black.
Yeah.
Okay.
The key here is don't sacrifice your. Again, so you want to be playing this as straight as you can, just to take factors out of the equation. Don't do what I did once, which was send this escape ball in and stick it in the
into
jaws
Rover?
of Rover.
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't work very well.
That has to be one of the many ways you fail a
Yeah.
straight rover peel.
Yeah. Putting another ball in the way.
Maybe that should be our next quiz question.
How many different ways are
How
there?
many different ways are there to
I did
fail?
have a note on my phone on that. I did actually write down one year every way that I'd failed a triple peel. There were a good 20 of them.
20 different ones.
20
Into different
ones.
ways. You didn't just fail only 20 times.
I had a great
You were-
year. I learned a lot about triple peels. I still did a few.
Well, it's like Thomas Edison
Yes.
and the light bulb, isn't it?
Yeah, I had multiple.
Why did you
attempts.
fail so many times? No,
There was a lot of glass and filaments on the
I-
floor
I
of my
succeed-
triple peels.
what did he say?
Yeah, no.
I successfully didn't invent it. Or
Yeah,
something. What's
he
the
saw its progress, didn't he? Each failure.
Yes.
Right, just a little nudge on black now.
Well, in
That's good.
educational terms, it's called productive failure.
Oh, there we go.
And that's pretty good, I think.
Right.
Might not be dead straight, but it's not
there
too
I
bad.
look ahead to potential permutations.
You're getting very excited about results.
Chris,
the
you
two
should
of you,
see me.
aren't you?
See me the last day of the Ryder Cup, trying to work
Mm.
out
Oh,
if Europe were going to get across the line.
just look at the scoreboard.
Well, yeah,
It's either blue or red.
I know. I get very excited about permutations,
Okay.
maybe excessively so.
Well, not for me to say, Rich.
That's very generous of you. So, having said earlier on the tournament, I thought Eugene was out.
Yes.
Oh well,
Yeah.
hang on,
Yeah.
hold the bus. We'll see the outcome of this stroke.
Nice and smooth, Eugene. Keep your mallet straight.
Yeah, he's not. if this fails, there might be a bit of a reaction.
Bit of shenanigans. Look at that.
Lovely.
Through.
Oh.
Has he gone
Ooh.
through? Has he gone through?
Has he
Well-
got space?
He hasn't gone through.
Or has he?
oh,
Well,
right.
if he now roquets red, I'm going to say he has gone through.
He has gone.
So he had gone through.
Oof.
Because you would not do that
No.
if you had not run the hoop. Well, now what's he doing? What's he doing?
He's going to ignore yellow, isn't
He's going to ignore yellow.
I'll probably be going to yellow at this point.
Well, again, we've talked about it before, but the equation is, would you rush yellow closer to
Closer,
black
yeah,
than red is?
yeah.
And I would say you would, but anyway,
Yeah,
That's
anyway,
nice.
Nice strength.
that's fine.
That's
Yeah.
That's fine.
3, 2,
This
3
is
yards.
this is Peggy. Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
over.
Well,
Middlesex captain is going down to one of his team.
Will
Still,
he,
still
will he
in it
pick
though.
him next year?
Still in it though.
Will he pick him next year?
So what does this put them on?
Yeah, I'm just.
Well, they'll both be on 4 now, won't they?
Will
yeah,
they?
yeah, it does. Yeah, it's 1-4. So, yeah, let me find the relevant group. So yeah, Eugene 4 out of 8, Nick Parish 4 out of 8.
Right.
Well played, Eugene.
Yeah.
Hold on,
And the
Eugene.
fist pump.
Oh,
And
he's
the
giving
fist
it.
The
bump.
fi- there was a fist pump.
He's giving
Yeah.
it big. Yeah, that's an interesting block now. Let's get a block A.
Yeah.
And very prolonged applause
Yeah,
from
prolonged
the
applause
southern
from the south
boundary.
boundary, yeah.
There might be family down there, maybe.
Is that the southern terrace? Shall we call it?
The south stand.
The south stand. Well,
So,
or the hill. That's what you have at Sydney, don't you? Do they still have the hill? But Sydney has probably been built over
It's
now.
the
hasn't it?
house end.
having started at the beginning of the day thinking this group was starting to develop into the top 4 going through, Robert Fletcher's home and hose, as we say, 100%. Ben Rothman's through. Alan Giroud's going backwards at the moment.
Yeah,
He's
that's
on
an
4
incredible
wins,
falter.
playing Lorna in the last game.
Yeah, which is a big one because Lorna is also on 4.
Nick Parish is on 4 wins, playing Ian Burridge in the last game.
Oh,
Eugene is playing Ben Rothman in the last game. Lorna Dewar is on 4 wins and is playing Alan Giroud in the last game. Mark Ormerod is on 4 wins and now he's playing Archibald Zimonyi in the last game. He's
Ooh.
not
So,
won one yet.
yeah.
So you would think that Mark will get to 5.
Yeah, Mark will get to 5.
So then
Well-
the rest are trying to scrabble to 5 and see what happens.
Yeah.
It's,
Brilliant.
we've gone from, fairly predictable to mild chaos.
Yeah, well, Alan and Nick basically had it all
Yeah.
in their hands, really.
Yeah. I mean, fair to Nick, he didn't play that badly in that game, did he?
No,
Just Eugene
no,
just
no.
kicked
no.
in and
No, Eugene managed
Well,
to.
it turned-
He scrabbled the first break.
it turned when Nick had his clip on hoop 5,
Yes.
and I assume he was in the middle of a break
Yeah.
when he did that. So that was quite a turning
Right.
point.
So we've still got another game on this lawn.
Kevin Beard just making a roquet.
Early days, I think. Early days. I don't think.
This is critical, right?
Oh, this is critical, is it?
Well, this is another critical.
Oh,
They're all
no.
critical.
Oh, God. Right.
If we don't say it's critical, just assume it's critical.
So, what are the
Kevin's-
scores on the doors here?
Kevin's got 4. We'll start at the top. This
Which,
is
which block is this?
Block E.
Block E.
Matthew Essex is now got 6 wins and is playing Tom Coles in the last game, so I think he should be right. Andy Johnson's on 6 wins. He's playing Ed Duckworth in the last game. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah.
Ed's on 5.
Mhm.
Robert Wilkinson's on 5.
Oh,
Wilco is playing the bottom seed, David Druitt, in the last
Okay.
game.
so
So
you
we'll
might
put him on
think
6.
he'd get on
he
6.
might
Put him
actually
on-
get on a 6.
Yeah.
Kevin's on 4.
Yep.
Robin Brown's on 4, so one of them's going to get to 5.
5. Yep.
Tom Coles is on 4.
So how many
But Ed Duckworth is.
could we
he-
have on
he-
6?
Yeah, so
Could we have 4 on 6?
I think we're going to assume that Matthew Essex is going to beat Tom Coles, are we? Not necessarily.
And what would that mean?
That'll put Matthew on 7,
And Tom on
Tom on 4.
Tom's still on 4. Okay, what about the 6s or
Well, Andrew
better?
Johnson's playing Ed Duckworth, so
And Ed's on.
Ed's on 5, Andrew's on 6.
Well, Ed could win that
Could
one.
win that one.
So
yeah.
I'd be 2 on 6.
2 on 6.
Matthew on possibly 7.
And then you got to assume that Wilco's getting to 6.
Oh, so that'll be your 4 qualifiers if that happens.
Yeah, if Ed
So
Duckworth-
forget
Kevin
the
Beard.
people on 4.
forget them, they're out of it.
Well,
Nothing.
no, well,
We're just gonna-
they
Yeah.
need results to go their
you
They
way.
haven't
do.
got anything
They
on
do.
there at the moment.
You're going to assume Wilco's getting to 6. Andrew's already on 6. Matthew's already on 6. If Ed beats
So
Andrew,
the
he
big
gets to
game
6.
is can Ed beat Andrew?
Yeah, if Ed beats Andrew, it's
Kevin
it's
Beard,
done.
Robin
And
Brown.
if he doesn't, then the 4s, the current 4s, have got
We're all
a
in
shout.
it. All in it.
Right.
And Rob, much as we love Robert Wilkinson, he can be a bit variable, can't he? So, things have happened.
No, that's right.
He's Robert Wilkinson was
Yeah.
the best angled hoop runner I've ever seen.
Well, there we go.
Controlled angled hoop runner.
I don't think Robert Wilkinson has recovered from me and Jack Wicks giving him dating advice after a Colchester tournament in a pub. I'm not sure that was his
Robin
best
Brown.
experience.
Do
for
we
him.
have time to go through this? I hope so.
Maybe we'll come back to it later on.
Well, yeah, that is a teaser, Rich.
He's an amazing player, Robert. I mean, I played him and I've won
Robin's
quite
English.
easily because basically he hasn't played very well, and I've played him when he looked like he could
And Kevin's
be a world
Australian.
champion. He's got this ability to pull out very high level
Oh, I
play.
didn't listen to any of that because I'm trying to get my head around you and Wixie giving dating advice, to be honest.
We actually even got him to text a certain lady live from the pub.
Good
In
shot by
terms
Kevin.
of strategies, I'm not sure was a winner. Anyway, we'll wish Wilco luck. He came through the qualifiers. He had a bit of a slow start again, and now he's done really, really well today. It's really interesting how the momentum changes day to day for certain players. I mean, like Alan Giroux was looking like a world beater at day 1,
Yeah.
and now he's right back in the pack. Gets this stage. I've got numerous croquet friends and probably got some divided loyalties going on there, but I'll try and retain my neutrality.
I think you'll retain your objectivity
As
of
a
the
professional.
semi-professional
Playing
commentator.
Pink and white.
If Rick Harding gets a chance going through, I might start screaming for Wales, but I'll reserve that
The score.
if needed.
Yeah. Okay. So Kevin is
Anyway,
2
what's the only else
on
going? Oh, well,
white.
okay. So here's a couple.
More excitement.
Yes, well, this is important.
Good.
This actually is
And we'll
important.
have the primaries on.
Gabriel Higgins
soon.
is 1,
Against?
Brian Cumming.
Ah,
So Gabs
Okay.
is 3.
Gabs is through.
Gabs is
Right.
3. Well done, Gabs. Again, she didn't have a great start to the tournament. She's through with 6 wins. She beat Brian Cumming. And there's another result from that group. Duncan Reeves beaten Tim Wilkins. So poor old Tim had a really great start to the tournament and then got stuck on 4 wins. So that block,
Wow.
which is block F, Harry's through with 7, Stephen's through with 7. Gabs, I'm going to stick my neck out and say she is through with 6. She is. Aston Wade's on 5, got 2 games to finish. So personally, I've got to admit bias here. I hope Aston comes through and wins it. Tim's finished on 4, so he can't go any further. Brian's finished on 4, he can't go any further. Duncan's finished on 4, he can't go any further. Oh, actually, so Aston got through already. Before I call the race, let me just make sure I'm not being stupid there. Yeah, all the players are on 4. Duncan's finished on 4. Tim's finished on 4. Brian's finished on 4. Paul Bennett, sorry, has got 2 more games to finish. So it could become Aston against Paul for that last spot. Paul is playing Stephen Mulliner, which is a tricky one for him, and then he's playing Aston. So the only person that can catch Aston is Paul Bennett. So I won't call that one yet.
Okay.
So Rich, the game that we've got on at the moment is
Yeah.
Kevin Beard and Robin Brown. Could you bring us up to date with how these two sit in their block?
Yeah, let me dig that one out. So that's block E, isn't it? Block E. So that's the one with Essick on 6, Johnson on 6, Duckworth on 5, Wilson on 5. So what they need, they want Andrew Johnson to beat Ed Duckworth, so Andy gets stuck on 5, and then Kevin's on 4, and Robin's on 4.
Yeah, so one of these two players is going to be on 5.
One of these players is on 5, so they're going to want either combinations of Robert Wilkinson not winning his last game, and definitely Ed Duckworth not winning his last game. So,
okay, it's quite possible that neither of these two will go through.
Yeah, so I think if we call it, Essex is going to go through, Andrew Johnson will go through. I think Robert will win his last game, so I think he'll be on 6. So really what these two are relying on is Ed Duckworth not beating Andrew Johnson.
All right, so these... Yeah. Okay,
then the winner can get in the playoffs. The loser's done. So you have to win this last game.
All right, well, Beardy's made a good start. He's got a break ahead of him. He's made hoop 3, and he's got a pioneer, and he's got good opportunities. So he's had a poor start as Kevin. He'd be a bit disappointed, but he's amazing. He'd be amazing that he's still in contention.
With a name like Beard, I have to have a slight bias towards him, really.
Guess what his nickname is?
Beardy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
I like that one.
Yeah.
That's
creative.
The Australians are great at nicknames.
That's
aren't they?
creative,
You know, it's like,
Talk about nicknames. Biggest mistake I made once, I think it was at the Southerns or somewhere. I turned to involving Jack Wicks, another Jack Wicks story. I turned to Jack Wicks and I said, I think I've established myself as a croquet player. I haven't got a nickname yet.
You've got to have a nickname.
What a silly thing to say. I thought it'd be something good. I mean, I've been called woo-woo by some people because of the mindset stuff. I don't mind that one. I quite like that one. There's a third word that we won't mention on air. But yeah, I came back with wakey.
You are wakey.
I am wakey.
Yeah.
Wakey.
Because apparently, according to Wixie, Rich Waterman is a bit like Rick Wakeman.
Oh, Rick Wakeman, yeah.
For those of you that would remember back in the 70s.
Gareth gets it.
Yeah,
straight away.
reference.
Yeah.
So then everyone calls me Wakey, and I have to remember that my nickname is Wakey because sometimes I don't respond to it.
Yeah.
I've had worse.
Yeah, the English are brilliant at giving each other nicknames.
There are
really
many that we can...
The Australian contingent are very envious of the great nicknames that the English have.
There were numerous that we couldn't mention on this broadcast.
You see, and then when you get oversensitive about something, we just say you're flaky wakey.
Flaky wakey, exactly. Yeah, I like that. Well, I don't like it, but I like the cleverness of it.
Yeah. You're not going to get flaky, are you?
I won't get flaky on you now, Keith.
Good.
Mid broadcast.
Yeah.
Well, Beardy has progressed through 4.
So Kevin came over for the Opens as well, didn't he? He was played in
Well,
Nottingham.
Kevin has represented Australia at every level possible in all codes.
Fantastic.
Has he?
Yep.
Wow.
So he's not just represented; he's captained the GC, Mac Rob.
The Openshire Shield.
So,
Do you mean the Openshire Shield?
So he's Trans-Tasman, you name it.
Okay. And 10 years ago, he knocked me out of this tournament in the first knockout round.
And the other,
But I still speak to him.
really good thing you should know about Kevin is that the great facility that we have at Cairnlea in Victoria has been under some threat, and Kevin has been the main person who's really brought that around. So given up massive amounts of his time to get that back on its...
So I've got 2 reasons to cheer him on then. The beard and the also the fact he's done a lot for Australian croquet.
One of the nicest people in croquet.
Oh,
there's
a lot of competition there, Keith. Isn't there? Who is the nicest person?
Let's have a viewer poll. The nicest person
exactly.
in croquet.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a really good one, Gareth. Who is that?
We could set up a little doodle poll or something for that.
Feel free to vote for Gareth or Keith just to embarrass them live on air. And just in case we were sort of just thinking some of these blocks were finished.
Oh no.
Annabelle McDermott's beaten Peter Philby in Block D.
Right.
So now she's still clinging in there as a possibility. That's the one with Mark Avery and Zach Watson leading from the front. If Gavin wins his game next, he'll be through. But again, that's a bit of a crunch.
So
Richard Smith.
this is the Gavin Sam Murray
Yeah,
block.
and if Sam wins, Sam will be.
We are getting that game
and that will
to
be coming very
broadcast
soon because
on
they're,
this
they're the
lawn.
primaries.
Yeah.
On
We've
going
got
to be
the
running in
scoreboard
parallel
set
with
up.
this. Yep, we've got the
Yeah.
scoreboard set up. I've even predicted the colours.
Viewers may be sitting there thinking this all happened by accident. I can't even begin to lay the algorithm for making sure we get crunch games on lawn 4 at Hurlingham.
Yeah.
Final round of the
Yeah,
the blocks.
some think it's random chance. They might be right.
So Greg Fletcher has weighed in with a thumbs up to Kevin Beard for keeping Cairn Lee going. I think we might get
Yeah.
any Australians that are still awake. There'll be plenty of
nice
people contributing to that
Nice,
one.
yeah. I don't know who my absolute one would be.
Well, Ian Plummer's got a vote.
Ian Plummer.
He's
Ian
done a lot.
Plummer.
He's done a huge amount for croquet in this country.
Yeah, but it's niceness that
And
we're
he's all-
after
and-
here.
yeah,
It's
I don't
niceness.
have
Yeah.
ever heard anyone saying not
Yeah.
anything nasty about Ian
Doing a lot for croquet isn't enough. You have to be
Nah.
nice.
I'll tell you someone
Yeah.
who is really nice. Dominic Nuns is a very, very nice
Dominic
man.
Nuns is nice.
He's
very nice man.
We might need to have some sort of niceness rating.
Yeah.
Probably have to be, fractions to get that sort of detail between levels of
Yeah,
niceness.
it's a logarithmic scale. Really.
Well, once we've established who the nicest person is, they could be
It's like
the unit of measurement.
Yeah,
couldn't
exactly.
Oh,
It
okay,
could
like a
be-
plumber is a
like
sort
a
of
plumber,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Or he's a solid 9 beards.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
I like that. Well, the lady just won Animal with him, and she's a very nice croquet player as well.
She's several beards.
She would be she might even be an equal number of beards to the beard himself. So in terms of sort of slightly silly
I'm going to
croquet
regret starting
conversations-
this, aren't I?
Yeah, I know it's going to be good like this. Anyway, Kevin's
Kevin's
going.
he's in very good shape here, and he's enjoying it. I know Kevin loves playing in England, and particularly at places like Hurlingham. I mean, who wouldn't? But he really reveres the opportunity to do
Yeah,
that.
that's good.
Oh, he's off. Where's he gone?
The niceness rating isn't the most silly croquet conversation I've had though.
Oh,
That would be, so there's a lovely, really nice guy, he'd be high on the beard rating, we're going to go with beards initially, Neil Bacon. And after lockdown, Neil did a huge amount of practice and got significantly better. But he also grew a really long bushy beard.
a big bushy beard.
Big bushy beard and an earring. So myself and Sophie McGlenn thought that he looked a bit like a pirate. So then there became a discussion as to if he had a parrot on his shoulder, giving him advice during the break. Is that against the laws? What do you think, Keith?
Oh dear. Meanwhile, back at the croquet.
Back to the croquet.
Back to serious croquet.
Although one of the Celias has been suggested as
Ah.
a nice.
Very good.
Yes.
One of the Celias.
Yeah.
Ah,
So we
only
got
one
like
of them.
You have like like an 8 Celias. I quite like that.
I just have a feeling this
Yeah.
is going to cause more problems than it solves.
Come on, Kevin, keep it steady.
Well, it could be.
That was
no-
a sharp intake of breath. He
could be
was
an open
absolutely
loop.
fine.
Could be an open loop.
Absolutely fine. But
Well, I've got an excuse.
can we predict the leave?
Ooh,
Desperately trying to talk about croquet now.
that's a good one. Yeah, leave could be anything, couldn't
It's
it?
anything. He's got the balls absolutely.
Is he
in
going to
standard
send everything
position.
to 3 back and do an NSL? I've got an excuse for these silly conversations. This is my last day, so I'm going out with a flourish. I've actually got to do some work the rest of the week, which is very inconvenient.
Well, it's a shame you'll miss the playoffs.
Yeah, but on the other hand, everyone will be left in the much more capable hands of Chris Clark, who'll be coming back tomorrow, I believe.
He will go back to serious croquet chat tactics.
Yeah, you
I
probably
think,
won't
tonight.
get any parrots sneaking
No,
into Chris'
no.
analysis.
No nicknames.
No. But yeah, I think I'm going to go and get some more drink for this final
Yeah.
session.
Well, I would like to take a small comfort break as well.
Yeah, really key to it. Well, you
yeah.
go first, Gareth, because I went before.
Because I mean,
Don't leave me alone.
Beardy's doing a
Do
diagonal.
you
I
think
can tell you.
I think you could cope, Keith. Keith, I'm going to give you a high five. You and Burridge, 26.
Oh,
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Joachim Norbrand.
yes.
Yeah.
Ewan is
Ewan.
through.
Ewan
What
is through.
a result.
Wow.
What a result.
Yeah, well, why is that? What a result? Well,
Wow.
he's only had, what's he had now? Just over 50,
I'm going to have to look
50,
it up.
55 or so games, I think.
6 wins out of 9. That's just
55, I think it's
Ugh.
55 ranking games ever.
Yeah, it's just
And he's
ridiculous.
got into the knockout of the World Championship.
He's, so pleased for him.
And
That is
I
amazing.
played doubles with him last year at our Inter-Counties Championship, and it's fair to say, and he won't mind me saying this, he couldn't play a full ball break. Not a hope.
54 games.
54 games, and he's in the knockout of the World Championship.
Can I trust you to keep the scoreboard going?
Yeah,
Definitely not me.
yeah, be right. I'll at least get first break correct, and then I might have to do a comfort break. We'll sort it out.
Yeah. Good shot.
Well, despite
Changing
my
position.
protestation, oh no, Rich is staying.
Yeah.
Gareth, thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm going to just move around, but I will have to leave fairly soon. Okay, he said keep the scoring going. I'm assuming it's some sort of Excel spreadsheet, Keith.
I've no idea, mate.
No, right. And this is number of hoops made, isn't it?
It is. So, right, I'm sticking my neck out and saying Kevin is attempting to make a diagonal spread. But he sees what is going on here. He didn't get a pioneer to 3 back,
No.
so but he's rushed there. Green's not particularly near the peg.
If I was a betting man,
Go on.
I'd say this is that was an OSL, but
You
It's
think
just-
this is? You
it's-
think?
it's just like
Yeah.
I just don't like
You
the position
don't-
of anything.
Well, you don't. Hello. We've got the main excitement
cards,
is about to start, and by the main event I mean
Critical.
I've forgotten which block this is, but it's Gavin Carter playing Sam Murray,
Yeah,
and you're going to tell me,
I think if Gavin wins, he's probably going through.
has he got 5?
Yeah.
And
I
what's
think
Sam got?
Sam's got 4.
Sam's got 4. So if
wins,
Sam
I think
wins,
he's going into the playoffs
well,
probably.
it could be a massive,
Still very
massive
open.
playoff.
What do you think about this leave then, Keith? Because it's a bit.
Oh, Gavin. Now then,
Oh,
finally we're going to get somebody playing a super shot opening.
Get in.
Yeah, here he comes. That's the first one I've seen today.
Yeah, it is.
I'm
Bob Edley.
surprised more people aren't using it because the lawns are okay. They've got a bit of pace to them, but the
Yeah.
hoops are fairly
Gives you a third turn.
fairly
opportunity.
conducive, and it gives, if you can get around third turn before
Yeah.
the oppos really had a chance to make
Huge
any hoops,
advantage.
you would think that would give you an advantage, don't you think?
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's huge, but
yeah. Significant. Bob Edlin White saying brilliant from Ewan. He's never done a triple. I think
well,
we-
Ewan, just
Yeah.
for people who don't know, Ewan's sort of first love is golf croquet.
England international.
He is an England international, yes. He got to the semi-final, I think, of the GC Open and gave Reg Bamford a run for his
he
money.
really did. It was excellent.
Make sure Simon's there, because you got to have an appetite sometimes.
Right, so having said there's a super shot ball, it's presumably now been marked.
Looks like it, I think.
By
Sam's gonna go
Kevin.
corner 2. So Sam Murray, Scottish international.
Yeah, hence the blue shirt. Now, Gavin is representing England, but you may get a chance to see that he's wearing a shirt that says Carter Jersey on the back. Now that actually signifies that Gavin, before he took up croquet, was an international badminton player.
Yeah.
And I always take the opportunity. I did so earlier today to tap him on the shoulder and just go, "It's not a jersey, mate. It's a shirt."
Hey.
He loves it.
I like that one. Now, do you think?
Anyway,
Kevin, I think is really going to try and get a diagonal.
I am not even watching Kevin now.
Yeah.
I'm focused on Sam.
Oh, Sam's actually gone maximum distance.
He has, and he's played it from B-Bulk.
Yeah.
No, has he gone maximum distance? Yeah, he probably has actually. I know David Morm very keen when he used to do super shot openings of going peg high.
Okay. I mean, I get the logic in terms of it's a harder ball to hit for Gavin. If he does hit it, then obviously it's an easier shot. I think.
Well, it depends how you look at it. It's easier to hit from B-Bolt. If it's 16.5 yards away, it's easier to hit from B-Bolt. But the other side of it is, if people shoot third turn missing into corner 4, you can now join. You could join up.
Yeah.
And it's still 16.5 yards. Whereas if you've gone another 3 yards further south, it's only 13.5 yards.
Yeah, makes sense.
But anyway, Gavin is shooting from A-Bolt. That's interesting because if he doesn't hit this will give quite a big double target.
He does hit.
He does hit. So, right, are we going to see a third turn ball to fall back, Rich?
It's all the next shot, I think. If he gets a rush on Black, it's a yes. I think Gavin's good enough. I've played Gavin in absolutely torrential rain in the Southerns, and I didn't think it was playable. And I came off the lawn after my go, went, I'm not sure it's playable. See what you think. He then did a triple peel. So Gavin thought it was playable.
He's one of these people. He doesn't play very much because he mainly plays golf, as in real golf. So he doesn't have a lot of time for croquet, but he's just one of these annoying people who's a natural sportsman. So, and by annoying I mean really nice guy.
Yeah, well, he's going to be high up in the ratings.
Yes, I'd agree with that. Has he been nominated yet?
Well, I'm going to nominate him because I think he's a lovely bloke.
Is Gavin Carter related to Kevin Carter? I don't think so.
No, not that I know of.
No, and nor Christian Carter.
Elsa says no.
That's a definite no.
Elsa thinks Ewan is 21.
Ewan is 21.
Yeah. I'm gonna hand back to Gareth. He's going to be much more responsible with the scoring, but I think it's currently correct.
That looks great.
Wixie says, is Neil Bacon's nickname Streaky or Smoky? Do you know what, Wixie? Given you give most people nicknames, you can decide, mate. I'm going to hand back to Gareth. He's going to be much more responsible than I am. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
So from when I walked back, it looked as if Kevin had left quite a lot of green open to brown.
Again, I hate to say it, but I have stopped watching that game. We've now taken over the Crunch Carter Murray game.
All right.
As it is on the camera.
We need to start getting that scored then. Well, Robin misses, so Kevin couldn't get back in, but he's given himself a good 10-yard join on the eastern boundary.
Right, so Rich said if Gavin manages to get a rush to hoop 1, he is going to go to 4-back. However, that was before he put yellow quite deep, sending it to hoop 2. So can he play a croquet stroke, sending black to 3 as a pioneer and getting a rush on yellow?
Kevin Beard attempting this 10-yard croquet to get back in. This is a very wide join he left because he was conscious that he'd given his opponent a free shot, and he hits nicely, so
Right,
he
so
might well finish.
Gowen's played up a good line. He's just overhit it. Well, his black's slightly overhit, blue significantly overhit. So he's going to have to approach hoop 2 from 5 or 6 yards away.
At a 45-degree angle.
Yeah. Now the danger here, I don't know if he knows this, but we have seen the front balls go off the lawn a number of times on this approach.
Yeah, this lawn is running a lot faster than it looks to the eye. And
Well,
we're getting to mid-afternoon, well, late afternoon.
I think it just slopes from about 2 yards out, 2 yards off the north boundary. I think it actually slopes a bit to the boundary. Anyway, here he comes. I don't think he's sending yellow deep enough for it to be a problem. And he's got nicely in front, but yellow, you see, it's gone on.
Continues,
it's gone
doesn't
on.
it? It
just,
really does.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
It really didn't look like it had much juice on it at all, but it's gone right to the yard line. Nice
Now, this is interesting because black kind of ran on a bit. He's got to be a little bit careful with this roquet because he needs to leave himself room to play a split shot, sending yellow to 4, and ideally getting north of black to rush it closer to 3. Now he's played that nicely. Now, for I don't know how many, 3rd, 4th, 5th time today we're going to see a ball being sent down to hoop 4, and I'm not sure we've seen that hill quite as much as we did on the first 2 days. Maybe it's the angle that it goes down. You see, that's kept its line.
Yeah,
that has kept its line.
that's a delicious shot.
Yeah. So I think it's when you play from further west.
It's a perfect shot. He's got a lovely rush on the black as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
really nice shot.
I think it's when that shot's played from further west that we've seen the west to east deviation. So again, he's in a good position, but now the key thing in a 3-ball break was no pivot. So every time you make a hoop, you're going to hit the ball you've made the hoop off first, and then that's going to have to be your pioneer as you go straight to the ball waiting at your next hoop. Now, yeah, you see that I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be
it's
fine.
just a minor inaccuracy.
It's an easy roll from there, though, isn't it?
It is an easy roll, Gareth, but you stop a yard north of black.
And then it's very easy.
How much easier is it
Yeah.
if you can rush down to 4 yards away from yellow? Whereas now, I'm sure he'll cope, but occasionally he just slightly mishit this and black pings away, or you underhit it. So you see that black, he would have done much better with black had he got a rush south.
Yeah. And with yellow.
And blue. He would have done much better with both balls had he just got a rush south. But
yeah, because now yellow's just a little bit off to the side. I mean, point absolutely taken.
And these are the things I think people should practice 3-ball breaks diligently, just to get used to all the little nuances of making hoops and getting control.
Kevin Beard has made a nice start with his 2nd ball, although he has left himself an 8-yarder back at the reception ball. So this will be a big shot for him. If he gets it, there's a very good chance that he'll triple. He's done, I think, 1,000 triples in his career.
So right, here comes Gavin's. He's pioneering 6. And that's gone pretty well, and he's got a rush to 5.
So back on.
But again, he
Regular.
would prefer to get a rush north out of 5.
Yep.
Exactly the same sort of reasoning. If he runs 5 past black, he's going to have.
And particularly with this, the load that he'll do after this, because this is the one that most beginners fall foul of, isn't it? The load to 1 back.
Yeah.
Where
there
they'll
are things that can
yeah.
go wrong, or at least make things more difficult. And one of them is that you send black far too far.
Far too far.
Far too
Because
far
you send
north.
it to the normal pioneer position rather than the pioneer position you should be doing for a 3-ball break.
That's right. But he's got to be thinking, I'm going to 4 back here.
So Keith, can you, as I wasn't here,
Yeah.
can you take me through how this is a 3rd turn
A 3rd turn.
and
yeah.
how did it
Okay, well,
start?
Gavin obviously had to play black into the game, and he put a super shot out.
Okay, yep.
And then Sam went to the east boundary, around about the maximum length
Yeah, okay.
distance.
Standard stuff from.
And then Gavin hit that ball from
Right.
A bolt.
Okay, so he fired at that.
And then
And then-
he's got a nice angle to pioneer 2 and get a rush on black to hoot 1.
Okay.
But yellow went actually further probably than brown. If you look at brown now, it's sort of 5 yards west of 2.
Oh, it went that far.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Bit further south, but yeah. But he made one, and he's doing nicely now, and he's coped with that little slope. You see that just
Yeah,
turned
it just does. Yeah,
a little
just,
bit.
Just rolls
Now,
away.
can he
doesn't it?
run this cleaner? Because people have been having to. Yes, he has. That's nice. We've seen so many people just straight in front of that hoop,
Yeah.
and somehow they've
just
had
grabs it
a
a bit.
lot of wire.
All right, so
Okay, so
this would be a stop shot, which would be no problem with Robert Fletcher's mallet. But,
no, this would be almost a half roll, wouldn't it, with Roberts?
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, the next interesting thing will be what leave is he going to produce?
Yeah, I don't know what Gavin's favoured leave is.
There are 2 sort of fairly standard options. One is to leave black and yellow on the east boundary with a rush across to blue on the west boundary. And that's quite a defensive option because it invites red to shoot through into corner 4.
So the 3 ducks over.
Right,
over
well
on
that's the
west
other
there.
option.
Yeah.
It's called the 3 ducks. No idea why it's called the 3 ducks.
3
but
ducks in a row.
3
It's like
ducks
the,
in
it's
a
like
row.
the old-fashioned
Okay.
thing on the wall, isn't it?
Yeah,
The,
okay. So, yeah, that's a leaf where you place the 3 balls, or maybe say, for the sake of argument, a yard apart, or two 1-yard gaps between them, on a line pointing to the peg, more or less, and perhaps level with hoop 6 or a bit further south. And basically you're saying, look, you haven't got a defensive shot with red into 4th corner. All you can do is either shoot from B bulk or A bulk, and it doesn't matter. I will be doing a standard TP.
Yeah. Now on that,
Oh, go on.
Gavin has, he's 48 in the world, but if you look at this year, there are no TPs.
That's probably because he hasn't played
Right.
very much at all,
Okay.
which is quite common for Gavin, and he's shot for the counties and
He plays golf.
he plays a lot of golf.
Yeah.
Yeah, normal golf.
Yeah, and he's got a lower handicap than I have.
We've got a couple of results coming up.
Anyway, go on.
So Reg is 26 TPO'd to 15 Nigel Poll.
Now, that's interesting. That is interesting.
There we go.
I've got some inside information
Okay,
here.
yeah, do tell.
I had quite a long chat with Robbie Fletcher. Oh, that's gone too far, Gav. That has gone too far. And it's
right. Oh no, the yellow
well,
is unable.
how many times do people misapproach two back,
Yeah,
putting a ball in bulk?
right in ball. Yeah.
Yeah, how many times does that happen? So he's got one more shot, and he can't run the hoop. And he's just got to find somewhere that is. My first question actually is does black rush to hoop one? Because if black rushes to hoop one, I think red might rush yellow, if he can, to the east boundary. It certainly rushes to hoop two. Anyway, my inside information pertinent to Mr. Bamford's result.
Yeah.
If you remember from anybody who was watching a week ago, Reg in one of his games against James Death, James had gone round and Reg had got the innings and went to one back. And I floated the idea that Reg might be thinking about doing a TPO instead of just doing a sextuple. And Chris completely poo-pooed that correctly, because he said, well, Reg never does a TPO.
Oh, well.
Okay, so apparently Robbie had done a one-back leave followed by a TPO in one of his games, and Reg had said, well, you know, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? What are you doing? And Robbie explained, and Reg thought about it, and apparently the very next day he did a one-back leave followed by a TPO. And also some pops. Some peels on partner.
Yeah.
3 peels on partner.
Okay. Which is
And
very
then
handy.
pegged 2 balls out. And now he's completely converted, according to Robbie.
Right.
So that will be interesting. That will be interesting. I can't wait to get Chris Clark's reaction to that.
Big win for Andrew Hobbs as well in Block G.
Yep.
Beat James Hopgood, so Andrew's still got a chance. It's going into the final round. There's 4 players and 6 wins.
Sorry, who was that, Andrew?
Andrew Hobbs.
Oh,
beat
Andrew
James
Hobbs.
Hopgood.
Right, sorry, yeah.
So, Block G, last round.
Yep.
James Death, David Moore, Dominic Nuns, Thomas Balding all on 6.
How many was that?
6 wins.
No, how many players?
So that's the 4.
But
That's the 4.
but-
Okay.
But
But
Stuart
Stuart
Lawrence
Lawrence-
is playing Dominic Nuns in the last game.
And Stuart Lawrence
He's
is
on
on
five. He's on 5.
Yeah.
And Andrew Hobbs is on 5.
Yeah.
And Andrew Hobbs has got a big game against David Moore.
Right.
So there
finish.
could be 6 people on 6.
Could be. Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
I
think-
Yeah. 6 people on
Realistically, is
6.
that
I think the Stuart
Yeah.
Lawrence
Yeah.
Dominic Nuns match is really interesting.
Yeah. If Stuart Lawrence beats Dominic Nuns and Andrew Hobbs wins his game, everyone's on 6.
Yeah, apart from James Death, James Death playing James Hopgood, so
Yeah.
probably could win that, couldn't he? So, yeah, well, it could be interesting. Yeah, that could be a right old playoff, that one, couldn't it? I just saw Eugene Chang in the bar looking
Yes.
very happy with
Yeah.
himself,
And
understandably.
no wonder.
Look forward to reading here in commentary. Hearing
Yes.
what I could have done better.
Yeah.
Eugene is buzzing, I think,
Yeah.
is the
Yeah.
expression.
Well, he was nowhere. I'd written him off. I have to apologise to him for that. But
Right, so Sam has gone over and had a look at black and see where it rushes, and I think he was checking whether black would rush to 2 or blue being in corner 2, so he's taking a rush on yellow directly to hoop 1, so he's going to make hoop 1, that's the plan, without a pioneer at hoop 2.
okay, and well, Stuart Lawrence has beaten Dominic Youngs.
Really?
you're
Really?
joking.
26 TP to
Oh,
0.
amazing.
Thomas Balding beat Callum Highland 26 TP to 1.
Oh,
Right.
wow.
Ian Lance has beaten Omid Hallam 26 TP to 0. I think that probably does for Omid.
Right.
And Dennis Bullock's beaten Tom Cole, so Tom's probably. Just going to check block here.
Well,
again.
Stuart Lawrence has finished all of his games. Thomas Balding is now on 7 wins in that
So
group.
it could be a playoff between potentially Dom and Stuart, is it? Depends if David Morn wins, but I think he will. But
Yeah.
let's look at that Tom Cole's group. So Tom has got. Oh, Tom has one more game actually. Sorry, I did him a disservice. That is against Matthew Essick. He's stuck on 4. I
Meanwhile,
don't think that's going to be enough.
Sam has made hoop 1, but he didn't get a rush sort of towards corner 4 or black. So I think he's got a pretty big shot coming up here. I think he's going to send yellow to hoop 3.
Big shot for Kevin Beard coming up. He's got a return roquet of some 8 yards or so, which if he makes, he could actually do a triple, but he's shooting and he misses. So complete breakdown for Kevin. And Robin will now have all the balls at his disposal. So unlucky for him. Big game between Kevin Beard and Robin Brown.
Now Sam, instead of doing what I said he was going to do, is doing a takeoff.
Okay. Sam's also got a young family, so he's not been playing as much croquet as he the last few years. But you know, dangerous opponent for sure. I nearly beat Robin Brown once. Coming round through fullback, I was going to end up as peg and fullback, and I'm not sure he'd really got going. And I had about a 2-foot rush, and miss-hit the ball so badly that it didn't actually make it to the other ball.
No, I think
travelled
there's.
a foot.
I think Sam has hit the hoop,
He's
but
hit the
not
hoop.
black.
Rich, could I clarify the situation in Group A? Because to me, it looks like there's a lot of people on 4 and 4.
Yeah, let's have a little quick peek at that. So we got obviously Reg Miles clear with 100%.
Oh, Group A.
Group A, yeah, Block A, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
just flicked through. Sorry,
Yeah.
I do apologise. Robert Fletcher, 100% on 8. Ben Rothman on 7. So they're clear. And then you've got an absolute, as you said, a stack of people
Yeah.
on 4. Alan Giroux on 4, playing Lorna Dewar last game.
Right. So that's
Nick Parish playing Ian Burridge last game.
Right.
Nick's on 4. Eugene playing Ben Rothman on
Ooh.
4. Eugene's on 4.
Ooh.
Tricky game,
tricky.
but Ben doesn't need to win it.
No.
Lorna Dewar on 4, obviously playing Alan Giroux as we said. And I think
Who's
the
Mark
one,
playing?
Mark's playing Archibald, so you'd expect Mark to
Oh,
win
right.
that.
So yeah. So
So it could be multiple people trying to get this 4th spot. So
Wow.
we're thinking playoffs there, aren't we?
we are.
Right,
But I
so
think penalty playoffs is inevitable.
Although, I mean, we'll suppose that Mark is favourite to win his game. Eugene's going to find it very tough against Ben.
That will be tough. And normally you probably would expect Nick to beat Ian.
So that
Burridge,
maybe
but
the
Ian's
crucial game
streams-
there is Lorna versus Elaine then.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for clarifying that, because
Yeah, no worries.
when I was
Yeah,
flicking
that's
through,
a-
that looked really
That's
tight.
become that's the one that we thought was going to be quite clean,
Yeah.
and it's gone completely opposite.
So, meanwhile, Sam hit the hoop instead of black and has bounced off to the east boundary. And because he didn't put yellow towards 3, red and yellow are now miles apart. So Gavin has taken the opportunity to move black up near blue. And Sam has decided to go defensive. And he has finessed yellow into corner 4, or near enough.
Now, why do they call it finessing?
Ah, well, I don't know. But I read it in an old book in Cheltenham, the Cheltenham Croquet Club's library.
What are your thoughts about that sort of shot against someone as good as Gavin? Is it rolling over a little bit too much, or do you think it's valid?
The thing is, you've given up having a shot. Now, he didn't have a short shot particularly, so sometimes if you give up a sort of medium length shot and go in a corner, you actually find that the next time it's your go, all you've got is a much longer shot.
Yeah.
So you'd have probably been better off having the medium length shot.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Gavin isn't leaping on the lawn and playing straight away, so
I just think Gavin's good enough to get going from there.
well, he's 1 and 2 back. Remember?
Yeah, so he's
1
just
and
going
2 back.
to I wouldn't be
You
surprised if he
think?
block rushes
Okay,
back to
so
2 back.
you're looking at that and going, I'm rushing that to 2 back.
I think Gavin can. I wouldn't be able to, but I think Gavin can. And then
Right, just to answer a question of it. Oh, you've already answered, have you?
No, not
Four
at all.
people.
I-
4 people
Sam's
go
put,
through.
Sam's
from
put a
each
ball.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, I did answer that.
Yeah.
question.
Sam's put a ball, in the corner.
Robin
near-
just played a great
three
role
back.
from a very long way away to put himself in
Robin's
contention.
a quality
Well,
player. Now he's gonna go
Gavin has chosen to play his hoop 1 ball.
Do you think this is a lead?
I think there's a leave on offer here.
So a little bit of controversy at hoop 1. Robin Brown has jammed in hoop 1 and is asking the referee to come and check the width.
He's quite right in marking it.
He's marking the spot that he played the hoop shot
Yeah.
from.
Yeah.
I think is
Yeah.
Kevin
the
Beard
key
is
point.
coming out as if to say, well, I've made this hoop twice already.
So Gavin has gone off. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. No, he hasn't.
Just finally judged, isn't
Oh,
it? Got a bit
right on the
more fine
line.
than you'd want
Right
it.
on the line.
okay. Oh, here comes Tim Dutton.
Look at him go.
Right. Gosh, is it a canter?
It's
It
Tim.
is.
It's Tim Dutton KC. By the
Well-
way, what does KC stand for, Gareth?
KC.
Do you know? Do you know?
What does KC stand for?
Yeah.
King's
Council.
Oh, sorry, in that way. In that
It used to be
respect, yeah.
QC.
QC.
Ah, yeah,
but now
Yeah,
it's
and
KC.
now KC.
Right, got you.
I mean, and it was a canter about halfway,
it,
and then I think he's probably then trying to steady himself for the precision work. So he's resorted to a walk. I think that's sensible.
No,
Oh, but he's off again because he
Yeah.
probably needs hoop setting equipment.
he does. Bucket and spade required.
I noticed that's quite a heel-based run there.
Mm.
I'm not sure he's a sprinter.
Sandals are never great for
Well, to
sprinting.
be fair, yeah. I mean, if he's thinking he's going to do some sprint work, he wouldn't be.
He wouldn't have been wearing the
Yeah.
sandals, no.
Yeah, he's more sensible than that if he's a KC.
Gavin was eyeing up rushing red to yellow there, but as often happens when you've got one of those where you're cutting back
So Kevin Beard having a bit of a
back
discussion with the
into,
ref. isn't
you sort of pointy into the lawn, but you've got to cut it back. He's overcut it, so
he? Just watching the interaction there between the referee Kevin Beard and Robin Brown, and just reflecting on how well behaved croquet players are with referee. I mean, can you imagine if soccer players behaved like that? You know, yes, referee. I respect your decision.
Well,
yes, and
is it then more like
dear
rugby
Mr.
union?
Maradona, yes, that's very kind of you. I think I did foul you. Yes. Yeah.
So, Sharif has beaten Joel Taylor.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that leaves them both on 3 wins and out of the main event. But, well, yeah, I've said it before, but Sharif did get a sextuple kill yesterday, which
Yeah.
is very good.
So what's Gavin looking at here? I think he's clearly, to me, he's looking like making a leave, and I can see that he might be sending red. Is he sending red towards hoop 1?
Would you do that if it's yellow?
Yeah, that's what I was
So other
thinking.
way round.
So what the viewers can see is the referee adjusting hoop 1 and putting the clips all back on.
As Chris Clark mentioned,
Robin
I think you
will
do
have
keep
another
as
go.
well. These clips are great.
They are good, aren't they? Yeah. High vis.
Yeah,
I can see what's on hoop 1 even though it's 40 yards away.
Are these Andrew Dutton clips? And I saw he was playing around with the design of clips, but I didn't know if it was Andrew that supplied them or not. Oh, it is, yeah. Yeah, Andrew Dutton's another member of the Essex team. I'll get them all plugged in at some point. I think I mentioned them all at various points. Andrew's very good at engineering things. He engineered a little Croquet clicker for Advantage GC. He's Brookwood Croquet, that's right.
So Robin having another go
And then
at
he,
one, which he just gets
He's,
through.
he's got it this time.
Yeah,
yeah.
only just.
Right, so is Gavin going to send red to hoot one, which
Ooh,
has,
I'd be surprised, isn't it?
or yellow? I mean, he could send yellow there.
It
Well,
makes
what's the
sense to do
problem
yellow,
with
doesn't it?
sending yellow there? You
Well,
could just,
pop it right in front.
you could, well, you could, yeah. Here we
That'd
go.
be the worst thing, wouldn't it?
He's going to, I reckon, a sort of thick takeoff, move red in a yard or two at most,
Yeah.
go to yellow, and just move it further than that.
Yeah, yeah. He's developing it a bit, isn't he?
Okay.
Kind of towards his
That's
three-back
fine.
hoop.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
Now, I'm guessing yellow is going towards hoop one here, pretty sure. And then he will fire black. Is he going to come back north of blue or south of blue?
Well,
In other words, is he going to leave it for his two-back ball, or his hoop one ball? I think there's a lot to be said. Go on, Rich. Sorry.
I was just intrigued with a Gavin sort of person that would potentially try Quinn. Would he even think about it at this sort of match?
Quintuple peel.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a big play, isn't it?
I think the sort of sensible thing to do is actually to leave it for blue.
Yeah.
Well, actually looks like he's trying to. No, he wasn't. Oh, he sent that. That's
Oh,
off.
that's careering. That's
That is
careering.
definitely off
That
this time.
is bye-bye.
Bang. That's a bang.
Not happy. The one thing he didn't want to do is leave
Ooh.
yellow in front of one.
Well,
The other
he's-
thing he didn't want to do is send yellow off the lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't needed either, was it? That's what he'd be annoyed about. He just needed it deep.
Well, Sam's go. No sign of.
Wow.
Oh no, Sam is
lurking.
he's in the shade under the tree, so he's shuffling out to have a look at this, and he's going over towards red to start with. I actually think he's going to play yellow.
Yeah.
If yellow can see red, I think he will shoot yellow at red.
I agree.
And the fact that he's waiting and looking suggests to me that they might be wired. What do you think?
Well,
Could they
if
be
Gavin's got that, I mean, he may have been playing for it with yellow staying on the lawn, but if he has got that going off the boundary at pace, he's been a bit of a lucky boy. Not that we don't all have luck in croquet.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I don't think yellow can see red.
Well, even so, would you fire yellow
No,
at black?
no,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Thank you.
Absolutely not, Keith. I've
Well-
listened enough to you for long enough to know
Stop
that I'm
it,
joining
but-
up and I'm going to leave it.
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
wrong
You're
shot.
joining up. Take
Yeah.
the innings. Take the innings. Make Gavin hit something.
Yellow at black is crazy aggressive in my
Ooh,
opinion.
You're
Going
watching
out with
Robin, haven't you?
Robin, and
Yeah,
it's
that's
out.
gone. Yeah, that's the
That's the
umpteenth.
hill.
The umpteenth croquet ball that
Yeah.
we've seen come off
You've
that
said it
whole
many
thing.
times.
Well,
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of a hill, and
Yeah.
also you can see just hints of brown, can't you?
Yeah, there is.
In
yeah.
that yard
It's
line
been,
area.
it's been where the mowers almost cropped it a little bit too
Yeah,
much.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw an almost identical shot. I can't remember who played it.
Oh, this is a gentle
Okay.
joining up,
So we're definitely going to see each other.
and okay, so don't know exactly where Sam was trying to go, but
What's Black's target there like? Red and yellow. Is that a tempter?
I think Sam was just trying to leave a rush, wasn't he? Somewhere.
Gavin's
In the-
staring at this, so I'm thinking that's
yeah, you think he
appealing.
fancies this, do you?
This is obviously Gavin's hoop one ball. Yeah, really does fancy it.
Okay, fair enough. Could be a double, I suppose. Makes the shot apparently shorter. Alright, here we go. and he's quite smooth. I like that. And
Kevin Beard with a
Misses.
7-yarder.
yeah,
That should give Sam
we've
an
got a replay
opportunity.
here. Can we see how close this was?
Not very, very.
Not no.
Ooh, Beardy misses.
Possibly closer to red than yellow, actually. I thought.
And surely Sam's going to
Oh, maybe not.
just start with yellow here, isn't he?
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
just an easy
100%. I mean, you hit black. I'd be stopping it into the lawn as far as I could get it,
Yeah.
holding for a rush to hoot one.
Blue's sort of
There's
in the corner
an
here, isn't it?
argument. I wouldn't do it, but there's an argument for saying rush red to blue, and then rush blue to hoot one.
Got it.
I just think that's hard work, because when you don't get the rush on red to blue, you're not going round.
Yeah.
Whereas if you, it's okay. Nothing is completely straightforward.
Yeah.
But it's a fairly natural shot to get
Yeah.
this rush on red to hoot one.
And blue's not totally in the corner, so actually it's not a horrific approach to hoot two, is it? From there, it's tricky, but it's doable.
Well, you'd be rushing 30 yards to potentially improve red, get red better than blue currently is,
Yeah.
and then rushing another 26-7 yards
Yeah.
to hoot one. Whereas here you're rushing
Yeah.
15-16 yards to hoot one.
Yeah. That's I wouldn't have been considering going to blue before hoot one.
I mean, what you're now playing to do is hopefully make hoot one with enough control to rush, not necessarily right on top of black. Oh, and he's mishit that.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
this is one of the things I think, unless you're really talented, usually a casting style, people sometimes get caught out, because if you're swinging over the ball
Yeah.
prior to hitting it,
Oh, what a shot by Kevin Beard, 28 yards,
Bosh.
and right back in it.
Oh, that's way short.
sorry if just to finish what I
Casting,
was saying
yeah.
about, well, if you're
Yeah.
casting over it, and then to actually play your stroke, you've got to find a way of lowering the mallet into the ball.
Drop, isn't it? Yeah.
Something has got to make that mallet drop.
Yeah.
And I think that's just an extra bit of skill that you've introduced that could go wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. I've just naturally never casted, and I remember listening to you talk about it at Chris Clark as well. I don't think I'm going to start casting anytime soon.
I mean, it's got an advantage because it helps you. There's a point to casting, and one of the
Yeah.
points is aiming.
Sure.
And I think the other one is if you need power.
What do you think about people who take lots of casts?
Don't get me started.
Keith's got a special room.
Don't get me started. I mean, I've seen people that have got a 1 foot hoop shot and they take about 10 casts.
Oh,
overboard.
only 10.
Yeah.
Well,
Only 10.
yeah, and I just think, I mean, I'd get tired watching it, to be honest. So I just think mentally it must get exhausting, don't you think?
Well, I find it exhausting playing against somebody that's doing that.
Right.
Right then.
Sam's not confident.
He's not hitting the centre
No,
balls
he's
at the
not,
moment,
he's
is he?
not confident. He told me earlier that although who did he play? Who's he played today? Because he beat somebody today, and he said he
let's
played
have a look.
absolutely dreadfully, but he still won. Who's he played recently?
Let me have a look at today's results. Let's take a bit of a manual scrolling.
Has he played Ben today? Could it have been Ben?
Uh,
Anyway, he's managed to take off in front of who won.
He beat Richard Smith.
Yeah, he wasn't that one.
Clearly not. That was a good result.
Okay, so he's through hoop one. He's through hoop 1, but
Beat Stephen Forster.
oh, maybe it was that one. Today?
Yeah, 26
Okay.
2.
Yeah, it might have been that one.
Sometimes you can not hit your boots and still get a result.
Right, so this is one of those situations where you're going, well, how
Keith,
am I going to
can
get break?
I,
Yes, please.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Because Kevin has got in with his white ball, and he's actually looking like he's going to take 4 back
Okay.
with no pioneers, and you know, there's his other ball is on hoop 4. Why would you do that?
Okay, so if his partner ball is on hoop 4,
Yeah.
he's probably thinking, I'm not going to get a triple peel out.
No.
Probably. I mean, okay, you might be given a chance where all the balls are just suitable, but the likelihood is, even if you got in with pink, you won't have a good chance to set up a triple peel. So it kind of makes sense to then take white. Well, I was going to say take white to the peg,
But
which, you know, it exposes white. White could get pegged out. But it does mean that you're definitely one turn away from finishing.
yeah. Okay. But in this case, he doesn't have any pioneers, so.
Well, even just getting one hoop,
Yeah.
he might go, well, he can do a double peel. What's he doing here? Is he going to
He's
move?
he's going to
to
go
green.
isn't he? Yeah.
Okay, so meanwhile Sam has played not a bad split shot. He didn't quite get the ratio right because red was going to hoop 3, but it's ended up a bit short. Meantime, he has got his yellow ball near blue.
Ooh, Kevin's not hit that very steamily, and he's gone out.
Well, that's now how bad is that?
And that is quite bad
What's
because he's
green
gone out
for?
right next to Robin. Robin, of course, has a lift should he want to use it.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
I don't think he will. All right.
Right, so Sam's going all in on this hoop approach. It's a fairly standard shot, the sort of thing you practice in
it's
the
a sort of
warm-up.
practice shot.
And if he gets this right, he's got a good chance of getting going, I think. Ooh,
Too soft.
That's-
too soft.
yeah. Now he's actually, I mean,
Now what?
it's hard to say exactly what went wrong there, but blue, you see, is
Didn't
yellow's definitely not gone far enough.
Didn't make a great sound.
No,
did
it didn't, did it? Yellow's not gone far enough, and blue's gone either the right amount or a smidge too far. So I'm going to call that a miss-hit,
Yeah.
or maybe he's decelerated into that straight.
Made an unusual sound.
It didn't look right, and it didn't sound right, and he's basically just
Slap that away.
he slapped that away. Yeah.
I did think that was going to be the crunch shot. It was like obviously a little bit nervy coming through one, and then that was a big shot, wasn't it? If he'd have made it, I think he would have settled down and got the rate going.
So there haven't been any more results recently.
Yeah.
We've been a good 20 minutes without getting any more update. Oh no, Mark Avery has just beat Annabelle 26 TP.
I thought it was a bit of a stretch too. So well, Mark's on 8.
So that was in block. That's in block D.
So Gavin is choosing to shoot at partner Robin's resolutely standing in his way at the moment, but he's out of it now. So, long shot, 35 yards or so. Oh, he's mishit that.
So Rich, can Annabelle still qualify on 4?
Just trying to work this out.
Yeah,
so
because-
Mark and Zach will qualify. If Gavin wins. Annabelle would want Gavin to win this, because
Yes.
then you get to 6.
Yeah. And Sam stays
will be
on 4.
Richard Smith is playing Stephen Forster, so Annabelle would want Stephen
Stephen
Forster to
win.
win that.
Yep.
And who else we got?
Who's Peter Philby?
Philby's playing Zach Watson.
Okay, so it's possible.
It
It's
is
possible.
Yeah,
Yep,
she's not
it's
out
certainly
yet.
possible.
A few results need to go away, but nothing silly.
And Robin's jammed in hoop 1 again, this time with the green. Amazing.
Not a happy boy.
No, he does not like hoop 1. But Beardy is a long way away from.
Really strong start to the tournament for Robin, and then just tailed off a little bit.
If we could watch Kevin Beard playing this next shot, it would be nice, because he's going to be shooting at the brown and green from around corner 2 down towards hoop 1, and he's
Hang
called the
on.
referee.
Yeah,
Is he going to slow down?
King's
halfway?
Counsel
Is
is
he gonna
coming
slow-
out again.
He's running.
No, he's running
No,
all
he's
the
run
way
the
in.
whole way.
All the
Can't,
You know
canter
why?
the
'Cause
whole
it's
way.
not precision work. Watching it where the ball
Yeah.
hits or not.
All right.
He can afford that higher.
So if we can
Pulse rate.
pan to Kevin's shot, that would be great,
Kevin's in corner 2.
because the camera should be looking right down the line of Kevin
If
now.
not, we're going to just
Well,
Anyway, we'll commentate
Well,
on
yeah,
it. Here we
we
go.
are.
Here we go.
Here
Here we
Hold on,
go.
team.
Here we
Well
go.
done. And here he goes. He shoots,
Oh no.
and
Okay,
it
green.
is missing
through
down the
the
middle.
Down the middle.
Meanwhile,
All right.
Sam Murray
Thank you.
is taking his 12 yarder at red, and he's missed
He
it.
misses.
He's
That
missed
should
it.
like quite a nice shot, that one as well. Just slightly off. It was a smooth shot.
Yep, good agility from the camera crew there,
Yeah, well
being
done,
able
team.
to get pivot from
Yeah, that was excellent.
one shot to another.
Croquet.
Right, so Gavin, he doesn't have a rush with black. He's hit 1 ball, but I don't think he's bothered about that. I think he wants to make 2 hoops with blue. Blue's on 2 back, so that would mean if he made 2 hoops, he wouldn't actually concede a lift,
Yeah.
and he'd get
Yeah.
to 1 and 4 back, and
Yeah.
he could. Well, it's not easy actually, even making 1 hoop at this stage, but. And he's just thinking, how far am I going to rush black?
When the game gets a bit
Or he
broken
might be,
like this,
who knows, he might be thinking which hoop is blue for, but I think he's remembered blues for 2 back.
you do want to spend your time thinking about these shots, because when the game's broken up like this, it's
Well, we've had a couple of strokes.
well.
Oh,
One of
hello.
those results
Stop
for Annabelle's.
Stop press.
One of the results for Annabelle's dropped in because Stephen Forster has beaten
Mm.
Richard Smith.
Mm.
26 TP to 0. So
A little bit too late for Stephen, but
yeah, that keeps Richard on
yeah.
4.
yeah, and that's not going to be 4. Isn't going to be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's going to be. Peter
No,
Philby.
that's Richard Smith out then.
So Gavin's rushed
well,
well
he's
up the
stuck on
lawn.
Oh no, well,
on
no,
four.
because someone else is going to have to get 5, aren't they? Oh no, because Sam. No,
Sam.
if Gavin wins this one, and Peter Philby loses,
Yeah, it's all on 4s.
then there's a lot of 4s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Gavin pioneering 3 back and holding for a rush on red.
It's pretty good, didn't it? to get
Well, he had the option there. He could have got a rush to 2 back. It's possible he was playing for a rush to yellow,
that? Yeah.
actually. Whether he was or he wasn't, he has got a cut rush to yellow.
Yeah. Unsurprising, I've played in many games where we end up in positions like this with balls all over the shop. And sometimes it is just getting balls on lawn, doing a good leave, and that's I learnt from playing doubles with Chris Clark many years ago. Just accumulating advantage again. Getting the break.
Yeah, well, the leave you would want to make, if he can make the 2 hoops, the leave he would want to make is red and yellow cross wide at hoop 1.
Yeah.
They're basically a 1-back leave.
Yeah, it makes
Well,
sense.
in this
doesn't it?
case,
'Cause Sam's for
in
2.
this case,
both of them. Yeah.
In this case, a 1 and 4-back leave.
Yeah.
But that's incredibly hard work.
Yeah, you got 2 hoops to get it to pull that out.
Well, and he's making a 3-back off partner, which is not
Yeah.
ideal. So he's essentially got 0 chance of making that leave. So if he can't make that leave, what's the next best? He's going to do a takeoff here. I mean, I'm saying he's going to make hoops, but that's not guaranteed.
I mean, the other thing is to you can guard corner 1 with your own balls, can't you? Because Sam's on 1-on-1.
You can.
Logan McCorkindale's just beaten Rick Harding, I say with a heavy heart. Well done, Logan.
Oh yeah. Does that put Logan back in?
Well, Logan's on 5 now. Let me have a look at that. Rick, I think, is dropping tech everywhere.
And Aston has beaten
That's
Paul Bennett.
gone. That's gone. That blue's gone.
Oh dear.
That hill is significant.
Oh, well done, Aston. So Aston's
So Aston
through.
has consolidated his position.
Right, let's have a look at that block H then. So Mark Van Loon and Jose, I think, are clear. Ewan's clear on 6. Logan's on 5. Dave Kibble's on 5. So if Dave beat
If Dave wins,
Jose,
then that's
Logan's
done.
out.
Yeah,
But if not, I think
if
Logan's
not,
in the playoff.
Logan's in the playoff, and he will, by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, he's pulled that out really well, didn't he? Didn't have a great start.
Well,
Just checking other players that can get up. Joel's finished. Jeff Sue could get to 5. Beating Mark Van Loon if he does that. Rick. Yeah, Rick's out, unfortunately. Rick Harding, my compatriot from Wales.
So here comes Sam. I think he's trying to send this most of the way to 3 and get a rush to 2. He's looking like he's playing a maximum stop shot. Big shot. This works. He's in.
oh yeah,
Well, that's the result. That's the result.
That's a lovely shot.
that's a big result.
Well done, Sam.
Mind you, imagine what he could have done with a different mallet.
Yeah, well, maybe next year.
Yeah, that was a
Right,
view.
so he's clearly got a rush to 2. I mean, he's cutting it because he can, but he's done pretty well with blue, and black's down already at hoop 4, so actually he's overcut that. He's
Sure,
over
he'll
that.
take off now, isn't he?
Yeah, that's attention to detail, Rich and Gareth. Attention to detail.
Attention to detail.
Just while
Yeah.
we're pausing for Sam to play this shot, feelings on, also you got 2 of your mentees, Aston and Ewan.
Is
Through to
Aston?
the
Is
knockouts.
Aston
Aston's
through
just
it?
won, yeah.
Excellent. That's fantastic news.
To the next generation.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah, really pleased for them both.
Yep.
Aston Wade would be in the discussion for nice croquet players. He's hard on himself, but out to all other croquet players,
Very,
he's
very well brought up.
very well brought up.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could even have a separate etiquette rating, couldn't we? Potentially.
I can see a whole list of criteria emerging.
Yeah,
Confusingly though, his nickname is Wadey,
yeah.
and that's very
Right, yeah.
scarily close to Wakey.
Wakey.
I get confused
Wakey Wadey.
sometimes.
Yeah,
Wakey
not
Wadey.
with our standard of play, but you know.
Right.
Both F6.
Sam's focusing really hard on this
Right, come
takeoff.
on,
I mean,
Sam,
he
let's
does
just-
not
Just calm
want
it
to
down.
break down here. He knows he's got a good chance. Okay, he's played that pretty well.
Nice and smooth now.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Yeah, lovely.
That's
Doesn't
okay.
matter. Doesn't matter about hoop and roquet there.
Just got to get a rush
Because-
on blue.
Well, and he's coming down the rush line. So Red can confidently go into the lawn as a pivot, and I'm expecting him to get a rush to hoop 3. And if he does that, then I'm expecting him to go all the way to fullback.
Second win for Stephen Wright in Block B.
Yep.
Against Ignacio Gross.
But that was a dead group, wasn't it?
It was a dead result, but equally pleased for Stephen.
Has he got the angle?
Again, he'd be in
He's
the
got
nice
pretty,
croquet player category.
It's quite a big group.
It's a massive group, to be fair.
What, the nice croquet
Yeah.
player group?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
there's
no,
been an
oh,
accident
right.
in
What was
the
that?
house.
What was that?
Plate smashing.
That's quite a significant collision. Blue's a bit
Right,
short,
is
but
it?
it's on a good line.
Yeah.
I think Sam's just going to need a couple of hoops just to get himself settled down and get in the rhythm. He's a very good player, so as soon as he can get back in the groove, could easily take us to fullback without any problem.
It's all about this approach.
Yeah.
I think if he gets
Nice.
this right, I'm expecting him to go to fullback.
Yeah, nice and easy.
Yeah, no, he played that properly. Didn't quit on that one.
Yeah, yeah. Slightly wide split, but he's
Or
going
played it with commitment.
Yeah.
Now he's giving this plenty of swinging, and if he hits it that hard and he doesn't get any
We're
right,
halfway down to.
he's
to
going
4.
15 yards through this easily.
Yeah.
So will he decelerate?
A little bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Not much of a follow through, but it
No.
went through. He followed through about a mallet. which
Right.
Well, let's put it this way: his follow through wasn't as big as his practice swings. So that
No.
makes me think he's a little bit nervous still. To put it mildly.
Okay, so I think we're going to see somebody put out an early hoop 6 parade.
Keith,
Huh.
at last.
At last. Yeah. He's looking at it.
Which is fair play, given that he's been a bit nervy. That he's got the confidence to do that. I like that. It's one of those weird things, isn't it? Sam didn't have a particularly strong start to the tournament, and now he's played himself into a position where he might have a chance of getting into the playoffs.
Oh.
Particularly if he feels he hasn't been
That's
playing well.
interesting.
That's a bit-
Right, I've spotted where his technique breaks down
Okay.
on
Yeah.
those. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my belief in how to play good croquet strokes.
Mm.
If you noticed, he lined up there with the shaft leaned forward
Okay.
to play a half roll,
Right.
and then when he actually came to play the stroke, the shaft was almost vertical.
Okay.
In other words,
Okay,
he's lined up, and
With,
then,
with the angle.
and
but
then the
when
bottom hands come
yeah.
through
Yeah.
Yeah.
and turned it into more of a drive.
Yeah.
So in the other game on this lawn, Robin has just blobbed hoop 4. Not a complete disaster because Kevin's balls are very, very widely separated, but they're finding it very difficult to get a rhythm in the other game.
Call it interactive, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, plenty of interaction. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how these little things can develop in a stroke technique. There's always something, well, several things in a season that I find I end up working on. It's just very subtle. The great players have got such a good swing and groove swing that they generally don't go that much out of whack. But
So Kevin with a very long shot here,
Yeah.
it's a nice position for our cameras to
Yeah,
capture it
we're
if
looking
they
right down
can
this one.
focus on him.
go on then, Beardy.
Beardy.
Well, kind of.
Okay, here it comes, right towards the commentary
Smooth.
booth. Is it on target? No, it's
Oh,
not.
Just drifted.
No.
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 It might have been more on line actually when he hit it, and I think it just drifted with the lawn.
Yeah. He's got the walk of shame now.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's coming
it's a
towards
very
us.
long walk now,
It's
isn't
a
it?
smooth shot
Yeah.
though, so there are positives with that. You hit that well.
Alright, so Sam didn't try to improve red,
Right.
but he has made sure he's got an easy hoop 4.
Yeah, so we should
So
be
he
able to
should
rush
get
black to red, shouldn't he?
black red to exactly.
Yeah. Short shots, Keith.
Yeah, short, easy shots, short shots. Nothing can go wrong.
This is all I hear in my croquet dreams. Easy short shots.
Now, what's he done there? Oh, okay, it's not too bad. I'd actually have preferred, thinking ahead, I think he's going to want to send red to two back after 5, so actually he's rushed out a bit too far.
Makes sense.
Because black's ideal position is to the west of 5,
Yeah.
north and west of 5.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, he may have an angle that he can play that, but it's a big wide split, and it would be better perhaps just tapping that a couple of yards less far. So is actually black is now going on a line more towards the peg. Doesn't mean he can't put red to 2 back, but he'll be doing it. If he does do it, he'll be from further away.
Blue's a good pioneer, isn't it? So that helps.
Yeah, no worries with blue. Alright, so I think he's got the rush to 5.
So he's got the option there, isn't he? If he puts red east of 5, then he can rush it over and still play in from just a bit further away, can't he?
Yeah, you can
Only
do.
been a big drama.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with Sam with a laid
Sure.
break there, it might be interesting to just see whether Kevin can hit his white onto the pink, because if he can, he might be able to get going again, or maybe even pink onto white. That would be even better, because then he'd have a break.
Nice cleaning his sunnies at the minute.
Yeah, just taking his time.
So that would be very, very interesting.
Of course, the other question is, has Kevin Beard ever had a really big beard?
I don't think he's ever had a beard. I've never
Has
seen
he
him with a
He's
beard.
rebelled against
no,
his surname.
not as far as I know.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah.
Come on
Yeah.
in, Kevin.
and this is a big shot because there's a lot at stake on this one. Here he goes. And he makes it.
Nailed it.
Nice shot.
Nailed
Well
it.
done, Kevin.
Right.
Lovely shot.
So Sam is not sending red to 2 back. So we're just progressing with a break at the moment. I think it's possible red will become the pivot,
Yeah.
swapping
Yeah.
swapping red and black as pivots.
Yeah, it makes sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that is not intended to go to 1 back. He didn't really
Is
have
he-
room,
is
did he?
he-
Often you see people, they make hoop 5 and they think, well, I've made hoop 5 off red must go to 1 back.
Yeah.
And then they, because they didn't have room, they don't,
Yeah.
doesn't bother them, they just go past black, don't get a rush near a blue, end up having to do takeoffs, and this is how breaks unravel.
Kevin, it's going out, it's going out, it's gone out.
Bang.
Oh dear, after that nice little roquet.
I think the
he's-
lawns might have quickened up a little.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
think
think
they have.
A lot of
we've
people
seen
going
several
off.
balls go off
Yeah.
that bit of the lawn, that whole sort of eastern area from sort of level with 6
Yeah.
northwards. We've seen balls go off there,
Yeah.
just as we've seen them come off
Exactly.
the north boundary behind 2.
Yeah. I think maybe the lawns are just quickening up a little bit, and the slopes near the boundaries are.
Now Sam is thinking. I'm not sure that's a good sign.
He's got multiple options here of creating a lead, hasn't he?
Well, yeah.
He's got to commit
but
to
he's-
one of them.
At the moment, his only option is sending black to 1 back, getting
Yeah.
onto blue.
Well, it's, yeah.
That's his option.
Yeah.
I think I know what I'd be doing here. But,
Oh, go on then.
well, I think send black to 1 back. You can make
Like that.
this hoop here, and actually then
Jeez.
get he wants deep.
Another croquet shot where the croquet ball's gone too far.
I would have got a nice rush out of hoop 6 on blue and sent it up towards peg, and then taken red down.
And put it
if-
to 2 back.
If black had been
Yeah,
further
well,
up,
you can't do that.
can't do that now.
No.
So that's my.
So
Andrew
that-
Johnston has beaten Ed Duckworth.
Okay, so
That's a big result.
That is big because.
How big?
And Mark Van Loon has beaten Jeff Sue, so that puts Jeff Sue out, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think. Well, let me just have a quick
Here we go.
look at that one.
Block E.
I'll do block E first, shall we?
Yeah. So block E, Ed Duckworth.
Ed's on 5, so Ed could end up. Ed's
Well,
probably going to end up in a playoff.
And one of Robin Brown and Kevin Beard are going to end up on 5.
So that's going to be a playoff.
So there's
I think.
definite playoff in this group.
Because I think Robert Wilkinson's going to beat David Druitt, so I think it'll be a playoff
Yeah.
for 4th.
Yeah.
And then the other one, the Mark Van Loon Jeff Sue thing, that's again So Mark Van Loon we knew was through anyway. Jose, I'm expecting, yeah, Jose's through. Ewan's on 6, Dave Kibble 5. Yeah, so that is right. You're right. Jeff Sue's out.
In fact,
Can anyone catch
are
Dave?
we on that group there? Are we all done now? What games are remaining? There's only the
it's a-
Jose Dave Kibble game to go, isn't there?
Yeah, so if Dave wins that, he's through and Logan's out.
Yep.
And if Dave doesn't win that, it's a playoff between him and Logan, I think.
Wow. Okay, well Logan will be
He'll take that, won't
absolutely. We will take that after a disastrous start.
he? Yeah,
He will take a playoff.
He'll want revenge against Dave because Dave beat him in the block game.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Dave's highly incentivised to beat Jose. That'd
Gosh,
be a great result.
that'd
if
be
he
a
does.
great game to see, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. I know Dave Kibble very well because I was in the development squad with him.
Oh yeah.
And he's got a real love of real ales, as have I.
And David Morm has done the business against
Yeah.
Andrew Hobbs.
And
James Deeth has done the business against
Okay,
James.
so that cleans that up quite a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So James Deeth 7 wins out
So-
of 9.
so-
David Morm 7 wins out of 9. Thomas Balding 7 wins out of 9. So I think we've got a
So-
playoff.
Yeah, so G is done and we have a playoff between Nuns and Lawrence.
That'll be a great playoff.
Yep.
Very high quality players. Yeah, I think Don will be a little bit disappointed not to have come
Yeah,
through the group.
because he was he was in a very commanding
Yeah.
position, wasn't
And
he?
equally, we saw Stuart play very, very well against Dave Morn.
Yeah.
The part of the game that we saw. So that'll be a very good playoff. So good luck to both of them. Just hope they play good croquet. Got to commend Andrew Hobbs on. One of his was a walkover, but
Yeah.
he's still got 5 wins.
5 wins,
and
yeah.
that's phenomenal for Andrew.
It
That's
is.
a really good result.
Yep.
Again, he's definitely the nice guys at croquet competition. There's a few, aren't there?
There's a few.
I got to know Andrew Hobbs. We ran a coach qualification course, and Andrew's obviously a very experienced coach, but he just wanted just to get it kind of formalised, and he had some really nice input on some of the coaching that we were running. Again, someone that puts a lot back into the game. So Sam's approaching 1 back.
So this game between Robin and Kevin really requires a lot of importance.
Yeah. I think it could be extremely interesting. Potentially. Well, certainly the loser's out. We know that for sure.
Yeah.
Block E, isn't it? This is the Essex block. So Essex through. Andrew Johnson through. Andrew Johnson's a dark horse. If he gets going, he's a twice semi-finalist, I believe. Very, very good player.
Okay.
And he started a bit slowly again, and then he's dominated the group since then. So that's very impressive. So we think Robert Wilson's going through. Don't call it yet though. And then we think the winner of this is potentially trying to get into a playoff with at least Ed Duckworth and maybe others,
Yeah.
depending on how Dennis goes and depending on how Tom goes. So I think Ed would be happy with a playoff slot. I think he definitely was a contender for going through automatically, but I don't think he'd be totally disappointed with getting a playoff if that happens. Well, one of them's going to get to 5, isn't it? So he's definitely not.
Yeah,
going
he's definitely there's definitely going to be a playoff. Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah. Speaking to Ed this morning, I think I don't think he'll be totally disappointed with that.
So block E is where all the action is. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's been a good one. The big surprise in that was, as we said before, Christian Carter not going through. But
Yeah, with only 2 wins.
it can happen. You just have a tournament where you don't hit in very well and you don't get the turns, and that's the way it goes. He's an excellent croquet player, really, really strong. He admitted himself slightly nervous starts at Robson Shield, but after that he played very well. So it'd be great for him and Harry to get that first win under their belts as rookies. Right, so Robin Brown and Sam Orwin using the same bit of lawn. Robin rushes white into the lawn.
Yep, he's for hoop 6.
Sam's just organising what he wants to do. So not normally the way we'd want sort of polarity of balls ideally for leaves, but there's still many options from where he is currently. He's got a good pioneer for 2-back, that's the important thing.
And down the rush goes.
Yeah. I'm thinking, well, he has options for black there. NSL's difficult to pick out here because you're making 2-back off Oppo. So he might think of something else. He might end up being a if he can rush blue back out towards peg, it might end up being a diagonal spread. Could, yeah.
Well, he's got a nice rush on blue now.
Yeah, so that's a nice tidy 2-back.
Oh, and Robin's blobbed again. Robin has blobbed
me.
again in 6.
I would say when Robin's not on form, that probably is one of the things that starts to go wrong. Is the hoop blobs.
Kevin absolutely has all the balls now.
These hoops, as we found, if you don't play it smoothly with topspin, they will grab.
So a really big moment in that game.
Oh, huge. Everything's there, right?
It is. Everything's there. Kevin already on penultimate with his white, but he's got
3.
He's
at 4, isn't he?
Yeah, he's for hoop 4.
Okay.
But he's got an easy tap on to start, and then really all he has to do is get that brown into play.
Will he be bold and
shoot for the brown to begin with? No.
I'm getting green out.
Yeah.
For starters, I'm definitely getting green out. I think if you just get green out a bit, then you can go to white. Then you can, does brown rush to 4? That's the thing. Is there a hoop in the way? I think it does. Different ways of playing this.
Well,
you could even go to brown first and then go to white.
So you nudge green out, and then I don't know, just take off to the brown.
Yeah, it depends whether you fancy getting the croquet shot from brown to white and then having a shorter rush to 4, or whether you prefer playing a shorter shot and
so if we
go to white and then go to brown, and give yourself a longer rush into 4 with brown.
I think if we could get the cameras on Kevin Beard now, that would be good, because this is a really big moment in this very important game. Can Kevin get the break going from here?
Now, if he's smart, playing this way, I think he's got an opportunity to potentially, I'm not sure how much that hoop's in the way, but he potentially can croquet brown.
Oh, it's a bit steamy.
South, he can potentially crosswire green and brown on the peg, and then get his rush down to 4 with his partner ball.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just a bit slightly safety first, but I think brown's going deep. I think brown's going to end up anywhere near green. He'll separate those out, and then because getting that rush on white is not trivial unless he literally drops it right behind it. In which case he'll just leave brown where it is.
Yeah. So in this really important blocky game, because the winner of this game is going to have 5 wins.
Yeah.
And will be in a playoff.
Yeah, with Ed, at least Ed, if not more. Yeah, so it's big stakes.
So nice shot.
Yeah, so
it's going to secure the rush on the white.
I think this is sensible.
Yeah. Just
drop brown right on top of white.
Yeah.
Play brown into 6 maybe. If you're feeling confident.
Look,
rush.
The priority's got to be to get
to
make the dolly rush, hasn't it?
And then you can
because you've got all the balls then in front of you.
Yeah.
So
I actually don't
Kevin's
mind.
a good enough player to do that.
If I'm feeling confident, I don't mind putting brown a bit close to green, because obviously after 4 you're probably going to come back up to green and brown. So actually not having them miles apart is okay. He's being defensive. So he's going to put brown.
Yeah.
So that hoop 6 is in between brown and green. That's totally justifiable. And it's like, okay.
I think he's just looking for the spot for the rush.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I mean, getting.
We're a bit dissonant with the what's actually on the screen there, because Sam's coming through there. But
this is kind of an interesting position. Well, Kevin can't play now.
So Sam has come through. Kevin, yes, you're right. Kevin can't play until Sam's finished his manoeuvre, but
Kevin's going to be thinking, if I get through hoop 4 under control, I can just make 5 straight off partner again. So black's out this. I think this is going to be some sort of old standard lead,
Yes,
probably.
yeah.
We'll send red off towards the boundary somewhere. Has he got other ideas? What's he thinking? He's looking at something. No, he's just.
Yeah, he's looking to put the croquet, the red over there, and get some sort of rush on the blue, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, black's a little bit further north than you'd want, but it's fine. It's not horrendous. It's a reasonable distance shot from B-Balk. Kevin's just waiting for Sam to work out what he's doing. We're having a chat, find out who's going first.
Yeah, Kevin's keen to get on with it, isn't he? Because
Sam quite rightly wants to have a think.
Yeah.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
Kevin knows exactly what he's doing. He's rushing white down towards 4.
Yeah, and he's keen to use the momentum that he's generated.
Yeah. He's played some
And
really
he's
nice
going
shots,
to do it.
hasn't he?
Yeah. So Sam's actually letting him through.
Yeah, fair play.
So if we could focus on Kevin, that'd be good. Or we'll see the result of this when it
One's
comes down.
coming to 4.
So here comes the ball down to 4, and that will be
Yeah,
coming
that's
into the
fine.
frame in a second.
So I think he'll drop white in a place where potentially he can rush to 5 and just make. If not, he can come up to green and brown.
As long as he gets a rush somewhere
Yeah.
after this, it'll be all right, won't it?
Yeah, it'd be unfortunate not to get a rush.
So what you can't see on the screen at the moment is Kevin just a little bit off screen playing the approach in, and here comes the balls,
nice
and
approach, Kevin.
that's the pink that Kevin needs to make.
And I like where white is as well. That can go off the boundary and get a nice rush.
So what's happening in the main game?
Yeah, big shot.
Sam's gone round.
Depends what you call the main game,
Yeah.
Keith.
Well,
I think this Kevin Beard, Robin Brown game is very deep significance.
We're actually covering the Sam Murray Gavin Carter game.
Yeah, technically.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, Sam's gone round to. So he's got the ball round to 4 back. He's now doing the leave. It's looking like an old standard
So
leave.
Black's
Black's
final
over.
resting place.
I don't think that's moving.
No.
It's a bit
Okay.
deep, isn't it? But it's okay.
So is he looking to do a new standard leave, essentially?
Oh, is he going to go? Yeah, have
Oh,
a
I
little,
don't-
have a little go at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, fair enough.
I'm assuming he hasn't had blue.
No, exactly. Yeah,
Right.
I hadn't considered
So-
that he try and not do in position. But if it doesn't work, you can just punt it up the lawn a bit, can't he? Although red's quite a long way out.
Well, that's fine. You rush blue nearer the hoop, hopefully well.
He's got 2 shots, hasn't
And
he,
then
to
you
get this
can,
in position.
You can easily then take off
Yeah.
towards red and leave the rush to black.
And of course.
So
blue is
Gavin's 1 and 2
forward
back,
ball.
isn't he?
Yeah, that's his forward ball, isn't it? Yeah.
That's his forward ball, which arguably he wants to play blue.
Yeah, just get it round to 4 back or whatever.
Make
and
2
then
hoops without
finish.
conceding a lift.
Yeah, so yeah, if you were going to be,
You've got options though. I mean, if black hits, black is
Debbie
for
Line-
hoop 1.
Debbie Lyons has won again,
oh, that's a good
and
result.
Pete
Let's see
Trimmer has
what-
won.
What does that Pete Trimmer result do in C? Let's have a look. Pete Trimmer goes to 5 wins. Okay, so Reg and Dwayne are through. Pete finishes on 5 wins. Kyle finishes on 5 wins. Blake finishes on 5 wins. Ian
So here
finishes
comes
on
Sam's takeoff. He looks like he's rushed blue in a pretty good position.
4. That group's finished, isn't it?
Comes down to whether
Which one?
Box C.
Box C.
Well,
Box C was the one we had high hopes for playoffs in, wasn't it? And we've only got one playoff at the end of it. It's a 3-way playoff.
Yeah,
is it?
correct.
Yeah.
Pete Trimmer, Carl Maloof,
So
Blake
how
Fields,
do,
3
how do
for
they
2.
do it when there's 3 for 2? Do they all play each other, or do they? Is it? No.
Keith's gonna.
Keith.
I don't know if you're asking. Sorry,
Yes,
if you're
we're
asking.
asking-
me.
we're
no,
asking
They've
it's
got
it's,
time. They've got a day, haven't they? So
You've got a
it
day.
makes sense playing all these.
well,
I'll tell you what.
no, it doesn't, because
The break-
what do you do if you
the-
get 3?
Okay.
They're all on one
So
way.
we have 2 players to play off.
There's a
till
formula for working
Yeah.
out or
Right.
Yeah.
who
So-
plays who in a
So in the ascendancy.
and
then
how
would
many
be Pete
places?
Trimmer.
How many places is it
You
for?
only, it's 3 for 2.
So is it
Yeah.
like
Right.
Kyle plays Blake for the privilege of playing Pete? Is that,
Yeah, who's-
is that
who's-
how it
who's-
works?
yeah, who's-
Well, if there's 3 for 2, yeah, I suspect one of them gets a game, and if they win, they're through.
Now,
and
so
then the loser plays the other one,
so Peter's beaten.
possibly needing to win twice.
Peter's beaten both Kyle
anyway.
and Blake.
And he's got a better net hoops as well.
Right, so
I don't know.
Sam
I don't know the rules.
Sam has done well here. He's made a
Okay, here we go.
okay. He's made
Seeded knockout apparently.
yeah. He's managed to make
By
a
based on who
decent
did so
new
best
standard lead,
against the others.
and he's got his rush towards black. He has left a bit of a target though,
Yeah, he has, didn't he?
potentially,
thinking that.
as well as a shot down the boundaries.
No,
I think there's a double target available
Right.
from further towards the end of the B bolt.
Yeah. It's quite tight, isn't it?
Anyway, I was saying earlier, black, the black hitting in has got options, hasn't it? Now
Yeah.
that yellow's on 4-back,
Yeah.
black could
TPO.
TPO
Really doesn't
yellow,
like that one.
and he's 7 hoops ahead with blue. Oh, sorry, 6 hoops ahead.
Ignoring any potential peels. Shall I look up Gavin's TPO? He'd be thinking about it, wouldn't he? He's experienced
Well,
enough to
Yeah, he's having a look at all the options, which is a sensible thing to do.
take.
Just see what.
Now in the other game, Kevin Beard actually has an opportunity to peel through
Yeah.
penultimate, so that's a bit of a turnaround from a game that had stagnated quite a lot to suddenly look like it might end up with a peeling turn.
Now, where's Gavin going? He's coming for black. Is he lifting black? He is lifting black. Oh, he's lifting black and he's going to A bulk.
He obviously likes
Now,
the target, does he?
well,
Yellow and red. Or is blue involved in that target?
Well, I'm looking at that. I can't see it could be. I think
a bit
red and
shallow,
yellow are
doesn't it?
too far north.
Yeah, I agree.
But it doesn't seem to have looked at the possible double target for down the line
Yeah,
we're sitting on.
I'd fancy that shot out from B-ball coming up, so I'd hit it, but I would.
Of course, we
quite
can't
like
quite
it.
tell what the red,
Gap.
the red and yellow target looks like from A bulk.
Yeah.
But I'd be surprised if it's as
Oh.
nice a double as it is from B bulk. Anyway,
It's
he's
very
chosen what
deliberate.
it's all irrelevant if he misses.
Kevin
So-
peels penultimate.
Nice shot. Now this makes us think that he is thinking about the TPO Gavin if he hits.
If he's playing with the hoop 1 ball, I mean, sure, he can quite happy to take black to the peg with no peels or 1 peel or maybe even 2 peels, but
Yeah.
it does have the option of a TPO.
Yeah. So just going to stop off briefly just to, again to congratulate Debbie Lines on 8 wins out of 9 in Block B, going through with Robert Fulford, Marcus Evans and Stephen Morgan. Fantastic result. No Essex bias at all.
So Gavin's taking a lot of care over this, get it lined up.
Yeah. This is a big one.
Here he comes.
Smooth.
Yeah, he's hit.
Yellow.
He's hit. Right.
Oh.
Okay.
Right, Keith.
Game on.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
What's he going to do? What is he going to do? Well, I think the first thing, obviously, is to try and get a ball to hoop 2 and a rush to hoop 1.
Yeah.
And my favourite way of doing this would simply be to make sure I can rush red south of blue. Possibly, if I'm feeling brave, getting yellow well into the lawn.
Oh, Kevin just nicks the ball round about 1 back. He's going to be able to have an approach, but only just.
So Gavin's still thinking. Is he going to do a takeoff, or is he going to bring yellow in with a split shot?
I'm going to guess on him developing developing it a bit. It just makes things easier, doesn't it? I'm just going to go and retrieve a bit of text, see if I can charge some of these up a bit, because my iPad and iPhone have been worked very hard the last few days, and they're complaining.
Oh,
So I'll see if I can get some more juice into them.
good idea.
Yeah. The big finish.
Right, so Gavin looks like he's decided. I can't quite see. Has he decided on the... Is he doing a takeoff, or is
No,
yellow?
it's a full-blown
Where's
croquet
yellow
stroke,
going?
this
then?
one.
Where is yellow going? Oh,
Skedaddling down to the south boundary. It's quite steamy.
well, he's clearly overplayed that, because I'm pretty sure he would have wanted to rush red towards fourth corner. So he's got the big shot, sending red to 2, getting onto blue to rush to 1. But is it possible that he was thinking quintuple peel? Because yellow might have been put down as an escape ball. Maybe. I can't think of any other reason to send it that far, or even down that line, anything like that far. Anyway, he's now got a slightly awkward shot. Can he rush to 1? Has he got the split right? That's
No,
pretty
looks like a
good.
good rush,
That's
yeah.
pretty good.
It's 3 yard.
He wasn't able to get red towards
blue,
2,
yeah.
but it's in the middle of the lawn. What is the plan now? Let's see how this rush goes. Ooh, it's not bad.
That's very good, isn't it?
It's if he's
Very
thinking
good,
peel,
considering he
though,
was 3 yards away when he made the shot.
if he's thinking peel, this needs to be a good shot. Well, he's certainly marking brown, so brown is sort of where you'd want to put blue if you were thinking about the peel. Meanwhile, for Kevin Beard fans, Kevin
Yeah.
is progressing
Kevin
on
is
this.
progressing, but he's
Is
got.
this a triple, by the way?
No, it's it's
Of
the
course, he
second
made-
part
He,
of it.
he made
yeah.
a hoop, didn't he?
He
So
made a
this is
hoop,
just
yeah.
just a double peel if
Yeah.
it's successful.
But that was a nice shot. He's given himself a good chance of hitting the white ball that has come through the penultimate. You might call the referee.
Yeah, he has done, I think. Right, so Gavin's approached hoop 1. Blue has gone more or less where brown was. Again, somebody's marked a ball and not thrown it off the lawn, Gareth. I'm not happy
yeah.
about that.
No, Kevin. Although there was a significant discussion with Kevin, so he does know that it's there.
It's easy to forget. And now he's just moved brown.
Yeah, just tickled Brown while he.
Yeah, he's just moved brown somewhere else, still on the lawn.
Okay.
Now, Rob Henley White's asked an interesting question. Was he trying to cannon blue? I can't believe he was, Rob, to be honest.
Well, he's got blue in a nice position if he wants to peel it now, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I think he's got that in mind. I mean, he wouldn't be going to all this trouble if you weren't. This is interesting, though, because he can only be going to yellow next. He can only be going to yellow next. And he's doing the peel. And what could possibly go wrong here?
You're asking me what all
What
the
could possibly go wrong?
zillions
Well,
of things. that
there's
could
one
go
big
wrong.
thing that
knocking
could-
it out of knocking it off.
Yeah,
Able.
peeling
Yeah.
blue off the lawn
Yeah.
is right. Well, he's avoided that as he kept black on the lawn. He's done that. Now, this is quite aggressive, isn't it? He needs to roquet yellow to a spot where getting to the rush line on red isn't obstructed by hoop 5.
So Kevin has picked up the red ball and just dropped it somewhere. So that.
Oh no! Now the red's moved. Yeah. Well, at least Gavin knows that's happened. And nobody's put a ball in a hoop, so I'm glad to see that. Yeah, it was
Ooh,
quite a
Kevin
good.
rolls the
It was a
wide
pretty good
into-
shot.
Is it going to
No,
go?
no, not quite.
Not quite. It looked like it was going to go into the jaws of Rover.
But what it has done is got into Gavin's way.
Yeah.
Well, actually, this is one where I'm sure you'll get this right. But if he gets this slightly wrong, if he mishits black, and it goes down the line of white,
Yeah, it'll career into it.
yeah. And he hasn't
And he
done
hasn't.
that, and he's played pretty good shot. Yeah, not too bad.
Good enough for
The-
the rush, I think.
Yellow's short, but black's the important ball.
Yep.
I mean, ironically, he could still take on a TPO if he wanted to. He needs to. Oh no!
Just got to clip the wrong side of it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kevin's marking another ball.
Yep. And throwing it off.
Oh,
There
he's
you
thrown
go.
it off the lawn.
There you go.
Good boy.
You're happy with that, aren't
I'm
you?
happy with that. Yeah. So Kevin's making 2 back as Gavin approaches hoop 2.
Yep, they shouldn't get in each other's way so
Oh, he's
much
clubbed
now.
it. He's clubbed it.
No, I think it's just only slightly
Take
overrun.
it back. It's gone too far, but it's okay.
Ooh,
And now he's stuck.
he jams in the hoop.
On Sam's hoop.
Yep, on Sam's hoop with Sam sitting
With
by him.
Sam's ball
Yeah.
sitting there. So that's a bit of an oops. Now, what's the? You have to remind me because I haven't really been listening to all the results and so on. But vis-a-vis Sam and Gavin, what are they on?
The group that they're in,
Yeah,
that's a very good
it's
question.
Mark Avery's group, which is
Okay.
probably D, is it?
Is that D, was
I
it?
think it might be D.
You're right.
I am.
It was. Well done. So,
Gavin's already on 5.
Gavin's already
but
on
Sam
5.
Sam needs to win
Yeah,
to get to 5.
that's right. And
Annabelle's finished on 4.
Annabelle's finished on 4, but
Richard's
if the
finished on
results
4.
go her way, then there'll be a lot of other people on 4. So if we actually have a look at who they've got to play, so Sam and Gavin are playing that one. Yeah, so Peter Philby's against Zach Watson. So if we imagine that goes to form, there's going to be a lot of people left on 4.
Okay.
So there'll be a lot of playoffs.
Let's have a look.
There's only 2 games
Okay,
outstanding.
so we've got an 8 and a 7. They're definitely through, aren't they?
Yep.
And then there's 2 other places from a whole
Yeah.
bunch of people.
And yep.
Yeah, it's good. Nice roquet
So
from Sam. Right, so meanwhile, Kevin, you can just see him behind Sam,
Yeah.
over Sam's shoulder. He's doing the rover peel, going to 3 back.
Over peel, yeah. Which he gets.
Which
Well
he
played.
gets, and now the thing you have to avoid is doing what's known as the Morm error.
Oh, what's the Morm error?
The Morm
do
error.
tell, do
the
tell.
Morm error is getting all the peels
Yeah.
and then failing to finish the 4-ball break.
Okay. Okay. Why is it called the Morm error?
Well, because I think a certain Mr. Morm was rather prone to do it at one time.
Okay, so that sort of means
And
you've got
once-
this amazing
And
intensity
he
while
might,
you're doing the peeling.
and he may not have done it for 20 years, but the name sticks once it's there.
Like any good nickname.
Indeed, yeah. The 2 things to know about nicknames: they stick, and you don't get to choose them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, Sam's. How's this black doing? How's this black doing? It's gone.
Oh, no, it's okay.
gone. No, it's not.
No,
It's
it
gone.
rolls right at the end.
gone.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You'd have put money
You-
on that stopping. wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You called it totally. Because
Well,
I
we've
had
seen
that,
it so many
I had that
times, though.
stopping 2 feet away.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Yeah.
I've lost count of how many times that's happened.
Unbelievable.
The good news is, it is wide.
It's wide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
completely wide. I mean, the only way of black hitting red is running one back. So
And black can't even see blue.
and black can't see blue. Well, yeah. Fortunately, from Sam's point of view, black can see yellow. So there's no question of
Otherwise
it being a
there'd be a lift,
wiring
yeah,
lift. Exactly. So how's Kevin done? He's made 3 back.
Yeah.
He's got back onto white, and
Yeah.
that's coming up as a pioneer for Penol.
Yep.
And
It
he's
should-
got a ball at 4
He's
back.
got a ball at 4 back.
So-
He should finish.
Yeah, barring
Barring an
Yeah.
error. By a famous
Yeah.
error.
Indeed. So Gavin's about to find out that he can't see either of red or blue. So he's basically just making sure he gets back to the south boundary. So he's joined up with blue.
Yep.
So what does Sam do here? I mean, he's got a hoop he can run. Does he want to run it?
It's no
Do you want
particular
to-
advantage, really, is there? Because
Well-
it just puts more wire between you and everything else.
If the next thing he's going to do is shoot at yellow,
Yellow.
he should shoot at yellow first.
Yeah.
Because now you've just made another hoop. As well as making this shot longer.
Just looking again at block C with Reg and Dwayne through. Pete Trimmers end up with 5. Carmelu 5. Blake Fields 5. Yeah. So that's just about chatting to Blake's dad actually.
So
obviously
is that a
Blake's-
playoff?
It's a playoff, yeah.
Right.
Blake's super happy. Obviously, he's done very well to get into that playoff.
Yeah.
I've been doing a bit of celeb spotting in the bar as well.
Oh, who was there?
They had sunglasses on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't tell me you've taken a photo.
No.
Phew.
If I say the name Shoestring, do you remember Shoestring?
well,
from the,
Shoestring. Shoestring
late
was
1970s,
that Trevor
early
Eve?
80s. Trevor Eve.
Trevor Eve. I wouldn't
Well, okay.
recognise him, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you often see knocking about, and I've seen him today, and I saw him at the weekend. A certain Mr. C.J. Mottram.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Buster.
Buster Mottram, one-time
Oh,
number one
right.
British male tennis player.
Big serve, I remember.
And if he sees me, he will ask me if I want a game of chess.
AC Handicap 6.
Thank you. Excellent.
Thanks
Because
to
I've
that
had
team.
quite a few games of chess with CJ over the years.
Dare I ask who prevailed?
Modesty forbids.
Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Spoken by one of the nicest men in Croquet.
Nicest men, nicest chess playing
Yeah,
men in
I'm
Croquet.
well, no votes so far though on
Well,
the
no.
chat.
There haven't
Maybe-
been.
Maybe your friends are so nice and
Well,
modest that they don't.
forget them. My other half has been commenting, for goodness sake.
Is
and
she giving you a vote?
No.
She's-
she
no
has
votes.
not.
Null point.
Who's Elsa going to vote for?
Yeah, well,
Who do you think Elsa would vote for?
yeah,
Would it be an inter-counties teammate?
who
Would she-
knows?
If I had to choose one, that'd be hard.
Well, Kevin's looking strong. How would that leave the group?
Right, good question. Let me fire up my iPad. I didn't find what I was hoping for in the car, but I think we're going to last our way through.
So Gavin's just waiting, I think, for
Kevin, we're going to 5 wins.
For Beardy.
Yeah.
As
has
predicted.
has Beardy just got one hoop to make?
Yes.
Had he had white?
He hasn't had white yet, no.
Well, I'm curious because he chose not to go to white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And white, it's not easy to get a rush on white
No,
to the peg.
it's not.
So,
There's a peg. There's a hoop in the
and I
way.
can't believe that was really going to white first would have jeopardised
No.
getting onto green.
I agree. Because
So
yeah.
now he may just simply make rover and peg out, and everything's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised he hasn't gone to white.
maybe he's hoping to get he's. Well, yeah, it is going to be hard to.
For those of you watching in black and white, Kevin's white ball is actually about 18 inches, 2 feet south of hoop 6.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Right. So
Gavin has hit.
Okay.
Gavin has taken playing with black, which is his hoop 2 ball.
So Kevin has made all the hoops. Now we just going to need to see if he can peg out.
So-
Just remind me
so-
again, Rich. What will that do?
yeah, so you asked me about block E.
Yeah.
So
Will that put
Matthew
Kevin on 5?
Yeah, Matthew Essex through is 6. Andrew Johnson through is 7. I just bumped into Robert Wilkinson, Wilco, who's through with 6.
Is he?
Yeah,
Well
his
done.
first comment was, "I won't be able to play in the Managers Invitational." I don't think he'd be too upset about that. And then this will put, if Kevin wins, he'll be on 5 with Ed Duckworth. That'll be a playoff.
Yeah.
And then also potentially Tom Coles and Dennis Bullock could join them, although they've got difficult games. I spoke to Ed Duckworth on the way out. He's sitting on a bench off the west boundary. He said, "I'm not unhappy about getting in a playoff."
Okay.
So I think
Fair enough.
he's still in it, isn't he? That's
Yeah.
the key.
Okay, good.
I'd say that was a fairly typical response. I think that's a measured. He should have won again this morning, he said, but he'll take being in the playoffs.
So Gavin's
Nice rush by Kevin.
Yeah.
he's put a ball a bit north of 3, and he's got quite a long rush on yellow, which isn't pointing directly at 2.
Yeah.
He's put blue, clearly intending to put it down to hoop 4, which is the peel hoop, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 back. If
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
intending to now do a quadruple peel.
Yeah.
Gavin just waiting for Kevin to finish everything up,
Yeah.
which he should
Well,
do. Needs a
mate-
cut, a little bit of a cut here, but should be okay.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yep. Yep.
Right.
Yep, yep.
So, okay, Gavin's got his 3-yarder, 2.5, 3-yarder. Point is a punter. Punt over to 2, I would call it, but see how he gets on.
I think-
Yeah, he's taken that pretty.
Ooh.
Flicked
Just
off 6.
flicked
Yeah,
off 6.
that's right. Okay, well that's
I think
it's
Kevin's,
not ideal,
you
but
can see Kevin in the background
I think, to be honest, I thought
there.
yellow was travelling
Finish.
to
He
me.
was. It would have
He
gone
seems
way
strong.
past.
Yeah. So he's
not
put it. He's sort of mirror image this side.
Yeah. What
isn't
he
it?
would have had the other side.
What he would have had the other side.
Stop.
And that's gone.
Stop.
Again, he's almost the same sort of angle that he had last time. And he just sort of hit it straight into the wire and got stuck.
Claps
That's
are going on. That's
so.
Essex winning, isn't it?
Has he got it? He's
Ooh,
got through this
nice
time.
and true.
Shot.
Did
The
a
way
little-
that ball
did a little
came
hop.
off the ground.
Mm.
Essex just beating Tom Cole, so Tom's out. Matthew through.
Kevin calling the ref.
Oh.
There's another canter. Look, another
Oh,
another sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
KC.
going all-
KC's on.
Just eases up just at the end. No, I think that was a good rush from Kevin. It was about as good as he could get that to. So this is to
Right,
get
well,
in the playoff.
Gavin's.
Yep, just flicked, didn't
Yeah.
it?
Well done, Kevin.
Yeah,
He deserved a clap.
Well
It was well
done.
done.
yeah. Well,
Okay.
he's
I will
looking.
just
He
excuse
wants to know
myself
about
for 2
colour
seconds.
balls.
Yep, cheers. Ben Rothman beat Eugene Chang 26 TP, so no favours there. Robert Fletcher beat Simon Williams.
Oh, he missed. That peg out missed.
What? Oh, I thought it flicked off the
Well, he's just put the white clip on the peg, so all
There's
that
me
applause
clapping.
was premature, Rich.
Dear me.
Yeah, I don't know what you two were looking at.
Oh, that
It
flicked
flicked
off.
the peg.
Yeah, gosh, my eyesight's poor. Right,
Right,
so
now Gavin is... Okay, he's not really fully committed to what he might have done with yellow. I was slightly surprised. He could have sent yellow to hoop 4, but he's deliberately sent it sort of into no man's land. It's still in the west half of the lawn. Now, if Gavin is actually intent on getting a quadruple peel started, he'll need to take full advantage of the fact that he will be approaching hoop 4 off blue, and the other side of hoop 4 is 3 back, so he'll be attempting to set up the peel blue through 3 back immediately after he makes hoop 4. And he'll want a ball at 5, a pioneer. We all like pioneers, don't we, Rich?
we do indeed.
And then he'll have the escape ball will be north of 4, so he can buy. It might be 3 or 4 yards north of 4, somewhere where if it all goes to plan, blue will peel well down to 4 back.
Yeah.
And if that actually happens, he can convert it into a delayed TP.
Yeah.
He could, because
Suddenly it all opens up.
if he gets yellow is going to be this escape ball I'm
Mm.
talking about, and if he gets a rush on yellow south, he can decide, am I rushing yellow south to send it to 6 because blue didn't go through a huge distance,
yeah.
or if blue went through almost all the way to 4 back, then I could be sending yellow into escape ball position at 4 back.
Yeah. Well, I love that, Keith. Yeah, a nice pasture play.
But you have to get, Blues at the moment, he's still there now, he's just nicked that, and that was,
a bit nervy, wasn't it?
well, I think the body language says it all.
Yeah.
That
Not
was
impressed.
not what he wanted to do. So now to get yellow in the right place and black, he needs to do a good pass roll here.
Yeah. Which is more than possible with modern mallets, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
It's
but
tricky though.
it's just it's a lot harder than that. Is he going to stack errors at this
Yeah,
stage? Because
exactly.
this is a lot harder than
Yeah.
we thought he was going to be playing.
And black looks pretty good to me. Pace.
Yeah, black's the important ball.
Looks
I mean,
nice.
okay, you don't want to put yellow in the way or something. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
yellow is not now sort of 3 or 4 yards north of Hoot 4, like I said it might
That
be.
looks good. Oh,
that
he said I
could be.
cursed him.
I think that's a disaster.
Is it?
I don't think
His
he
hand
could.
on hip.
Well, if it was simple, he would immediately be taking
Popping it
croquet
there.
from blue and popping it through the
Yeah,
hoop. So even from our angle, don't know if we can get a close up of
Oh,
blue.
looks right in front.
But
That looks short
it's
in
not
front.
right in front. I think it's
Yeah,
on the
the
right.
other way-
It's on the
yeah.
right hand side.
Right
I
in
don't-
front from our side, I mean,
Yeah.
Right on the back. Aston Wade's nice finish beating Harry
Did
Fisher.
that float the
26-13.
peg? Did that float the peg? Where did she say
No,
that?
I'm not even trying anymore. Not even
Anyway,
trying. It didn't.
back to Gavin.
I'll have to watch that replay though. I'm brain sort of definite flick. On the spell.
So what can he do? Well, I'll tell
Goes
you
a
what he
long way
can
through.
do. I'll tell you.
Go
Shall I
on.
tell you?
Go for it, Keith.
Well, I reckon you approach the hoop, and then after the hoop you hit yellow.
Yeah. Yeah,
Now-
just take your time.
What on earth can you do with yellow?
I just realised I've made a really big mistake.
Whoa,
Well, Kevin Beard didn't finish at all.
No.
He
No,
didn't.
No.
I thought
Well-
he flicked the peg.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought he'd hit the
This
peg.
is a good eye, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
no, I
I'm,
was
walk,
quite
I'm, walk,
clapped
I'm,
him,
walk, I'm,
Gareth.
I'm walking. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I walk back, and he's still on the lawn. And I'm thinking, I was going to go and say, "Well done, Kevin." I thought, oh no,
Oh,
there's
well
still a white clip on the
Yeah,
peg.
I thought he did it.
right. So just
go on,
just
Jason.
note, Gavin he's not roquet yellow first. I thought he might roquet yellow first and go back, get a rush on blue in front of 3 back and peel it going to red.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't have been able to do too much with yellow, whereas he's settled for, he's going to put blue back
More
towards
patient.
peeling position. He's going to have a pioneer at 6.
Yep.
And then I think after 5 maybe he's going to rush red back down south,
Yeah.
send it to 1 back,
Ah. So
and then peel blue
Going to
going
6.
to yellow at 6.
that's quite a classic kind of sextuple.
It's
feel if
it's
you're
a
doing well,
classic
aren't
bit
you?
in
Yeah.
the sort of middle of a sextuple,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, so be
Yeah.
comfortable with it.
But yeah, bear in mind he's now converted a standard quadruple into the
Yes.
second half of a sextuple. But
Yeah.
yeah, he's,
So block F is effectively over now. There are some minor games to finish, but so Aston beat Harry Fisher last game, so that's very good. Steve Muller 8 wins, Harry Fisher 7 wins, Aston 7 wins. That's an excellent outcome for Aston. And Gabrielle, very strong finish, 6 wins. Well done, Gabs. So those are the qualifiers from block F. Quick look at some other ones while we're waiting to see exactly what Gavin does, but I think Keith's right. I think he's going to make 5, and then Matthew Essett beat Tom Coles as we saw from a distance. We'll just let Gavin play a few shots and then maybe have a brief look at some of the key blocks. There are some that are very, very tight still. Block A being very tight. Almost certainly playoffs. Right, he's got a really nice rush on red there, Keith, hasn't he?
yeah,
Yeah.
he's got a nice rush on red south. Has he got room to send red all the way to 1 back? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, that's where you need a Robbie Fletcher mallet again, don't we? We should become affiliates. Every time we mention Robbie's mallet,
Yeah.
I like that idea. Get that set up. Not sure it's in the spirit of croquet commentary to endorse
endorse
random
celebrity
croquet products.
endorsements.
It would be quite an interesting version of croquet if you're allowed to use multiple mallets in a turn. You fish out your Fletcher mallet for a stop
Or have
shot.
have a mallet that you can adjust things on it. Yeah.
Almost like a sort of set of golf
Yeah,
clubs.
instead of golf club. Yeah, because you could have one that does a jump shot really well, couldn't you?
So we've got camera's just gone to Robin Brown for a moment.
Yeah, he's on one back.
Yeah,
Really
just-
intriguing game now because it's a 3-ball game,
It
2v1.
is, It is. Easily lost from. I don't want to curse Kevin's position.
No.
Nice smooth shot here needed from Robin.
And Robin not giving away a lift now.
That's right. So that was nice smooth hoot stroke from Robin. So it feels like he's settled down a bit now. White is a good pioneer for 2-back. So this is
Very
ball
interesting.
1. Are we just trying to get this ball round and then very patiently get his brown round? And yeah, it's not over till it's over. The peg is a very narrow target. Gavin sends red down. That's a nice shot from Gavin. Red's coming down towards 1 back.
Well,
Hell for blue.
yeah, again,
Bit deep.
it's
wasn't
another croquet stroke where
it? It's come
the
down.
croquet ball's gone on.
Yeah, come down the hill, but
It's very important that this goes through, I would say.
yeah, it
Now,
doesn't.
has he rushed that far enough? Yeah, I think he
Okay.
has. That's good. Yeah, if you get this down a sufficient distance, I think you're looking at setting up. So if he peels this, then blues for 4 back, and I think, well, I'm not sure what he will do, but I would certainly be looking at setting up, peeling 4 back, getting a rush to 3 back.
Sandy Gregg, block D, beats Juan Bravo Ferrer. So 1 win for Juan and 3 for Sandy, but neither make it through. That's another tight block. We'll come back to that
Right,
later.
so blue's done well. More than halfway
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
to 4 back.
Yeah.
So I think, okay, if it was me, I would be having a yellow at 2 back as a pioneer.
Okay.
I know some people like the 2 back pioneer at 4 back, and he's got the chance.
So I've,
He's got the chance to improve blue, hasn't
I was
he?
going to say,
before 1 back.
can he get yellow over to corner 3, send that to 2 back, and then obviously get south of blue, and he could even potentially get a peel on.
Well,
Blue,
yes,
if it went
yes,
really
he could.
well.
He could, but
That's bonus, isn't it?
to me, that's just another reason to have a 2 back pioneer.
Yeah. Keep the break.
Anyway, we'll see how he does this.
We've got Andrew Johnson just to our left, who's done very well. Hit form in the block, he's safely through. That's block E.
Robin nicely through 2 back.
Yeah, that game's not over, is it?
Certainly isn't.
Even though we
Shows
thought
the
it was.
perils of a missed peg out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm surprised from where he was that he missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hit a nice drive, so it wasn't a rolled peg out, which is generally hazardous. Right, so yellow's going to go down to 2 back for Gavin. Just wait for Robin to clear from that area of the lawn.
Amazing bonus for Robin to be able to craft this 3-ball break.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that opportunity.
He's playing it nicely too.
Yeah.
So this is Gavin sending a yellow, clearly sending yellow to 2 back. He's trying to get south of blue, which he's managed.
Yeah, that's good.
And okay, so if we imagine he punts this up the lawn towards 4 back,
Yeah.
the absolute best result is he actually puts it in peeling position and can peel it going to red.
Yeah.
The second prize though is that he's got it
Wow.
reasonably near
Wow.
4 back. Yeah, it's not, it's just gone too far.
Yeah.
It's angled.
Great effort though.
But he's got it near 4 back.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is he going to try and jaws it?
Somebody have a word. Somebody have a word. I don't like this.
No.
That's mental.
Is that a bit aggressive?
Well, I can just see blue bouncing off the wire miles away.
Okay. This will be a really interesting shot then.
Yeah, and it's also a more difficult shot. Rather than a takeoff going to red, he's doing this wrong. Yeah, this could be horribly wrong, and it is horribly wrong.
As you said,
But, you know, actually black is not too bad.
play black ball, isn't it? Yeah,
Black's the important ball.
Yeah.
And he's still got another chance to improve blue. It's just that he actually had blue in a good place, and it's now not. But anyway.
Is he going to be able to get a position to avoid a straight triple, do you think? Is he?
Yes, because what he will do, so he's got a pioneer at 2 back. Where's the 3 back pioneer going to be, Rich? Tell me that.
Oh,
What do you think?
I'm thinking it's going to be, one option would be to peel blue through 4 back and then rush your 3 back pioneer in as a
Absolutely, absolutely.
Am I thinking on the right track?
You are thinking on the
I
right
can
track.
think correctly, I just can't execute.
Now,
it.
where's this red going? He looks like he's punting this down the lawn. I don't get this at all. What is going on here?
Ooh,
Tell
it's
me
turned
about. And
left.
he's turned left. Okay. Okay, I'm a bit surprised. I would have been trying to get a rush on red back towards blue. And leave blue and red at 4 back and go back. Now actually he's done well there.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a result. That's a result and a half. So he doesn't seem entirely happy with that, but if you're trying to finish this quadruple, then I'm actually delighted with that.
Well, meanwhile, Robin continues to make excellent progress.
Yeah,
Yes.
Gowen's just waiting for Robin. So is Robin on what's he on?
He's
Is
just
he
on his first
break.
break,
Okay.
essentially, or completing the break that was sort of semi-established before.
But he's for.
But he's now for.
He's going to the peg.
He's going
of
to the
course,
peg, yeah,
he
'cause
can,
he's not
he can
giving
do it.
away
He's
any
not giving
lifts,
lifts.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah, so he's just
Well,
giving himself a chance to
So
finish on that
potentially, if he can complete this, get to the peg, he can leave. What's his other ball for? 2. So he can leave a guarded corner 2 area, rush to hoop 2, and leave white down near corner 4. Ideally wired from the peg by hoop 4. Just a little nuance I'll throw out there.
Sounds good.
So the best way of doing that is actually running penultimate properly for a start.
Not dribbling through.
Well, it's fine if he can hit it, but now he's here he comes, Casey. Casey's on the case.
Running.
He's still maintaining. He's obviously done the stamina work. He's
I
not
think
slowing down
I
at
think
all.
he's got blocks in that tank.
Yeah.
He came out. He came out very
I'd love
quickly.
to see that. I'd love to see
Fast start.
referees and
Yeah, with blocks.
With blocks.
Yeah. Poised. Several referees all around the lawn,
That'd be beautiful,
poised.
wouldn't
it? Right. So, okay, the professional way to get this is to send brown towards where you're going to leave white. Yeah?
Yep.
And then you rush white down there, position it. Robin's very experienced, he knows what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Has brown turned a bit? Yeah, turned a bit, and it's a bit short. Anyway, he could just croquet white, rush near brown, beside brown, and just croquet white. down the wide line. The point being that actually that if he left it an open shot to the peg, that's actually a bigger target than a single ball at nearly,
yes, of course,
nearly 40 yards.
I was forgetting that Kevin only has to hit the peg.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if Robin manages to get wide from the peg, so the only shot's going to be at green or brown, and it's going to be a very, very long shot.
And he can pick up the break again.
Well, he can pick up the break again, so Kevin may not shoot. In fact, I would say Kevin shouldn't shoot, actually. Meanwhile, Gavin is... Right, so Gavin has taken advantage of the rush that he got on red. So he's positioned blue and red at 4 back. And he's got a nice position at 2 back. So the key thing here is, if you're doing this, you need to be able to rush yellow back to 4 back. You don't want to be doing a big roll from down there. And that's why someone who's rubbish at rushing like me is better off having a 2 back pioneer at 2 back rather than at 4 back. Well, we can see what Robin was trying to do.
So his aim now is to come up to corner 2, is it?
I think so. He's just going to check that white is wide from the peg. I'm not sure it is, actually. Oh, maybe it's close. Right, so Gavin's made 2 back, and he's going to rush. No, he isn't. He's absolutely...
isn't he?
Yeah. That's the worst thing that could have happened.
Jose Rivas beaten.
Other than missing. Missing would be worse.
Block H, Jose Rivas beaten Dave Kibble, 26 QP. So that is a playoff for the 4th spot between Dave and Logan McCorkindale. So good comeback from Logan to get back into that playoff. 5 wins each. Ewan Burridge qualifies outright in 3rd place. Phenomenal. Well done to Mark Van Loo, well done to Jose as well. Starting to shake out some of these blocks. Block A is still a nightmare. Christian Carter finishes with a win against Dennis Bullock. Well done, Christian, for pulling that one out. That takes Dennis out of any contention. He needed the win to get.
Here comes Gavin's big roll. The shot I said that you absolutely have to avoid playing because he needs to get this black's travelling. Okay, maybe not too bad actually. Slowed up a bit. Right, so he's not really rushing blue closer to 4 back, but if he can just tickle this, it will still be in peeling position. And he has, and he hasn't. Oh, that's dreadful.
Can he get in behind?
Red's in the way now.
It's dreadful not because blue's blocked from the hoop, which it isn't. It's can black get a rush on red, to 3 back. He can't play a straight shot. I think that gives him. Oh, he's given up.
He's given up.
He's
got a nudge. He's got to create a clear path, hasn't he?
Well, he's still got a straight triple if he can get around this, but it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to push blue out, get straight a rush from red as you can.
This game has got legs.
God, Gavin will be glad when this game's over, assuming that he can get across the line.
Meanwhile,
well, Sam will be loving it because I think Sam's eyeing up another shot now.
Yeah.
He's got to be thinking he's getting another turn.
Keith, what should Kevin do here?
Well, has Robin finished?
Robin's finished.
Right, so for the viewer's benefit, black is 3 yards out of corner 2, or maybe 2.5 yards out of corner 2 towards the peg. Brown is, sorry. And green is level with brown, but behind hoop 2.
Discouraging the shot at the peg, isn't he?
Do you think he's discouraging a shot at the peg? Well, he shouldn't go at the peg.
Halfway off east boundary. Quite punchy.
It's aggressive. Coming out of the corner at this stage is potentially aggressive. A really top player would finish, if you went in the middle of the side boundary.
Yeah.
Because they'd make a hoop, rush to it,
Yeah.
dig it out, rush to their hoop, rush
Thanks
back
very
again.
much, chimp.
Yeah. Whereas that's a lot harder to do in a corner. Anyway.
He can't stop Kevin.
Meanwhile, Gavin has made 3 back. Well, Kevin's sort of.
Robin's for 2, isn't he?
He is for 2, and he hasn't given himself a rush to 2.
What
Gavin's missed.
Gavin's
Isn't
missed.
his, or has he hit blue?
Yeah,
No,
he's
hasn't.
missed everything.
What's that? Oh, that's not good. So we're faced again, Gareth, with the classic situation of potentially going from 1 turn from finishing.
Yeah.
Definitely now
Yeah,
2.
2 turns, yeah.
Right, so
Yeah, Robin can make. Oh no, he's going to shoot with his green ball. Okay.
so not only is he 2 turns away, but he's given Sam a ball in bolt, and he's got a lift. He's got. Oh, this is a nightmare from Gavin's point of view. I mean, look at this. He's got a 1-inch roquet with red,
Yeah,
and 2 balls at his hoop.
yeah.
One of which is partner, obviously. And if he can't set up a standard TP here, he never will. I mean, this takes about a nanosecond to work out which ball to play with and what to do with it.
Gosh. How things change.
We're getting drama in the twilight.
You would say.
We haven't got to twilight yet, but
You know,
this game is going down to the wire.
In practice, you'd be pretty confident about finishing from here.
No,
with
just to remind the listener, Gavin's on 5 and Sam's on 4. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah. So for people who are looking for playoffs, we want. Is there a playoff anyway, or does it depend on Sam winning?
So Mark and Zach are clear. If Gavin stays where he is, he's number 3 at the moment. Annabelle's stuck on 4. Pete Philby's got on 4, but a game to finish.
But Pete's got strong opposition,
Yeah,
hasn't
he's
he?
got Zach, so that's hard. So 1, 2, 3. You could even have a playoff with people that have got 4 wins.
Yeah, yeah.
Very easily.
Very easily.
Gavin could actually end up.
Gavin.
Gavin Carter.
Yeah,
And,
he's
he could-
currently on 5.
Yeah, well, if Sam won against Gavin,
We'd have 2 on 5.
yeah, and Peter Philby lost to Zach, then actually
Yeah.
Gavin and Sam would both go through.
No playoff.
No playoff.
No
playoff.
Right.
Right.
Annabelle's stuck on 4. Richard Smith is stuck on 4. Sam can get to 5. Pete Philby, if he fails to beat Zach, is stuck on 4.
Oh, yeah.
So actually, Sam could win, and Sam and
Right.
Gavin go through.
So
potentially.
this makes this potential triple peel crucial.
Huge.
A standard triple peel potentially to qualify.
For the last 32 of
Yeah.
the 2023 World Championships.
The 18th
18th
AC World Championship.
Knowing that he's still in a chance to become that 18th world champion.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Apart from that, it's just normal term, standard TP.
So we've got pretty much the same situation with Robin and Kevin that we had a minute ago.
Except this time White can definitely see the peg. I'm not saying it's going to shoot or should shoot, but it can see the peg. So Sam meanwhile has put out his escape ball and he's sensibly rushing partner to hit 3. He's doing this quite long casting, which I don't particularly
It's a
like.
bigger
But anyway.
cast than the shot he needs to play, isn't it?
Yeah. He's played it pretty well though.
Yep.
So, Richard Smith and Annabelle will be sitting there crossing their fingers that Gavin prevails.
Yes.
Well, Richard Smith is sitting there. I can't see Annabelle. There's quite a
Kevin
few
goes
people.
to the same place that he went to last time.
Quite a few people starting to gather now, aren't there?
Yeah. Difference being that Robin's actually got a rush now.
So Sam's approaching 3. Standard position. You approach and you put partner into peeling position, and ideally you then run the hoop and tap yellow and peel it, getting a rush on blue down the lawn. Has he got position? Yes. Tick. Is yellow in peeling position? Yes. Tick.
Does he make the hoop?
Can he run the hoop without screaming down the lawn?
Yeah.
That's. I mean, there is pressure. Well,
it's okay.
It's not screamed down the lawn. I think he's just
a
about
mild murmur.
It's just one of those that if you're feeling a bit of extra pressure, you could
Robin
hit us
has
too
gone
hard.
a little bit further than he might have intended to there with that takeoff.
Yeah, it's cut white.
He's
Yeah. Okay, so I was watching Sam, but so he has in fact rushed it too far. He didn't have the.
Thumped it, did he?
Yeah, he didn't have the. And quite deliberately.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. So
I
didn't
mean,
fancy
he
it. Didn't fancy the tickle.
No, didn't fancy a tickle.
So now we're getting.
So
Orders of
we're
magnitude
into
a bit more tricky,
we're
aren't
into
we?
delay TP territory straight away. So we're going to be looking at. Won't be an attempt at the peel after hoop 4.
I'm going to stick my neck out.
Yeah,
Keith.
go and stick your neck out.
stick it out.
If Sam doesn't finish
Yeah.
on this turn, I think
Yeah.
Gavin wins.
Oof. Well, that's a big call.
It is a big call. Just got a feeling.
The thing Sam must do, apart from picking up his clip, which he hasn't done,
Yeah, that's okay.
is get to the peg. Get to the peg, and why is that important? I keep going on about it. Anybody?
Well, you can finish in one turn, Keith.
Thanks.
Finish in one turn.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes, sorry.
Is the correct answer.
Now, Robin.
Robin is
Now, one thing about
loading and holding.
One thing, Robin does think about the game. He's tactically quite aware.
This is a very big shot coming
Yeah,
up
you
because
see,
he's
that's-
loaded 3.
Well, he's basically said, well, you've gone in the wrong place, mate.
Yeah.
You've given me this chance. And if I do this successfully, it's game over.
Okay, so here we go.
Huge.
Massive shot
Huge.
from Robin. Settles himself, makes
Yes.
it.
Lovely hoop. Lovely hoop.
Shots.
Right, so what a turnaround. Look.
Huge turnaround.
Now,
Is it
I'm
Robin
go-
trying to get in a flower for lead then?
well, you can tell me in a moment, but I'm
Yeah.
just going to go back. If you remember, gentlemen, we said, why didn't Kevin move
Yeah,
white?
move the white.
Why didn't
You
Kevin
said
move
it.
the white?
You said it.
And he ended up getting a rush that didn't go towards the peg, and he missed the peg out.
Massive.
Now, I don't like saying I told you so, 'cause I didn't actually tell you that
No,
was
but
going to happen,
you
but
cautioned.
I did say that moving white could have been beneficial.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, the game's over anyway because he flipped the peg.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
well.
right.
Yeah. Have you heard of Specsavers?
I'm now wondering how many games I thought I finished hitting the peg out.
Yeah. Be a steward's inquiry on your results in the rankings. Now, what is going on here? Are we surely we're not trying to rush peel or something? He's trying to really tidy up yellow, which
Rush peel 6.
this is
yeah.
a mistake.
It's a
Oh
long
well,
take
okay.
off,
He's
isn't it?
not. I thought he was going to try and rush really close to it, which would have been a
You
mistake.
want to stick it in the jaws, do you? Every nightmare.
Well, you don't want to do that. I don't really think you want it 6 inches in front either.
Well, it's hard to do his takeoff without moving. Oh, you've got the technique, which I like, about how to do long takeoffs without moving that ball. very
Well,
much.
it's something that Keith Wiley taught me.
Yeah.
Which is you first of all you become very good at making the right angle with where you want to go, and then as long as you pick an aiming point a small amount inside and an aiming point in the distance, and then just hit that aiming point, the croquet ball will shake.
Real shape.
Yeah.
That's all right, isn't it? That takeoff. It's fine. Robin's waiting.
Yeah, it was a good
patiently.
takeoff.
Robin's waiting patiently. I think.
That is a good
I think he'll
takeoff.
finish from here, Robin. 3 ball break. Peg.
I also think Robin will finish.
Well, we've got a request from the viewers to look at that game, so we'll try and juggle both. Obviously, both
Well,
games are extremely
we'll
important.
certainly keep you posted. I think the camera team find it easier to stick to one game they can hear our commentary, but it's actually harder than you might think to just suddenly switch the cameras to another game, which perhaps sometimes we've been talking about the Robin and Kevin game, and you haven't actually been able to see what's happening.
I think it's important to keep people updated.
Meantime, oh my word, that wiped his feet, didn't it? That wiped his feet.
He's got a forward rush, but it was a bit nervy.
Well, this is a time when you need some good control, because you want to get blue to one back, but absolute priority is to get red close to yellow. South of yellow, close to yellow.
If you go that wide, West Ham was standing there, I would think I would play more of a stop shot and getting it even tighter. But
I think it depends how your stop shots are.
well, not as good as Rob Fletcher.
Well,
but not bad.
we know that.
No one's as good as Rob Fletcher.
I love the way people go and mark the spot. I mean, how close is he going to get to
Well,
this spot?
see, I wouldn't do that.
No,
then I'd look
don't
like
give the
an
game
idiot
away.
when I'm
Exactly.
when I'm
Don't
like
give the
10 feet
game away.
whatever.
When you absolutely mark, you see,
there we go. See,
what
I
you
put it
should
anywhere near
do
that.
is hit that, and rather than, because you've given the game
This is
away.
a wide
first of
split
all.
now, isn't it? Now, Keith, do you remember we were talking about different alternatives to what you can do around
Yeah,
six?
you don't. Come on, blue does not need to go to one back here.
No, it doesn't, does
It
it?
needs to be a reception ball at 6.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
that ties into what we were talking about before with the different ways of playing
Yeah.
around.
Please make
6.
this a reception ball at 6, and the takeoff is not doing the job.
Yeah, because a
This
wide
needs
split
to go
is horrible,
north.
right?
Okay, well he's
Well, I think
he's
he's
doing something.
he's taking a lot of the blue.
Well, hopefully he
He's
doesn't.
corrected himself
That's not
there,
because
isn't he?
he's got very good hearing. That's
It
easy.
would be literally like a dog if he could have heard that one. So yeah, reception ball to 6.
It's not bad.
Red tie
I
to
like
yellow.
that. That's not
That's
bad.
nice.
But
He hasn't yet
He's-
taken the red clip off the
No,
top
he
of loop
hasn't.
3, has he?
no,
He'll spot
maybe
that,
he'll
I
do.
think.
Maybe he'll do that in a moment when he gets the peel. He's swinging like he's hitting this
It's a
about
big
10
old
yards,
swing, isn't
but
it? Don't think
it's a
that
tiny shot. Oh, he's got away with it.
shades yellow, but
Yeah,
it's
well,
okay.
he was okay. He clearly had a cut rush, so he wasn't hitting that centre ball.
No, Robin Brown sitting facing to the side because
I'm glad he's put blue there.
Yeah, it's good placement.
good thinking. It's
Yeah.
very good thinking, because what he can do. Now look where he's looking. Again, he's giving the game away. But basically, he's saying, "I'm going to rush there. I'm going to rush black there, and then I can send it to one back."
And why is it bad to give the game away?
Well,
because everybody knows
when
he played a rubbish
yeah,
shot. Yeah,
exactly. But he gave it away anyway because he had some body language. So
Yeah.
I didn't want to rush there. There's a school of thought that says that if you can get away with it, just whatever you do, look as though that's what you meant.
Yeah, play the poker game.
Yeah, not many players do that.
And equally, actually, as well, even you're telling your brain that this is still okay, I'm fine with it, I can go through it. Whereas if you're kind of huffing and puffing, it does create an impact on your mental state. Right, here we go. Big peel. Oh,
Well,
pass.
if it's
Adjustments.
yeah, well, he's adjusted it, but not actually checked that they're still
Check the
lined
line
up.
again. Yeah, it's a good point, that.
And nicely through, and
That's okay,
the
well.
red rolls on.
Peel done, tick. Avoided getting hampered by yellow on
Tick.
getting the rush to 6.
Second
tick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, can he rush it somewhere near the spot that he's selected?
Oh,
He's
is he-
going
is
back
he-
to
is
look
he
at the
cha-
spot.
Has he changed
Yeah.
the spot? I think that's a good cut.
Yeah, that's the same spot that he picked before, wasn't it?
It's consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously mindful of the fact that blue is the potentially deep reception ball for making 6. So he's got to give himself a bit of space as well to push black over a little bit.
Yeah, but
Doesn't have to be huge, though, does it?
exactly.
Even
Does
so-
black need to go all the way to one back?
As long as it's west.
Not
ooh,
really.
west. Yeah,
Not
so-
really. That's fine.
As
Okay.
long as he can get in front, he's
it's
fine,
not
isn't
where
it?
he was standing,
Yeah,
but
that's a good point.
but it's fine. It's fine. I mean, you just
What you have to realise with Sam is he tends to stand at a spot that's a good 4 feet, consistently 4 feet west of
Where
he's
he
gonna
was
rush
going to
to.
play. It's all part of deceiving the
One of
commentators.
the India singles
here we
that he
go.
has.
Right, here we
big
go.
shot.
This is big. This is massive because
Send
he's
it.
got to.
Oh, he's
He's not
finally-
put white back.
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
probably should mark yellow for all.
And maybe should take the clip off 3 as well.
Well, we'll
at some
get there at some point.
Take him when he
off.
finishes.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, Gavin's going to turn around and say, "You're still on 3, mate. Don't know what you're doing."
Right. So, first and foremost,
Robin
you
just
need
wants
to get red in front of 6.
Yep.
If that doesn't happen, you know,
Sayonara.
where black goes becomes irrelevant.
Yeah.
How far's black going?
Reasonable.
That's good. I think that's good.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
fine. I
that's
like
good,
that.
Yeah.
The thing to avoid there with black is sending it too far.
Getting greedy.
Shorts fine. Now we're just. Yeah, I'm happy. He doesn't really need a rush here.
Yeah, so we think
I
yellow
mean,
can go to
okay,
2 back. Here
exactly.
It comes,
Yellow can go to 2 back.
yeah. Nice
Yeah.
shot.
Now
Nicely through.
he's got exactly the right amount
it.
of wire to get a rush to corner 3, I think. So he will now be thinking,
Blue
can
to
I
2
send
back.
blue to 2 back? In which case I could potentially get yellow set up at penalty and then do the death roll.
I was in exactly this position
Yeah.
at counties once against
Yeah.
Hertfordshire, and I croqueted yellow towards penalty and I
Yeah.
ran it.
Sorry.
I ran the peel from an angle.
What, from over there somewhere? No.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Smudge said, Smudge was sitting there. Richard Smith was going, well, we've lost. I managed to mess it up.
Ah.
But it was a
Okay.
great
well,
peel.
I think that's only the honourable thing to do,
Yeah.
Rich,
Yeah,
when you've
given
had
I
a
fluked
stroke
a-
of luck like that.
Fluked the penalty peel.
Right, he's rushed that nicely
Yeah,
right
that's
into
good.
corner
That's
3.
good. So he's got a real chance here of getting blue to 2 back and getting yellow straight to penalty.
Yep.
Yeah, and the thing here is don't worry about the rush on yellow
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah. Just don't go
Just
north.
just get a
South,
nice, just get. Oh, you can go south. Don't get wide from it.
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
that's the one
Don't
thing.
don't get wide from it. Got to qualify what I just said. Don't get wide from it.
Just
But
be able to hit it.
it's the important ball is blue. You get a good blue at 2 back. Happy days.
Yeah. It's interesting watching his body language. His sort of level of determination has kicked in now. Earlier on in the game, he really looked like he was looking for a swing,
Yeah.
and now,
Well, it's sunk in that actually this is a great chance.
and this is, for someone of his standard, this is about as bread as butter as it can get, while knowing there's a lot of pressure on it.
Yeah,
But
let's
he
see.
looks much calmer.
Right,
curse him, but-
not even looking at red. Where's blue going?
Okay.
Where's blue going?
Yeah. Blue's making progress. It's a little bit east, isn't
No, I
it?
don't like that. I mean, he might not have been able to get it to. Maybe he couldn't get it to 2 back. Is that possible? I'm not sure. He's gone down a funny line. It's possibly.
I think getting that to 2 back and just being able to in a
Let's just
position where
have
you
a
can hit
look.
red.
Have a look on the screen. How could he have?
That's shorter than I would
He's
expect.
in
it
the
to be.
corner.
Yeah.
Well, he's
Very
clearly.
wide, isn't it?
It is wide. That is wide.
Meanwhile, Robin's had an amazing wait.
Yeah.
He's had about 10 minutes to play this shot, and which if it works, he'll have a 3-ball break to win.
I think Robin's going to win. I really do. It was just nice
He's
wide.
had, yeah. He's had white moved by Sam's rush.
Robin's going. Finally.
I mean, it's not that critical, fortunately. So anyway,
Robin's going to have to wait another couple of minutes.
the reason I don't like blue. Why don't I like blue?
Well, it's
Well,
more
why am I
short.
concerned about blue though? Yeah, it's short, but why is that important?
Well, if he wants to death roll on from penalty next, you've got to be blooming accurate to get the rush. to
Absolutely, 100%. That's why I said the important ball was blue. Now,
Really?
this
I mean-
green's travelling.
The green's travelling
Green,
a lot.
yeah.
The
Now,
green's slowing a lot.
now this is the
wow.
line, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
the line from the end of B-bolt that we see on more or less the end of B-bolt, it didn't hill at all.
Yeah.
You used to come from corner 2 or behind hoop 2, suddenly there's a massive
Rocket.
west to east.
But just an
So-
observation about that. Robin was waiting for a
Yeah.
very long time,
Yeah, go a bit
and then
cold.
and he got so anxious that he wanted to play through Sam,
Yeah.
and he had to negotiate with
he needs
Sam to do it, and
So-
now he's overhit it.
Sam is not sending. What is going on?
What's he doing now, Keith? Any ideas?
I don't know. I've absolutely no idea. Okay.
I'm
Well,
confused.
I'm confused because I do not believe that he's planning to send yellow to 3-back. I just can't get
That'll
that.
make things very difficult.
No, he's
Is he that worried about blue that he's trying to do something different?
yeah. I can imagine he might want to get in a situation where he roquets yellow, puts it over to Penal, and then he can rush black down near a blue.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, that
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 makes
would
some
make
sense,
sense.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
So he's just slowing it down a
Now,
little
what
bit.
viewers can see in the background, behind Sam's left shoulder, is the green ball that Robin is going to attempt to go to keep his 3-ball break alive,
And
and he's having to play a
he's
big
gone off.
split.
He's gone off.
And
That's gone off,
It's
hasn't it?
going,
Doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good. I think it could be off.
Bang.
He doesn't like it.
Oh,
He's
it's
hopping.
bang.
He didn't get a rush out of 3.
I think.
So that means
Can't
that
quite
Kevin
tell.
will have a
Well,
10-yarder.
let's go. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just check. Let's.
Has it gone off?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
and
Yeah. It's gone off.
All right. So
that
you
was
can
a
see
function of a-
you can see in the background.
Yeah.
Robin's off. Kevin's going to be coming onto the lawn, and you can see the white ball there, just south of Rover.
Yeah, it's about a 10-yarder, isn't it?
The good news for Robin is he has left a rush to his hoop.
He
Yeah.
has.
He might have left a double target.
That's a function of actually hanging around for a long time, getting anxious about Sam
Well,
clearing
or
out.
maybe forgetting about the hill,
Forgetting
or not,
about
or
the
not
hill,
knowing about
not
it.
knowing about the
Maybe.
hill.
Meanwhile,
But even then, he had a chance to get a rush out
now
of 3.
look
calling
where
for the
Sam's
ref.
gone. Look where Sam's gone.
Oh, right, Sam.
Oh, the referee's running out again.
There he
Here
goes.
comes KC.
Is he going to stop at the peg? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
good. That's good.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
So this is huge. This is
Kevin Beard for the win.
10-yarder for the win.
Having said that, we were betting on Robin to finish.
Yep.
I think he's going to hit. Just got a feeling.
Okay,
Smooth
here
Kevin
goes.
Beard.
Here he goes. And he misses.
What
You
do I
sure?
know?
Yeah.
you sure?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'd say that's close
Casey
enough to
shaking
count as
his
a
He's
hit.
shaky his head, yeah. I
Casey's
think he should
shaking
be
his head.
shaky his head. Right, back at the main game.
All right.
Here comes Sam.
Sam.
This is
Loading penalty.
this is
So as you
loading
said, Keith,
penalty, and he's got more or less got a rush on Blake, which is fine. Well, I'm not worried about what, yellow.
Yeah,
Yellow, he
but
gets another roquet on it
the rush on
before
Black's
he's
nice,
even
isn't it?
thinking about trying to peel it. His,
So-
his concern is very sensibly because blue is a bad pioneer.
yeah.
He's going to rush black
Yeah.
nearer
So
to it.
that was decent thinking, wasn't it? To just go, let's.
Because the gung ho thing to do
Yeah.
would have been to set up the death roll peel
Yeah. That's what I would have done.
to a poor pioneer,
Yeah.
and that's asking for trouble.
I'm going to bank that one. Right.
So okay, so he's done his usual thing, and he's found a spot.
So he's going to go about 4
you-
feet
you
east,
reckon
doesn't
he's
he?
4 feet
west,
east?
sorry, 4 feet west of that.
And he has, I think. Anyway,
Have I spotted the
it might
Sam?
be. I think it's probably okay.
Yeah, it's fine from there, innit? As long as he can get a rush on blue.
Well, as long as he can send black past blue.
Now, Robin Brown's good enough
Yeah.
that he could make
It's a
5.
2-ball this now.
Yeah, and he's
Up
got a
through 5
reception
and
ball
6.
for 6.
Yeah, yeah,
actually.
Yep.
He's
Yep. So Robin with a nice rush to
It's not as
the
easy.
vicinity of 5.
Not as easy as it was when he had a 3-ball break.
No.
No. But as you pointed out, there's a ball on the northern boundary on the 5-6 line.
A couple of cracking games, haven't they? To be
Yeah.
fair?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, we need a bigger crowd.
Yeah. We've got a decent physical crowd. How many
Yeah.
have we got on the stream?
Now, there's a,
I was going to say 1.45k, but
Oh, that'd
that's,
be
it's
impressive.
108 watching
Oh,
now.
that's
108.
decent.
Yeah.
108 hardy souls. Now Robin's,
Robin's just overrun
he
it.
didn't get the rush.
You didn't get the
You
rush,
do.
but what would you do
Keith?
to play us?
You can't leave balls near white, can you?
No. So here comes Sam.
Can
Pioneering
White-
3 back and trying to
can
get a
White
rush
see
to
the
2 back.
peg?
And he's got the rush.
I don't think White can see the peg, no.
Okay, so that
I'll
has
check.
that has an impact.
I will check.
Well, yes. If White can't see the peg, then you can just wire up in the middle of the
Yeah.
lawn there and leave a rush to 6.
See, I think he's looking at that, isn't he?
Right. Meanwhile, Sam rushing to 2
See the
back.
peg
White
quite
can't
well.
see the peg.
Yes, very
He'll
good
guard
visibility
it.
of the peg.
He'll guard it, won't he?
That is one of the
Guard it.
options he's got. He can guard a shot at the peg and go, look, if you take this, there's a good chance I'll finish.
What would you do then?
What, as Kevin?
East boundary.
Yeah, east boundary. I would actually this time.
Yeah. Eventually, I've said it enough times. It's the right option.
Well, didn't say it was right,
Yeah,
but
but
it's,
it's,
I'd
solid.
probably do it, to be honest.
Okay. Right.
Sam has
Nice.
approached 2 back, lovely.
Yeah. okay,
Absolutely
that's
gorgeous.
nice
He's got a
as
rush
well.
back up to yellow.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you happy with black? He needs
It's a
to
bit
get
wide, isn't it?
needs to
Do you-
get in
do
the
you want-
right place
do you
to
want to
rush it
death
to
roll it?
3 back. Do I want to death roll going
you
to
shouldn't
black?
do, should you?
No.
You should go into 4
No.
back. shouldn't
Don't say that anywhere near Christian Carter.
you? Well, he likes death roll, does he?
No, he doesn't.
No, he hates him.
He hates them.
Patience.
Well, going to 3 back, he hates them.
I think
He's a never, ever, ever man.
I think generally, the
Go.
thing I've learned about TPs is patience.
Patience.
I'm
Yes.
always trying to rush the peel, and it's
Yeah.
a big mistake.
Yeah.
Get a really good peel a bit later on, it's worth it. So I think if he's
let's-
smart, he'll do it going to 4 back.
Let's see if Kevin goes to the eastern boundary.
Yeah.
Eastern rather than western, or does it matter?
Think
No,
about the break, wouldn't you?
Western's sort of kind of ahead of Robin's break.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's got to
so
be
well-
eastern. Keep it behind the break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still ahead,
Yeah.
but it's harder work to dig
How
out a
tight is he
break.
to that south boundary though? I mean, is it? If you have a
No,
shot,
he's not. He's not intending to.
I mean, what I'm saying
He's
is,
not going to get a ball to 1 back. If that's what
Yeah,
you're
no, yeah,
thinking.
what I'm saying is this guarded? Because if Kevin shoots and goes
Yeah.
off near Robin,
Yeah.
can he really develop that?
Yeah. Oh,
wide?
yeah, it's true. Yeah, he doesn't have
Well,
much room, does he?
No, only a little bit.
Yeah.
But
So-
we develop it, and then
Yeah,
we
it's
two
not-
2 ball 6 and 1 back.
Yeah, it depends if I'm playing. I think you got the level that I play at. I'm going that's tight to the boundary.
Yes, I could shoot at that.
So I could shoot it because he's not
Yeah.
going to be able to develop me. into the
Yeah,
lawn.
well, help yourself.
Yeah.
I think he might. He's looking at it, isn't he?
Go on. Do one for the
Hello.
beards.
Uh-oh. What's Sam doing? Right, so Sam's setting up a delayed double peel.
Got a good crowd, isn't
So
Yeah.
escape ball going to the east.
Yeah.
He will be trying to get north of yellow to rush it closer to
Nudge
the
it
hoop,
Take off
and
down.
then take off down
Yeah.
to black.
Yeah, that's the patient way, isn't it?
And Kevin's going to have to wait for him
He's-
to do
I
all
think
that
he's
if he's
done
going to
that.
shoot
He's
down.
done
No,
that
no.
pretty well.
Nudge it up.
You don't want to, you don't want to club this,
So the
but
key is kind of keeping yellow a little bit to the side so you can afford to just a thin take off if you get into it a little
yeah,
bit.
but
you can-
again, you don't want yellow really. Oh, he's done well.
That's good, isn't it?
You don't want yellow tight to peeling position at this stage.
Kevin. Oh,
Oh, Kevin's
Got
yeah,
fed up waiting,
Yeah,
and
it's
he's
almost.
decided. No,
and
he's
he's
gone.
gone. He's gone to the
Wrong
west.
shot.
Yeah, I'm
Shot.
I'm
He's gone
shocked.
to the west.
I'm shocked.
that's the wrong shot.
Has Robin actually left a rush to hoop 6?
Doesn't look.
No,
Doesn't
no,
look very angled, does it?
no. It's.
Oh, there goes Sam again.
Well, actually,
You can see. You can see
more
there.
angle than I
Look,
thought, but it's not 6, is it?
it's not a rush to 6. No.
You can bring it into the lawn a bit, but
I'm surprised he didn't. I wasn't 100% watching because I'm concentrating on Sam's game.
I
But
think Robin's going to go for this because White's so far away. Is Robin going to try and cut this up?
yeah, definitely 100%.
Good enough, isn't he? Robin, one of these players that started at uni and just sort of carried on. He's always been strong, isn't he, for quite some time now.
Robin
Right.
and Kevin are having to do a lot of waiting, aren't they? They really are.
Yeah. The joys of double banking.
Yeah.
Wow, so
Right, Sam's taking off from the right side of this.
Sat Watson has beaten Peter Philby.
Yep, as we predicted.
Yeah, so Peter is
Oh, he's
stranded on 4.
Where's that red gone? Is that good? Yeah, that is.
That's good, isn't it?
I think that's good. That is good.
Well, he has cut it.
He has cut it.
Yeah.
He's coming.
Past 5.
It's only gone halfway past
I'll let you
Rover.
Chang for this.
No, mad. I think he's going to move white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think
you can't afford to roll
well,
up
I
now,
think
can
he's going to roll green into the corner 2 area.
And put white so that he can't shoot at pegs.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
he'll end up with near him.
Yep, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right. That's exactly what he's doing.
because again, when you're playing the 2 balls in a pegged out ending,
Yeah.
patience. Even though
Patience.
white's for the peg.
Ooh, is that
keep-
a bit short?
No, that's fine. Green's good.
Oh, well,
No, he's left himself a
green
4-yarder.
is not short.
No,
steady.
the
Maybe
brown.
not guarded, is it?
He's left himself a bit of.
Oh, it will be guarded.
So Peter
He will be
Philby,
guarded. He can go in corner 2
like
and it's
Annabelle
guarded.
and like Richard Smith, are all cheering on Gavin so they can get him to play off.
Right, well, Gavin at the moment is sitting in his chair
Yeah.
and he's watching Sam's. I know why he's.
Why is he cross with that?
Well, he's not got close enough. He's not got it totally in front. He's got an angle too, and he's very unlikely to run this and get a rush.
Get a rush, yeah.
Yeah,
A little bit snabby, but it's through.
yeah.
Good.
No, I think that was a mishit on the croquet stroke, and I'm going to go further and say it was potentially caused by this casting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The challenge here,
Anyway.
of course, is that white is probably not going to be able to shoot the peg on the next go in the other game.
So Robin's giving a great lesson in how to deter your opponent from shooting at the
Yeah,
peg.
it's very. He's thinking
Well,
decent.
we'll see. I think he'll check the wiring, of course, but I think brown to corner 2 will happen next. Anyway, here comes Sam. Now, has he gone? He hasn't come far enough, has he? Oh, no, not bad.
There'll be a little trickle on yellow, isn't it?
Well, good news is he didn't rotate blue.
yeah.
That's excellent news. He has got a rush to peeling position. It might be quite a long peel, but I'm pretty sure he'll have a go. And meanwhile, Robin has gone into corner 2, so he's in corner 2 and a couple of yards out of corner 2 with green. And Kevin can see the peg.
I think that's bold, isn't it, to shoot at that, given where Robin is.
So this time, east boundary.
Sam's put yellow in
Well,
front.
he's
Kevin?
already gone west boundary once, hasn't he? Which surprised me.
The problem, of course, with going east boundary is that if you can get a chance to shoot a peg, you end up sticking your ball in front of the hoop, in front of the break. So it's a
Right.
yeah, but
Anyway,
you're
Sam's right in
going
front.
you're going there to get a shot,
yeah,
aren't you?
yeah.
I
You've got to
mean,
back yourself to hit.
you can't then go.
Sam's got
Oh,
a nice
yeah.
peeling position here, I think. He's just got to make
Yeah,
sure that he
I'm not
gets
sure
on
what
blue.
this is a different technique. We've not seen this before. The
Just visualising it.
sizing up the croquet stroke
I wouldn't
without
mess-
having the striker's
I
ball
wouldn't be
there.
messing about there. I just go, right, you know what I'm doing there. It's going to get a bit of pull from right to left. It's just got to get on blue.
You've got to have a go.
Yeah, just got to get on blue.
And I'm playing this.
Jawsing's fine, isn't it?
Jawsing is fine.
Very
So
fine.
actually, you play this with your best.
Kevin's gone into corner 3.
Okay, well that
Look
is
at that.
yeah.
I would argue that there's some logic between kind of halfway down east boundary and corner 3, so you get some sort of angle in the next shot, but he's making that a very long shot at peg.
Meanwhile, here comes Sam. I think finally. No, not yet. He's sizing it up still. He's looking at the rush line on blue to 4 back.
He's got quite a big area to hit there, isn't he? But it's crucial that he does get some sort of
Well,
rush.
yeah, you've got to avoid the hoop. You don't want to flick off the hoop.
I think it's most likely that Sam gets into this and it hits left wire.
Doesn't look good
Looks
from
a bit
where I'm
left, doesn't it?
standing.
Say again?
It doesn't look as if it's going to work from where I'm
What, you don't
looking.
think he's lined it up properly?
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's going to go to the left.
Well, yeah, I thought that as well, but we'll see. I'm playing, like Sam, I'm playing this with a big, lots of roll. I don't want yellow travelling very hard.
Now it's a bit
when it
better.
comes
Now
to
he's
it.
adjusting
Now
it.
he's doing the adjustment. At least at this time he's adjusting it and he's having a look to see if it's lined up.
Actually,
Even
no,
then,
it's
it
not.
still
It's
still
better.
looks.
No, I
You
I
think,
it's much better.
and it's pulling to the left as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
So
Seriously,
nice.
I'm right in line with that.
Where would you,
Yeah.
if you were playing this shot, Keith, where would you be aiming yellow at with a cainfo pull? Left, right wire?
I will be.
No, not as much.
No.
I'll be
But it'd
stunned if
I'd
this
be
goes
aiming.
through.
I'll be aiming to just flick the right wire.
Yeah, getting the jaws.
This is
fine.
going
If you
left.
can.
This is definitely going left.
That's, in a sense, though, it's fine as long as it doesn't go. Yeah, it
What do
did
I
go
know?
left. It did go left, but he's in the jaws.
There's a lot.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
actually
Nice.
good.
Now,
Yeah.
okay, so how do we continue from here? How do we continue from here, guys? Thoughts?
Rush peeling yellow, that's crucial.
Yeah. Getting yellow down to Rover.
No, okay. Are you rush peeling it all the way to Rover?
Well, you go. That's alternative, of course, is that you nudge it through and play a stop shot down. But black's quite north, isn't it?
Black, yeah. This is why black would be better
Yeah.
a couple of yards south of the hoop.
Yeah, because you
I
could
think so.
nudge yellow
You've
through
got
and
room
stop
to
it.
rush peel yellow, not be hampered by the hoop, and play a stop shot, sending
Yeah.
yellow to Rover.
Yeah.
He may still do that,
Yeah,
and perhaps leave himself a 2-yarder on black.
yeah, gotcha.
What I don't like personally is trying to rush yellow down to Rover, because if you get that wrong in terms of the distance, you can't improve yellow, can you?
So almost you advocating. Just let Sam play the shot.
Yeah.
That's good.
Maybe you'll pick the clip up this time.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's
that
got to be picked up
premature?
eventually, hasn't it?
Oh, he has. Look at that.
He's actually picked it
Yeah,
up now.
there you go.
Maybe that will curse it
Just
down.
keep voices down. He's obviously heard. Okay, nice smooth shot. Can go to boundary here, not a problem. Nicely done. Perhaps a
Oh,
bit
very
wide.
nice.
Rush.
Very
Beautiful.
nice.
Lovely pace.
Yeah. So he's got the rush back. So choices here. Now he's
I think if it was me playing, I'd be putting blue sort of peg high-ish out of the way, and then I'd rush peeling yellow down. I'd be fairly confident. That's clean through. That's a hell of a touch shot to nudge yellow through and then stop it down and stay hold for black.
well. Chris Clark says that he actually likes just doing a straight double.
Oh, so literally
So
just come to
go
it. and
to
nudge
black.
it.
Yeah.
Go
Irish
to
it.
black. Go to black. Get really tight
Yeah,
onto
get
yellow.
it, Irish it through.
Just feather
And-
it,
yeah.
and then just
And then
stroke
shot,
it
isn't
down.
it?
So it's like you've
Yeah,
set
yeah.
up a straight double.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I like that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Also, it's familiar territory, isn't it?
yeah, he's got the.
Well, you're
pieces
not
to
often
it.
doing it. To be fair, you're not often doing a straight double.
Doesn't-
Peeling from in the jaws.
Yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't.
yeah.
I
doesn't
suppose
give-
not. Yeah.
It doesn't
yeah.
give. Doesn't you know?
But it must make it easier to get the pace.
Yeah, rushing it straight through.
Yeah.
You'd
is
think.
harder, right?
Yeah.
You'd think. Yeah. Oh, rushing it all the way down is mad.
Yeah, that's probably why I mentioned it. But yeah,
Tapping it
control.
through, playing a croquet stroke that might leave you a 2-yarder. I don't think that's mad,
Yeah,
personally.
you can hold, can't you?
And equally, I don't think not going to yellow now, going to black first, and,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just playing a straight double.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah,
that's
better
mad
options.
either. That's a good option.
I think Robin and Kevin have agreed that there's no point in them coming onto the lawn until
Oh,
this
Robin's
turns
going to
over.
try and rush to hoop 6.
I think Ellen and Winnie are watching on the YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, come on, Daddy.
Strong vested interest. Winnie came to the Home International. She was absolutely charming, star of the show. Very well behaved, but nonetheless, great fun to be around. Yeah, I think it's good to think. What do you want to do? it's one of those cases where taking yellow early and strong doesn't. It's probably the third best option, isn't it?
Say again?
Rushing yellow down is the third best option, clearly from what you've described. It's like, as long as you can nudge it, I probably would be nudging it through and doing the stop shot and then holding for black. I think I'd be
That's what I'd
happier.
like to do.
Yeah, if you got the space.
Right, well, he's going for the rush peel.
He is.
Now,
Let's see if
okay.
he nudges
Let's
it
see.
or whether he whacks it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he's rushing down there,
So the
he's
brain
just,
trust here is you've put it
Well,
halfway, do you?
he's just put yellow and he's just put blue in the way.
Yeah.
Right, that's
Okay,
what
that's
I would
smart,
do.
isn't it?
Right.
Okay.
Oh, and it came off to the
because
side.
so now you can croquet it down.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
crack
that's
it
smart.
down.
Well
It should
done,
be
Sam.
more accurate.
Yeah.
Well done, Sam.
And yellow came out and went and then veered to the left, didn't it, just
Good,
then?
yeah, good thinking this is, I have to say. He's thought that through.
Well, can he now execute? That's the thing.
Oh, it's big, isn't it?
Is this for survival?
No, I think this is for going through.
Oh, this is now for going through, is
Just
it?
check the iPad because my iPad's dying again on me.
Oh,
D.
block D.
Yeah,
That's
so
good. That yellow is
Yeah.
good.
very nice. Mark and Zach through with
Yeah.
a
Well, it would. Yeah, put him
with
on
Gavin
5.
and Sam and 5.
So
Yeah,
take
yes,
a
that's
breath.
through.
Take a breath, Sam
That's
Murray.
two
You've
fives.
left
I don't know.
yourself a 2.5, 3-yarder.
Yeah, I
So
don't
just
know.
take a breath.
I don't know if Gavin knows. I
Take
imagine he's
a
worked it
breath.
out. Sam did not have a great start to this tournament either.
Oh, he's
He
nicked
doesn't
it.
like that.
Well, he's rushed it away from the hoop. He just needed a central. I mean, you've got to be thinking, I'm finishing here.
Yeah.
Now, we know that there's a hill here,
Yes.
and he's coming from up the hill to down the hill.
Yeah.
So
Nice and easy.
you've got to be careful. And he's gone down the hill.
Rolling.
But he's gone far enough back that he's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah, it's
I think so.
slightly angled, isn't it?
Oh.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah. This is.
You got blue to go
it's
to,
got a
good play,
little
strong.
bit. It's quite. I mean, it's nervy in the context of what he's doing.
I mean, that looks nerve-wracking on there.
I don't think he's going to be short on this one.
and he's
Nicely
gone
through.
screaming
That's
down.
right. Huge.
Lay down,
He's all
way
right.
down.
Okay.
He's got to come and hit blue.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
There's no.
6 yard left.
He made the hoop, that's the key. He's still in the game.
Yep.
Hit blue, get at least one escape ball. Sorry, reception ball.
It's nerve-wracking
After
stuff.
Rover.
I'm getting tense just
Yeah.
watching it.
And after this is over, we've got some more
Given
tension.
how he started in this game, he's done really well. Got that first ball round to fullback. He's composed himself. Hit this, he's got in great shape. Yeah, good enough.
I
Good
twitched.
enough.
I physically twitched.
I think he twitched a little bit as
Yeah.
well, but he got the result.
Okay.
I think
so,
he's got a chance to get two reception balls.
Well,
after that,
okay.
Do you think?
Yeah, potentially.
Get black to close to yellow.
But you don't want to send blue into yellow. I don't think
Or in
so.
the jaws of Rover, as we
So, all the
discussed earlier.
well, the way to send it in the jaws of Rover is to decide you're going to send it to the west side
Yeah,
and not allow enough for the pull.
yeah. We won't do that.
Well, he's sending it to the west side.
Yeah, I think I'll be playing more of a straight shot here and going east.
Yeah, but then blue's just going further away from Rover, isn't it? So
That's
he's got the
fine.
rush on
He's got the
black,
rush
which
on
is
black, yeah.
absolutely 100%
Blue's a
the
little bit
requirement.
short, that's okay.
He hasn't actually got a
Yeah.
sideball. I mean, blue. It's unlikely he's going to be able to see
Now,
blue.
Robin is twitching anxiously by his balls. It's quite interesting that he feels that he wants to play at this stage, given how long it's taking for
I
everything
think
to.
where he's at, he's just going to have a good old sit down and go, right, I'm just going to chill out. I don't think it's good. I think it's good for him mentally to be hovering.
Well,
Right,
he's-
black's
shot.
good. I like black. He's going
Right,
to get a
well,
side ball.
Robin's taking his shot.
He's going to get a side ball, and he's
corner
going to get a
two.
rush on yellow.
Robin just needs to slow down a bit.
This is the crucial bit of this game.
He's got a decent, not a bad rush to
Oh,
sit.
I
Bit
don't know.
short.
It's gone, but he's going to have a
No, it's held up.
backward takeoff.
It's held up.
So
Here comes Sam.
Right. just needs a little rush on the yellow.
Black's
Yeah,
okay.
Okay,
Well,
bit
it's
shorter
gone a
than he
bit
wanted,
far.
maybe, but that's
I
okay.
think black's gone too far.
Yeah, I say red's a bit shorter on yellow.
Oh, sorry,
than
red
he
on
wanted.
yellow. Yeah, maybe.
A little bit.
He will be attempting an Irish peel.
Yeah, he doesn't want to sneak through the red, does he? That could be
Not
problematic.
anymore.
So he wants a fairly firm Irish peel.
Right, here we go, and
That's good. Yeah. So he probably needs
yeah,
to give
that's
this a little
pretty
bit,
good. It's
maybe a little bit
it's
more
not
than
dead
normal.
straight.
Now Robin, after that rush, is actually deciding to take off to the white ball in corner 3, and that's going to leave that green ball exposed at the end of this
Yes,
turn.
but white is going
White's
to be
gonna
a
go to
long
south
way
boundary,
away.
isn't it?
It's going to go a long way away, and he's going to be guarding a shot. Meanwhile, Sam's lining up the crucial final peel.
If Sam was doing this at
What he
home,
hopes is going to be his winning turn.
and then we'll be getting him up, getting him to do some work around the house, but he's having to lie down,
Yeah.
enjoying his bit of peace. No, sorry, sorry, Adam. I think to get to this position from how he started the match is really impressive, actually, because it was hard work initially. Right, Sam, smooth shot.
Yeah,
Keep the mallet straight.
yeah. Good luck,
Make sure red either jaws is or
look
goes
at
through
him.
with a bit back.
Gosh, Robin nearly got the brown ball into a position to make the
Here
hoop.
we go, Sam.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
cleanly through.
And he
Can hit
could.
black.
Yeah.
Will he?
Right. Well,
he be
what
tempted
will
with
he
blue?
do, Rich? What will he do?
Depends
Come
how
on.
good the rush on, how cleanly rush yellows goes down the side. If it's enough space around Rover, I'm just going to black and going straight to yellow.
No.
Yeah.
Behave.
Yeah.
No.
If
Oh.
the smart thing to do would be to use both black and blue to get a good position.
Yeah. 100%. You rush black well out of the way, and that's only rushing it another yard or two, and you come north of blue.
As long as you get
and you
north
rush,
of blue, isn't it? That's
rush
the key.
blue
Right in behind.
because look, the calculation is will I get closer to yellow
Yeah.
if I come via blue? Well, he's doing what you
Well, I
thought.
thought, the reason I said that was because of nerves, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to- you
I
don't
don't
want-
want to
you
play
don't
many
want a lot of
shots.
shots,
I
yeah.
totally agree that logically you go to blue and you get a rush
Yeah.
and you make it easy.
Do that then.
What he doesn't want to do is run past yellow and have a rush pointing straight at the hoop.
Now,
And blue's in the way potentially if you get some sort of. Anyway,
Right, come on then, Sam.
I'm sure you'll be
Finish it
fine.
off.
so
I
Then you
don't
both
like
go
this.
through.
This is making me nervous.
Bit big.
That's too far.
that's too far.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the hoop does
So
come
now,
onto the picture,
well, it
doesn't
does because you go the straight rush goes too far away from the peg, potentially. So I've got to cut it, and then you overcut it.
The key here with a shot is you have to see exactly what outcome you want. You mustn't look at the hoop because your brain will aim towards the hoop.
I think taking this straight, settling for a
Bigger
three or
peg
four,
out. Peg
a
out.
3 or 4 yard peg out, sort
Yeah.
of pointing towards us,
Yeah.
is fine.
Right then.
But he's again, you can't tell how hard he's going to hit it, given the length of the casting, can you?
I like the fact he stepped away,
Yeah.
composed himself.
Oh, he does
again.
not like this. Oh,
You've got to see the
he's
shot.
making me nervous
You've
now.
got to see the shot and not the hoop. That's all he's got to focus on is where does he want this to go.
Right, here we go. I think this time we're going. Yeah, he's shuffling up. We've
crowd,
gone,
right.
and he's missed the hoop.
He's happy with that.
That's actually pretty much,
Similar to what Kevin had, actually.
yeah, well, not the same place. Okay, so
So
and
this
we're
is
getting the TV viewers here.
right down.
The viewers at home
Now, funnily enough, Kevin looks as if he's
are
going to be
getting,
shooting for the
getting-
peg as well.
getting an excellent view
Well, I'll be
of
shooting for the peg from there.
Sam lining up this peg out, and they'll be able to go to the right, Sam, to the right.
So the viewers, just to remind you, this is for Sam to get on to 5 wins, which means actually him and Gavin will actually both go through anyway.
Yeah.
So that's 4, no playoff.
No playoff. 2 on 5.
Okay.
Watson and Avery clear. So with this Keith, do you look down the sides of both balls, or do you have your own way of
What?
doing
Well, I don't look down the sides.
it?
I just look over the middle.
Just see if that hitting.
Yeah, I look over the middle, and then as long as that is hitting the peg, I back myself
Yeah, fair
to. I ignore yellow,
Yeah,
and I try and hit the peg
nice
with
drive
red.
shot, no roll.
Well, I'm just doing a drive.
Yeah, drive is a
I'm
clean shot, isn't
like
it?
running a hoop, or trying to hit the peg without yellow.
The
There.
the viewers can see Kevin in the background waiting to play his shot at the peg.
We're a little bit off centre with the camera, but that looks
Well-
pretty good to me. I looked down the sides of each ball. I had quite a good success with peg outs. I think Rob Fulford showed that as an alternative way of doing it. But the key is
Right,
not to
here we
play a
go.
roll, and you've got to play a nice clean
Well,
drive.
you just
What's the
play
alternative
straight.
way of doing
Nice
it?
and straight.
Just,
Look down the sides of each ball, so each
Okay.
side should be slightly missing. And
oh, yeah,
right
okay,
and
I
left.
see. Yep.
But the key is a nice clean straight shot, isn't it?
Yes.
And with decent pace, so that
I like to peg out red in this stroke.
that shows you've hit it straight.
That shows
Yeah,
you've hit it
yeah,
straight.
Yeah.
And with authority.
Well, I'm not trying to club red past the peg if I miss it. I'm just a nice, smooth, straight shot, but I'm looking at the peg.
Sam Murray to get to the knockout.
Here we go.
Last 32 of the world.
And
Well
there you
done.
Yeah!
Little fist bump.
And he did peg out both balls.
Yeah, nice.
Right.
I
with
hope
that,
Gavin knows.
gentlemen,
He's through as well.
I'm going to wish you well.
Okay, you're not going to see whether Kevin pegs out.
I'll leave that one to you two.
All right.
Really?
Yeah.
What a pleasure.
Oh,
Yeah.
and you're off ski.
Yeah, I'm
aren't
off
you?
ski, my
Right,
last day.
okay,
So,
well, yeah.
yeah, absolute pleasure, mate, doing this in the British Open. So,
Here it comes.
Right.
Kevin Beard to get into the playoff with Ed Duckworth.
This is his fourth attempt.
Yeah. Four-time lucky.
And gets it!
Smack! Well,
Both games conclude at the
I
same
know,
time.
isn't that amazing? Robin will be devastated. He gets stranded on 4. All the other matches are finished, so it will be a playoff between Ed Duckworth and Kevin Beard in Block E, with Matthew Essick and Christian Carter going through.
So
Matthew Essick and Matthew
Are
Johnson going through.
we concluded in all blocks now, Rich?
Should we just do a bit of chat, see what we've got? We're not finished. Block A hasn't
Block
finished.
A.
Block A is
There's
open.
a few games left.
Robert Fletcher through, Bon
several
Rothman
players
through.
who've
Loads of people can make the playoff there. So
But mind you, it might be over and we just haven't got the
yes,
scores
we
yet.
don't know.
So,
We don't know. Block A
yeah.
is open as far as we know. Block B was done a long time ago.
Yeah, that was
That's
several
Rob
ages.
Fulford, Marcus Evans, Debbie Lyons, Stephen Morgan. Very well done to all of
Yeah.
those.
So all the games are completed in Block C,
Yep.
and we have a three-way playoff. Now we
Yeah.
believe that there isn't a three-way playoff in the sense that there'll be a game and then
Yes, we
the
believe
winner
so.
plays the
seeded,
other. Yeah.
seeded knockout.
Yeah.
So the three-way play, Reg Bamford, Dwayne McCormick through, well done to you. Pete Trimmer, Carl Maloof and Blake Fields, the teenage from the USA, in the playoff. Block D is now done,
Is now done.
because Mark Avery, Zach Watson,
Yeah.
Gavin Carter, well done to Sam, really came up on the rails in that one.
Yeah, and no playoffs there.
No. Block E, Matthew Essick through, Andrew Johnson through, Robert Wilkinson through, very good result, he qualified for this tournament. And then we've got the playoff between Ed and Kevin.
Yeah. Thanks to that sterling peg out at the end by
Yeah.
Kevin.
Block F, Harry Fisher through, Steve Mulliner through, great set of results from Gabriel Higgins, well done Gabs, through,
And Aston Wade.
superb result for Aston, well done,
Yep.
very good, 7 out of 9.
Block G.
Block G to finish, we've got Jose Reaver through, Mark Van Loon through.
Oh, that's H.
Oh, sorry, so
Yeah.
I'm going round, going ahead of it. I'm getting excited there, aren't I?
Yeah.
What am I doing there?
Yeah,
Thanks.
so Block G we've got Morm, Balding, Deeth, and then we've got a playoff
with Nuns and
between
Lawrence.
Stuart Lawrence and Dominic
Yeah,
Nuns.
well done, Gareth. for
So actually
catching.
a sane number of playoffs
Yeah, it's
tomorrow
not-
then really.
yeah, A
It's
could
not-
be
it's-
interesting.
Yeah,
And finally, so I'll get the right Block H.
yeah.
So that's Jose Reaver, Mark Van Loo, and Ewan Burridge through. Superb from Ewan, well done. And then a playoff between
Logan McCorkindale
and Dave Kibble.
and Dave Kibble, and
So
Logan has had a real get out of jail there,
he'll
hasn't
be,
he?
he'll be happy to make it to the playoffs off the
Yeah.
start. really interesting stuff. Yeah, really enjoyed watching that.
So fantastic, and great to share some commentary with you there.
Yeah,
Rich.
fantastic, Gareth. Good to
yep.
see you again, mate. Absolute pleasure.
And we will resume tomorrow for some playoff action.
Yeah, good. I'm slightly jealous. I'll
yeah,
be following
you'll be
via,
following. You'll be
various means. I've actually got to do some work. What a shame.
all right.
Anyway, thank
Well,
you, Gareth. Real pleasure. Thank you to the
big,
viewers
big,
as well.
Big shout out to the team.
Yeah, well done, Stephen Allen and the team.
It's fantastic
Yeah,
work.
amazing.
The camera crew have been on the case for, well, it's now been 12 hours since they got here to start setting up. So they've had a big day.
Yeah, they've been brilliant. I mean, you'll be able to follow all the action. And yeah, big thanks to Hurlingham as well. Brilliant hosts, great lawns.
And
great
in fact,
food.
I think the camera team are giving themselves a thumbs
Yeah,
up.
we
Well
like
done,
that.
well
Well
done,
done, boys.
team. Yeah,
Well
deserved
done.
thumbs up
Next
there.
level. Really, really brilliant work. Great. Thank you, everyone.
All right,
Looking forward to the knockout.
cheerio.
Thanks for the great commentary, guys. Listen, we're going to wrap up. Been a terrific day. Look forward to your company tomorrow. We've got some exciting playoffs, and of course we go into the knockouts starting Wednesday. Have a good evening, everybody, and look forward to your company again soon.